Good morning. I'm Meg Szabo, and I'm delighted to welcome you today to the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global. Over the next 2 days, we'll convene global leaders for conversations focused on the unique challenges and also the opportunities that are facing corporate executives and investors that are working in sustainability. We'll cover a wide range of ESG topics, from the road to net zero, to action through voter proxy, to building a diverse and inclusive workforce. But before we get started, a few quick housekeeping announcements. First, I would like to acknowledge our global advisor, Natixis Investment Managers, our summit advisors, PwC, RBC, Schlumberger, and Wipro, and our supporting sponsor, Principal Financial Group. If you experience any issues with audio or video quality, try to refresh your browser or use the chat box in the bottom right corner of your screen for support. You'll also be able to submit questions during our interviews, and we hope that you do. To submit questions, please click open the white tab on the right-hand side of the video window and submit your question there. If you note your name and where you are, we'll also give you a quick shout out. Also, please engage with us on social media using the hashtag SustainableBizSummit and engage with other attendees in the event chat at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Now, let's get started. With our first session of the day, please join me in welcoming Bernard Looney, CEO of BP, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Alex Steele.
So Bernard, you just started talking about it. So 18 months ago, you laid out your vision for BP. A year ago, you gave more specific targets. If you had a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being you're at your goal, where do you feel like BP is right now?
I feel really good, Alex, about where we're at. And it's great to see you, and thanks for including me. I feel really good. I think it's been a difficult year for the world, for society, for our employees, for shareholders. And the pandemic has obviously been overriding everything. But we've done a lot in the last 18 months. And I was just looking back at a few of the things this morning. But our strategy at its core speaks to performing while transforming. It's about delivering for our shareholders today while preparing BP for tomorrow. And I think on that front, we've done pretty well. I think our first quarter results were, I think everybody would say, a strong set of results and show that the business is really performing, bringing on new projects, taking cost out of the system, doing the things that a well-run business does. And at the same time, I think over the past 18 months, we've made some real steps into the future as we prepare and indeed transition BP for tomorrow. So feeling pretty good as we sit here today, Alex.
So scale from 1 to 10, 10 being you did everything, it's perfect. Where do you feel like you're at?
Well, it's a big company, of course, in many, many parts of the world, so there are always issues, but I'm certainly up there at an 8 or a 9.
Oh, 8 or 9. Okay. Now, talk about the performing while transforming, and in terms of where you think that shareholders are, because I'm sure the conversation with your shareholders has evolved very much in the last 18 months. Here in the U.S., a lot of oil companies like Exxon are getting a lot of activist investor shareholder pressure. So when you deal with shareholders, where are they on a scale from 1 to 10?
Well, I think, look, we have to put ourselves in our shareholders' shoes. And what we announced last year, particularly with our strategy update in August and September, was a real strategic pivot for the company. And I think the real question on shareholders' minds was whether this needed to be a choice. Was this a company that could transition for the future, but maybe have to compromise on delivery for today? And I think that's what investors were trying to get their head around as we approached the end of last year. And that's why I think as we headed into this year, the story has taken some time to sink in. I think people now understand it a lot better. You may have seen Barclays' recent report that raised us to their top pick in the sector and said that we were the most undervalued and we had the most upside. And I think it was those first quarter results that showed that this was a business that had the potential to generate real cash. And we delivered that net debt of 33 billion, less than 35 over a year early. The cost is coming out of the system, 2.5 billion by the middle of this year, 3 to 4 billion per annum by 2023. We're bringing on new projects. They're going well. So all of the things that a well-run business needed to do. And I think investors like that. And they like the fact that through our ambition that we launched with you, in fact, last year, we're ahead of the game. A net zero ambition, a 50% reduction in carbon intensity, and importantly, a 40% reduction in production. So are we preparing BP for tomorrow? I think few people will question our resolve to do that. And at the same time, importantly, we have to deliver on the investor promise today, which is to deliver cash returns to our investors. And that's what we're doing.
So if BP is at 8 or 9, are your shareholders at 8 or 9?
I think our shareholders are much more comfortable with the strategy and the story and much more supportive of it today than they would have been several months ago. I think that's on the back of strong operating performance. That is the core. And at the same time, I think they're seeing us take decisions as we invest into the future that are disciplined, that are strategically coherent, and that set the company up well for the long run. This isn't a light switch. This is not a flip overnight. This is a transition. And I think that the investors are seeing, Alex, more and more that this doesn't have to be a choice, that they can get a resilient dividend today. They can get upside through share buybacks. And if the oil prices stay strong, these will be material share buybacks. This is a company that is going to grow 7 to 9% per share in EBITDA terms over the next 5 years, and it can be part of a sustainable transition. So the proposition is becoming clearer and clearer to investors, and I think they are beginning to feel much more comfortable about the story and the strategy.
I'll put them in at 8 then. Feels like that's an 8. More room for improvement.
We will go with that. We will go with that.
Okay. I mentioned Exxon and Engine One, an activist investor in pressure, but it's not just with Exxon. Shell also lost a court ruling that sort of is pushing them to move faster to speed things up. If someone came to you and said, Bernard, you got to move BP faster than you thought, can you do that?
Well, let me just say a couple of things on that, Alex. And, you know, I think I can say this openly. I think few people doubt that we are doing everything that we can to transition this company. Last year, we took the very difficult decision to cut our dividend in half so that we can transition. We wrote off $20 billion worth of assets, which we felt neither should be produced or could be produced. They were written off, a very difficult decision so that we can transition. We restructured the company in the biggest restructuring in 110 years so that we can transition. And we announced a plan to cut our oil and gas production by 40% over the next decade so that we can transition. So I think it would be very difficult, I think, to ask more of a company of our size and scale. So I think the commitment is there. I think the evidence is there. And Alex, as I look back when I spoke with you in London almost 18 months ago, just before the pandemic, look at what we have done in the new world since then. We had 0 gigawatts of offshore wind then. Today we have 3.7. We had a renewable pipeline that was 4 gigawatts. Today, it's 23 gigawatts. We had 7,000 charging points. Today, we have 10,000 charging points. Our net debt, by the way, at the end of that first quarter was 51 billion. Today, it's 33 billion. So when I look at it on those dimensions, of course, there are people who will say that you should do more, but I think there are a lot of people who would say that's an ambitious plan, that's ambitious delivery, keep going, stay disciplined, stay focused on performance, and keep preparing this company for tomorrow. So that's what I would say in response to that question.
Along the same lines, I'm wondering, because you've had 18 months, and no doubt you took over in this transition as CEO in an extraordinarily tough time, is there one thing that you felt that you could have done better, that there was some sort of transition or some sort of thing that you did that you're like, I wish I could have done that instead. I wish I could have done that better. And then conversely, one thing that you're super, super proud of that you felt was ambitious and that you got it and you nailed it.
I think, I think the things that I would speak to, Alex, are around, quite frankly and quite openly, our people. We have 70,000 people working in over 70 countries around the world. I come from an upstream background, so intimately familiar with the people who went offshore to our facilities and kept the oil flowing, the people obviously that worked in our refineries that kept the fuel and the gasoline flowing. And when I moved to my new job, meeting the people in our retail sites across the world who are right at the front line, sharp edge, dealing with customers each and every day. And I think, so what am I most proud of? I'm actually most proud of what they have done to keep the energy flowing in the world. It's extraordinary that even in a year when the entire world seemed to grind to a halt, energy use was only down by about 4%. So that's the thing that I'm most proud of, those people. And the thing that I wish I could have done more of would have been to help those folks, because some of the stories are incredible. I've just heard one gentleman come back from Angola to his family in the UK. He's been away 5.5 months from his family because of all the quarantines and the rotas that we're doing. And he's going into a quarantine hotel for 2 weeks in the UK. We have our people on our ships around the world who've had extraordinary problems trying to crew change, and some of them being away for 6 or 9 months. And you just wish that with everything that everyone has going on, that you could have helped them more. But from a strategic perspective, there are always things that you would do different, but I would have to say that on balance, I feel good about where we're at in a strategic sense. It's now about a relentless focus on performance and execution and cash delivery and delivering on that shareholder proposition, while at the same time, while at the same time preparing the company for the future.
That was a very good answer. When you talk about buying assets for wind, and you mentioned sort of the huge steps that you guys have made in the last 18 months, one pushback is that you guys are overpaying for assets. What's your response to that?
My response is simple. We're not overpaying for assets. It's as simple as that. We have a very clear return threshold. We've been very clear that we will not reach our targets if we cannot meet that return threshold of 8 to 10%. We walk away from far more projects than we do. And when we do them in a disciplined way. People talk about the projects here in the Irish Sea. Alex, there are probably 6 or 7 companies that want to buy into that project today, and they would pay a premium to enter that project. People say, well, you're an oil and gas company that's behind or late to the party, or whatever language they wish to use, and therefore you overpaid. And of course, the answer to that is, well, in that particular instance, we're not BP on our own. We have a partner called EnBW, who's a German utility with extensive experience in offshore wind. So it's not like we're doing these things on our own. So we're confident in what we are doing. We have a very clear financial framework. We have very clear financial objectives, and we are very clear that if we cannot meet those objectives, we won't do the projects. And as I said, we walk away from far more than we do. I would add, by the way, Alex, that in solar, Lightsource BP has done 31 projects now, all of which have met our return threshold. So this isn't something about the future. This is about a track record that exists today as well.
So this is sort of the opposite of that question. Boston Consulting Group a few weeks ago had a report out that said the oil majors are going to spend more on low carbon investments this year than traditional oil and gas. It's like the first time that flip would have happened. For BP, is there going to be a point where that flip happens for you, where you're going to spend more money on those low carbon investments than you do with oil and gas? It's $5 billion. It's $5 billion by 2030. When does it shift?
Yeah, by the end of this decade, Alex, I think you'll see that start to shift. We're going to increase our investment in the transition by about 10-fold over the next 5 years, or by the next 10 years, 8-fold over the next 5 years. So this is a material step up in investment. We have to continue to invest in that hydrocarbon base because it is core to our strategy. And without those hydrocarbons, we don't get to transition. So the hydrocarbons provide the cash flow that is necessary to make sure that our investors get the return that they deserve. They've been patient, and it is time for them to get the return that they deserve. Make sure that we have a strong balance sheet and that we can invest into the transition. So this will evolve over time. It's not an overnight switch that some people would wish it were. This is a complex transition, but it's one that I think our plan is hopefully very, very clear on, and that will play out over the coming years.
Do you think that oil majors like yourself that are making these tough calls on where to invest money, are you guys setting the oil market up for a super cycle? Or do you think you can stay flexible enough to prevent that from happening while also spending a lot of capital and time into other types of investments?
Well, look, I think a lot of people are talking about our commitment to reduce our production by 40% by 2030. That's about 20% by 2025. Even by reducing our volume by 20% by 2025, we will still grow our earnings and our cash flow from that business through that period. Why? Because we don't want to run the biggest oil business. We want to run the best oil and gas business. And as you well know, that means that you focus relentlessly on your portfolio, focusing on value, not volume. We focus religiously on margin. Our margins will go up 20% on a unit basis over the next 5 years. So this is a strategy of focusing on value creation, and that means we don't worry about volume, we focus on value. So I think there's a good chance that oil prices will be robust and high over the coming years, Alex. I think there's a good possibility that they will be volatile. We're not planning on them being high. We're building a company that's resilient to a low price, but I can tell you, and I can assure you that if they are high, we have a portfolio that will absolutely benefit from that. And because we have the share buyback program that we have that says that 60% of excess free cash is used for buyback purposes, that could result in material share buybacks over the coming years if prices remain at the levels that they are today.
If you needed to, though, could you pick up the pace and produce more oil and gas if the world needed it to prevent some kind of super cycle, or is the discipline just going to be the discipline?
The discipline is going to be the discipline, in your words. We would do this 40% with or without an energy transition. This, we believe, is the right way to run a hydrocarbon portfolio. Focus on value, focus on margin, take costs out of the business, digitize everything that we can. I've just come out of a meeting on digital. I've just come out of a meeting on agile. We have what we think is the largest organization working in an agile way in the energy sector, 7,000 people now working in a structured agile way, decisions being made 30 to 40% quicker. That's what running a good oil and gas business is about for us. And that means that we can actually grow cash flow from that business over the coming years, even as we shrink volume.
Talk to me about carbon offsets. I know that they're an important part of the energy transition because they're just some industries that just can't green quickly. What's the role? But then the criticism for carbon offsets is you're just going to plant a lot of trees, and that's really not going to do it. Can you talk to me about how BP thinks about that?
Well, the first thing is that we're going to reduce our emissions, scope 1 and 2 emissions, by between 30 and 40% within the next decade. We're also going to reduce the emissions from the carbon content of the oil and gas production that we produced, you'll remember this fact, by also about 30 to 40% over the next decade. Importantly, we do not rely on carbon offsets to achieve that level of emissions reduction. Now, with that said, we do believe that carbon offsets are an important tool in the toolkit to help the world get to net zero. This is a complicated, challenging problem. And Alex, we're going to need all the tools that we can throw at it: solar, wind, hydrogen, CCS, and indeed carbon offsets, or what people call natural climate solutions. BP is very active in the trading space around this. When it's done properly, it can be an important market signal to industries and allows them to actually bear the cost of that externality, but do it in a way that is efficient. It also, as you say, has extraneous benefits around biodiversity if it's done properly. So I think the key for me is twofold in natural climate solutions. Number one, we do not rely on them for our own emissions plans over the next decade. Number two, we will be active in that space. In a trading sense, we need a proper, effective market, and we must make sure that quality is at the core of that, because that is the most important thing. And when I talk about quality, I talk about really being invested in reforestation or preventing something that was going to be cut down from being cut down, and also how it relates to the community where that works and how we make sure that those farmers are fairly compensated. We just bought a company in California, actually, and its role in life, it's called Finite Carbon. Its role in life is that any farmer anywhere in the world can plant a single tree and get paid for it. And it does this through a satellite system where it has the resolution to be able to pinpoint a tree, pinpoint the quality of the work, and make sure that that farmer gets appropriately compensated. So that's the type of thing that can help, but it's got to have quality at its core.
Yeah, and that speaks to the broader sustainability point, which leads me to, when you sell an asset, what's the thought process? Because some might say it's better for you guys to keep an asset that then you can green better. But if you're just selling it, maybe the person who buys it isn't going to do it as well, and it's going to get a little bit dirtier and not greener. How do you make that more sustainable?
Well, look, Alex, I think the first thing that I would say is that we don't own the resources in the majority of the countries that we work in. So some people say, well, just put the resource to one side, put it in a bad bank or whatever, and let it decline. Well, they're not ours to do that with. We do not own the resource. They are the resources of countries, and only countries can decide how best to develop their resources in their own economic interests. So that's one point I would make. The second point I would make is that divestments isn't the only route to our 40% reduction in production. We are exploring less. In fact, we said we will no longer enter new basins to explore for hydrocarbons. We've taken our capital budget way down. It used to be almost $20 billion a year in hydrocarbons. Today, it's between $7 and $9 billion in hydrocarbons. So we're not just selling, we're also doing it very, very differently. Divestments have been part of our strategy for as long as I've been in the company. So there's nothing new here. Of course, we take that money from divestments and we invest it into the transition. So I would argue that's a net positive for the world. But finally, Alex, I would say the following. I have a responsibility clearly to society and to the world to do what I can do to help in a small way, help the world get to net zero. And that's what we are trying to do. I also have a responsibility to the shareholders of BP, to the owners of BP, to grow the value of BP. And one of the ways to do that is to de-risk it as an investment proposition. And one of the ways to de-risk it is to decarbonize it. So I hold those two obligations side by side, and divestments helps me particularly on that obligation to the owners of BP, if that makes sense.
It does. The tricky part in all of that is Rosneft. What kind of conversation are you guys having about eventually having to sell it?
Rosneft is, so the first thing I would say is resilient hydrocarbons are absolutely core to the BP strategy. It's one of our three pillars: growing convenience and mobility, investing in low carbon electricity and energy, and resilient hydrocarbons. In fact, those resilient hydrocarbons are the engine of the transition. Rosneft is the epitome of resilient hydrocarbons, both from a cost perspective and from an environmental perspective. Now, why do I say that? Well, first of all, its lifting costs are less than $3 a barrel. In BP today, they're between 6 and 7. So they're very resilient from a cost perspective. And from an environmental perspective, their greenhouse gas intensity per barrel of oil produced is better than BP. In fact, it's better than many of the international oil companies. And of course, they have tremendous scale. And by the way, I would argue they care deeply about this subject. They've just released a new 2035 plan where they're going to make that greenhouse gas intensity even better by between 20 and 30%. They've driven their fugitive emissions down by 70 or 80% in 2019. They've set a methane intensity target of 0.25, which is very strong in industry. So Rosneft cares deeply about its environmental performance, and so do the Russian people. The Russian people care as much about their environment and their lakes and their forests, from my own experience of having been there, than we in the US and the UK care about our local environment. And when something's a priority in that company, it gets done. And I've seen fantastic progress. We can learn as much from Rosneft in this subject as they can from us, but clearly we work these issues together.
Does that mean that you would never sell it?
Rosneft is an absolute core part of our company and our strategy.
Okay, that's pretty clear. As we just finish up, I wanted to get your take on Scope 3, the emissions from your products. That is a big debate in the industry. If people commit to Scope 3, analysts say, yeah, that's not going to happen. No one can actually do that. But it is definitely the elephant in the room. How do you think about starting to tackle that down the road?
Well, we have a carbon intensity target on Scope 3 emissions. We've said that we'll reduce the carbon intensity of those emissions by 50% by 2050. So that's number one. Number two, I think it's very important that we have said that the carbon content associated with the oil and gas that we literally add to the world through our drilling and production around the world, we're going to take that down by 30 to 40% over the next decade, which I think is absolutely material. But look, Scope 3 emissions are absolutely important. We have to work with government because it's government who creates policy. We have to work with our customers to help them. And we have to, Alex, instead of saying it's all on our customers or it's all on government, which it is partly, we have to be the ones who are saying, look, this is a really challenging problem. Back to that statistic, imagine that in a world where it felt like the world ground to a halt, energy use only fell by 4%. So this is a very complex problem to solve. But our role in BP isn't to tell society how hard this is. Our role is to help society, give them what they want. And that's what an integrated energy company can do. That's our strategy. It's to help people get the energy that they want that is clean, reliable, and affordable. That's what a hospital needs. That's what a data center needs. And our job is to try and help solve that problem with our customers and with government, because without policy and without our customers, we won't be able to do it. But without us on the production side, it has to be us working together. And that is what I think is what leadership is about.
Well, Bernard, you've done so much in 18 months. And I look forward to the next 18 months for you guys. Thank you so much for your time. I very much appreciate it. Thank you for joining me.
Alex, always great to see you. And thank you for including us. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and great to meet you. My name is Kyle Harrison, and I lead the sustainability research team at Bloomberg NEF. So we are the market research arm of Bloomberg that is focused on the low carbon transition. And thank you all for joining me today on our panel on setting and achieving net zero commitments. So before we hand it off to our fabulous panelists, I thought I would provide a few numbers just to highlight how much momentum we're seeing in the corporate race to net zero. So there is this initiative called the Climate Action 100 Plus. And it is a group of now over 500 investors and asset managers that have pledged to take a more radical voting stance and get their portfolio companies to decarbonize. And specifically, they're taking aim at 167 of their heaviest emitting companies, deemed to be the heaviest emitting in the world. And to date, of those 167, what they call focus companies, 83 of them, or roughly half, have now set a net zero target or equivalent. So they've effectively pledged to fully reduce or offset their emissions at a level equivalent to what they emit on an annual basis. If all 83 of these companies were to go ahead and achieve their net zero goals, it would result in 8.3 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide being removed on an annual basis. And to put that into scale, that is roughly 20% of global carbon dioxide emissions from 83 companies alone. So the magnitude of what the private sector can achieve when it goes ahead and sets these net zero goals is quite significant. But the challenge is, with new companies going out and setting net zero targets every single day, it creates a huge opportunity for greenwashing because there's no standardization and there's no best practice on what makes a good net zero target. And as a result, all these investors and other stakeholders that have so much interest in this corporate race are left really confused in the end. So today we thought we would bring together some of the experts in the corporate sustainability sector to discuss this corporate race to net zero and what makes a good target. So today I'm joined by Jim Whitehurst, who is a senior advisor for IBM, and Xavier Danelli, who is a Senior Vice President for Sustainable Development at Schneider Electric. Jim, Xavier, how are we doing today?
Very good.
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining me. So the first thing I want to talk about on this panel is around what makes a good net zero target. Because again, a net zero target can mean many different things. It has different names. It comes in all different shapes and sizes. So Jim, I want to start with you. So earlier this year in February, IBM went ahead and announced a net zero target. Can you tell us a little bit more about the timing of that goal, why you chose to announce it earlier this year, and how all that came together?
Yeah, sure. So first off, we have a lot of experience with net zero or with carbon goals. This is our fifth. Our first carbon reduction goal we put out in the year 2000. We've met each of those subsequent four, so we're now starting our fifth, which is to take us all the way to zero. So we've been focused on this for quite a while, and the timing really was around Paris Climate Accords, the kind of the growing drumbeat we wanted, and we just finished our prior goal. It was time to set a new goal. And I do think it's important with these goals that they're aligned with your business, and we can come back and spend a lot of time talking about what kind of aligned with your business is. We also, I didn't say in 2000 we set a 2030 goal. We've actually had multiple of these goals that are shorter term. We do feel like having a shorter term goal, in our case, 2030, that's only 9 years away. It's kind of 8 planning cycles away, and that's within the time frame of the existing management team. So it makes it much more tangible to have these shorter term goals where it's not an aspiration, it literally has to be a plan. And so we'll come back, I know, and talk a little bit more about it, but the idea of having them short enough that they're truly actionable and very well aligned with your business and what we do with our clients as well, I think are both key to success.
Yeah, and I love that point about, in setting an earlier goal where the current management group is held accountable for it, right? Because there's so many companies that will go ahead and they'll say, we're going to be net zero by 2050. And they're going to get the same credit as a company that sets a net zero goal for 2030. But the thing is, the management team at a company that has a 2050 net zero goal, they don't need to start thinking about this for 10 or 20 years, and they might not even be at the company at that point. So I guess, does that call for immediate investment decisions and immediate action from IBM to start decarbonizing today?
Well, it has to. So what we've done is we've also set interim goals. So we set 2025 goals in terms of reduction. So in our case, 65% reduction we're using 2010 as a baseline, but a 65% reduction by 2025, and then a full 100% by 2030. And then within that, we have sub goals around percentage of renewables that we will use. And I think this is important, contextually, I think how you get there is different for different companies. So for instance, for IBM, we have committed that we will not use offsets to reach our goal. And look, there's nothing wrong with offsets. When I was back at Delta Airlines in the early 2000s, we were one of the first companies to do offsets. So I have a problem with that. But if we're all planning in 2040 to be buying offsets, there's not going to be enough offsets. There are not enough nature-based solutions that are going to get us there. So as a technology company, we've committed to removing any residual carbon that we're going to emit. And we did that because as a technology company with deep expertise in material science, in quantum computing, in AI, we believe we can do that. And if we can't do that, who can? So it was important for us as a technology company to say, not only are we going to get to net zero, but that net zero is going to come from actual technologies that we can develop that allow us to get there. Obviously, for an airline, it's going to be a different approach, right? So what makes a good program, I do think, differs a bit by industry. But for us, we thought it was important to say, hey, as technology companies, let's not just write a check to buy offsets because we don't know if there are going to be enough nature-based solutions in the future. We need to commit that we will finding a way with technology to get there.
Very interesting. And I definitely want to get back to that point of, what technologies IBM is looking at, but also this broader topic of offsets, because it does kind of go hand in hand with this race to net zero. In terms of staggered, I guess, or in terms of timelines and, how every company's net zero goal is different, Xavier, at Schneider Electric, you guys are aiming for net zero operational emissions. So those scope 1 and 2 emissions that come from your business by 2030. And then separately, you have this 2050 goal that addresses your scope 3 emissions, which comes from your suppliers, of course, upstream, and the use of your product downstream by your customers. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you guys went ahead and staggered that out, and what was the thought process behind that?
So thank you very much for this. So yes, one of the important things for a company like Schneider, our prime business, if you want, is to be involved in electrical energy management. So this is what we've been doing for years, and we understand what makes it complicated, right, to reach a net zero target. One of the important things also we've been doing, just like my colleague on the panel has just mentioned, we've been doing carbon footprint evaluation now for years, almost 20 years or so. And what we have noticed is if we look at a company like Schneider Electric, 140,000 people worldwide operating in 100 countries, 200 plus industrial sites, our scope 1 and 2 emission is only 1% of the total emission of the company. So what makes it a strategic move for us is to look at scope 3 emissions. And when we look at scope 3 emissions, let's say roughly 10% comes from our own suppliers, and the rest of it comes from the application that our customers would do in their own operations. So for us, the focus on scope 3 is absolutely paramount. And this is also not only a burden, but it's also an opportunity for business. What Schneider does is we deliver solutions to provide energy efficiency and also switch to renewable energies. So by putting very, very stringent targets to our own supplier base, for example, this generates business opportunities for our company in order to be able to deliver these solutions to our own supply chain. So it's a win-win effect in a way that it increases the business for Schneider Electric as a business opportunity, but at the same time, it's a great way for suppliers to benefit from a world-class manufacturer to implement solutions for decarbonization. So we see this not only as a challenge, it is a challenge, obviously, but also as a real business opportunity. So the investment is worth it, and it's not to compromise on the bottom line. So it's a win-win, totally win-win engagement.
Right, yeah, and that's kind of like the... Please, Jim.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, sorry. I thought I heard a comment there. Yeah, I mean, I do think that, and I want to talk about this kind of later on in the panel as well about kind of creating new opportunities as a result of this. But I think this is like a perfect example, right, of for some people how confusing this race to net zero can be, right? Because both of your companies are doing such ambitious things and leading when it comes to decarbonization, but your targets are so different, right? You have different timelines. You're addressing different emissions at different time periods. And then your carbon footprints, of course, are entirely different. So there's this huge need, at least from Bloomberg NEF's standpoint, for standardization of net zero goals, providing some type of baseline of, unless you set a target that meets criteria X, Y, and Z, there's really no point in setting a net zero goal, right? So Xavier, kind of sticking with you, for Schneider, who is, in a lot of ways considered one of the world's most sustainable companies, what type of leadership role can you provide in showing what best practice looks like and providing a good example of a net zero goal?
So for us, what is clear is that this has to be backed by science. So the approach that we've taken for net zero targets is to basically get every single action plan and objective that we have to be backed and certified by SBTi, with science-based target. And back to the comment from Jim earlier, it's not good enough to set a target very long-term. And very long-term in this discussion would be 2050. What's really, really important, and is also checked very, very thoroughly by SBTi, is to see what are the interim steps. And for us, we have some very clear objective for our complete supply chain. So from scope 1 plus 2 plus 3, so the total thing, not only your own emissions, as I mentioned before, is relatively easy, right? Scope 1 and 2 is only 1% for us, but very drastic and ambitious reduction targets at 2025, 2030, 2040, so that we can measure up the progress and decide in due course also for our own sake whether the investment that we have made or the pressure that we have made is good enough to still be in line with the 1.5 degree scenario, which is the scenario on which everybody is now aligned to. We need to minimize the emission compared to the pre-industrial world to 1.5. So today we've already, let's say in our budget, global budget, world budget, we are observing an elevation of temperature around 1.1 degrees. So what we have left collectively is only 0.4 zero point 0.4 degrees until the end of the century, which is very small. So which is triggering a sense of urgency for everyone, a sense of seriousness, and also some backing from science, which is absolutely key to make these net zero targets credible. The earlier, the better. The less emission, the better, obviously.
Yeah, and the Science-Based Targets Initiative has done.
As Xavier said, transparency and standards are critically important. And Kyle, I know you've reported a lot on this. We're a technology company, so we talk about standards and open standards and all the time because that's how technologies fit together. It's not too different when we think about being able to have policy and transparency around emissions and how we're going to close those gaps. Having clear standards for how we measure, how we report is going to be critical. And look, we can do that as individual companies, but that's ultimately going to require governments and business to come together to ultimately build that set of standards so we can all, be able to add up the numbers and have a sense of what we're seeing versus kind of all the various different flavors. And I think we're making progress converging that, but let's be honest, we still have a ways to go, not as individual companies, but broadly as industry and government and putting those together.
Right, and IBM's actually practicing what it preaches there, right? Because you guys are a member now of the Climate Pledge, which is the initiative that Amazon started and now has over 100 corporations that are setting, again, these standardized net zero goals and putting their weight behind climate, right?
Yeah, and look, it's we have found over time, certainly in the technology industry, that getting consortia together that actually kind of understand and kind of work in this, I'll call it user-driven innovation. So users, if you want to say us, coming together and setting those typically works better than a top-down mandate. Right, because ultimately there's a lot of subtlety in putting these together across companies, across industry. And so, we're trying to do our part to do that. And look, we still have work to do. And how you ultimately get all the way to the investing community and, okay, as an investor, how do I assess the carbon impact of my investing all the way through to companies and kind of working that together in a framework. Still has work to go. I think we're making great progress, but that's certainly something broadly for industry, government, for the investing community together that we need to continue to drive.
Absolutely. Completely agreed. So I want to move kind of to the second phase of this panel now, which is, again, once you've set a net zero goal, what are the low carbon pathways you take to achieving that goal? And Jim, I want to stick with you and that point that you made earlier about looking at those feasible technologies to actually remove any residual carbon rather than simply rely on a mechanism like carbon offsets. Can you tell us a little bit more about some of those technologies that you guys are looking at and the role that IBM can play as a global corporation and a leader when it comes to technology to help advance those technologies?
Yeah, so there's a set of areas that we are deeply engaged in. Obviously, we are a maker of computer equipment, and the mainframe and our other technologies are much more efficient than the traditional x86 kind of data center infrastructure. So our products themselves have a real advantage. And back to what I said, it's nice when you can build a strategy for your company that's value creating, that's aligned. Certainly be able to go out and talk about the benefits of that's important. But beyond that, broadly, we are deeply involved in quantum. We're deeply involved in AI and in computing and blockchain. And so those become key building blocks to addressing the problem. So I'll come back specifically to removal in a second. But along the way, things like we're using quantum working with Mercedes to build more efficient batteries. Right. So again, it's using our research capability around materials with our capability around quantum and directly working with other industrial companies to solve those problems. We are using AI in our products around supply chain management and facilities management, again, as products to be able to go out and help other companies understand their usage and be able to reduce usage of energy. The further out things that we're doing is we have a whole climate initiative that we've kicked off. And, because that IBM not only kind of builds computers, we actually design the core underlying infrastructure in semiconductors. That requires deep material science expertise. And that deep material science expertise combined with, again, our computing capability and modeling capability around quantum and AI, I think puts us in a unique position to work with others, and we're doing this on how to develop materials that can do, capture of carbon directly out of the atmosphere. And look, we don't have that done, but one of the reasons we feel confident that whatever residual carbon is left in from IBM by 2030, that we will have technologies by then to be able to remove those based on the research that we're doing and the partnerships that we have.
Yeah, and I think those negative emission technologies are going to be so essential. They're in many ways the panacea to achieving this, right? But the challenge is, a lot of companies are not willing to take that first step and be the trailblazer to help bring those costs down, right? You need to see a greater scale up of these technologies in order for more companies to kind of adopt them. So I do applaud IBM kind of looking internally and looking at some of its internal expertise as a hardware company and an infrastructure company to help scale up those technologies.
Yeah, Kyle, one other thing I would say about that, though, is, when you're looking to drive innovation, you don't know exactly when and how it's going to emerge. And so setting a context for innovation to happen appropriately is important. And I have to say, one of the things that we've been heavily advocating for is a carbon tax, because that sets a price on carbon. And whether it's IBM or the myriad other innovators out there, having the right signals to understand where and how to invest, we feel is important for innovation to happen, right? It's easy to say, oh, let's go plunk $1 billion of money in research for XYZ. But those large centrally planned investments rarely are the enabling sets of technologies that have to build upon each other that ultimately kind of create the breakthroughs. And so we do think creating the context with the right set of incentives is important, which is why we've also been heavily advocating for a carbon tax as well. We can get into the direct merits around that, and I know different industries differ, but we do think in terms of saying the context for innovation to happen, it's important that we set the right economic signals in that. And again, I absolutely agree with you. Innovation is going to be so important to ultimately achieving these goals.
Yeah, and the policy landscape, Xavier, after you.
Sorry. One of the points that I would like to highlight based on your comment, Jim, is for many people, when we talk about future, we talk about innovation, it sounds like a remote, unreal world. But what we believe at Schneider Electric today is that most of the technologies are already existing that will allow to decarbonize at scale the existing installations. It may not be sufficient to take us all the way from 2021 to 2050, but we still have, let's say, a relatively long time to be able to come up with additional. In the meantime, is we are advocating, if you want, a strategy of all electric and all digital as much as possible, right? And this is way or more than enough to take us onto the path of decarbonization for many years already. So what we are trying to do everywhere is the approach to decarbonization is relatively simple when you think of it. We want to move to electricity, we want to leverage the power of digital, and we want to use clean energy. The problem in today's world is that still 40% of the electrical energy is still, let's say, powered by coal, for example, which is one of the dirtiest sources of energy. So it's not good enough if you want to switch the installations to an electrical world and leveraging the new technology. What is even better is to accelerate the move to renewable technologies first, to clean energy first, right? That's number one, sustainable energy. And second, to look at, for all the existing installations, which is every single building, every single industrial site we have today will probably still be in operation 30, 40, 50 years from today. So what is at stake for all of us right now is to implement as fast as possible energy efficiency systems and solutions, most of them equipped with a heavy, let's say, content in digital and software, but in order to do smart management of the existing installations. And this is going to lower the bar very significantly in terms of energy consumption. And if at the same time we can switch to clean sources of energy, a lot of that journey will be achieved. Of course, it will not include those sectors that we call hard to abate, typically sectors like cement, like steel, like oil and gas, for which maybe the solution might be of a different nature, but at least for most of the installations that are, let's say, welcoming an all-electric world, the solutions are available right now, and there's no and the profitability around it is clear, right? So there's no need to wait for an hypothetical new technology 10 years from today, which is going to be the magic wand. It's already existing now. So it's between quotes just a matter of scaling it up. So for me, I thought it was an important message to channel to the audience.
Yeah, Xavier, I think that's exactly right. I mean, so much of the work that we're doing with our clients is very simple things like using AI to, turn on and off, lights or components of facilities where those need to happen, how you route vehicles most appropriately. I mean, there's whole sets of technologies like that. I call them sustaining technologies, not necessarily breakthrough technologies, but they can have such a massive impact. It's not really Star Wars that we're talking about here, right? It's just continuing to make progress, getting smarter in how we work, and using technologies to help do that is absolutely critical. It was the stat in the United States, at least the average cars use 90 minutes a day. Well, if you can, use technologies and sharing and others to make that 4 hours, just the residual, supply chain impact of that can be huge. And that's more of a pithy example, but the ability to better use our assets in a more effective way and be able to shut down things when they're not being used and use intelligence to do that can take us a long way to reaching our goals.
Absolutely. In simple terms, the way we present it is we say technology per se, digital software, etc., allows the user to make better decisions, right? And it's really simple and common sense, nothing technical about it, but it's a lot of very simple points to understand. But thanks to the technology, we are now in a position to get that picture, get that information, so that the operator, the manager who is controlling a site now knows what are the options available, whereas yesterday it was like unclear, right? No, we didn't know what was happening, and there was a worry about switching off the entire facility, which of course would have negative impacts in terms of productivity, on time, etc. So now we can do much better than that thanks to technology.
Yeah, and maybe let's stick on that point of technology and kind of move to our final phase here, because we only have a few minutes left. But I think we need to move away from this mantra, right, that setting a net zero goal is just good for the planet. That's the only reason that we do it, right? You guys are both businessmen, right? What opportunities, and I think people need to start pitching net zero more as a proactive strategy that you can use to unlock new customers, create new product lines, and then generate new revenue streams, right? So maybe sticking on this technology front, Schneider is also a technology provider, as is, of course, IBM. Maybe I'll start with you, Xavier. What ways is Schneider kind of diversifying its product brand and its product line with net zero to attract new customers and create new revenue?
Well, clearly, Kyle, this transformation didn't start yesterday, and all those new possibilities, for unlocking the technology are coming from digital. So we've been very, very strong advocates of digitization in everything that we do. One of the specifics of Schneider is because we are a large, let's say, industrial company as well, we have developed a number of solutions, all software-based, basically to be able to have new functionalities such as preventive maintenance, to be able to kind of simulate what will happen in the process in our own premises first before we go to our own customers. So going with Schneider technology is already proven. We are not using our customers, if you want, as a lab testing kind of thing, where basically you buy it and if it works, great. If it doesn't, too bad. We've really been working on these technologies, including a maximum of software and a maximum of sensors everywhere, because it's pretty simple when you think about it. In order to understand what is the status of any given system, what you need to have access to are the basic data. And the data in that world of whether you're in the building environment, industrial environment, or whatever, what you need to understand is what are the conditions of usage of your own systems. And these sensors would give the user some data about temperature, about humidity, about load, about aging of the individual components. And then thanks to technology, you can monitor all this and bring that kind of status all the way to the decision maker. And then in turn, the decision maker can say, or can be in a situation to say, for example, if things stay under these conditions because of aging of my installation, then if I do nothing specific, 2 months from today, my installation will probably fail, right? So this is really to help being a lot more proactive by, of course, monitoring the energy consumption, trying to diminish it as much as possible with the use cases, but also moving into areas such as service and upgrades and maintenance, which is also good for the, of course, for the output of these companies, but also good for the climate, because then you don't have aging products that lose their capacity over time and then consume too much, therefore increase the carbon footprint. So all this is the virtuous circle, but this has been clearly enabled by digital technology.
Exactly, and you're almost killing two birds with one stone, right? Because you're reducing your own Scope 3 emissions by doing this as well, because you're helping your customers decarbonize.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Jim, what about you all at IBM?
Yeah, I mean, very, very, very similar. Matter of fact, we ought to talk about a little more of a partnership, right? We have a whole suite of software around facilities management, and we have committed by the end of the summer internally to have built an entire dashboard so we can see for IBM, for the senior leadership team, to see exactly where and how we are driving carbon emissions. We're building that then into our products so our clients can see that as well. So in our products, we want to create visibility as well as the ability to control, to reduce using intelligence to do that. We also work with others to build platforms. It's a key part of our business. Just one example, working with Yara International, which is a crop nutrition company, taking all of our weather data and our AI analytics to help Yara advise small farmers on exactly when and how to plant and when and how to harvest in a much more environmentally friendly way. So being able, again, to take our analytic capabilities and help apply those directly to specific problems some of our clients have is our kind of other way. So both kind of a software business that we're able to build out of this, as well as a services capability enabled by AI to build platforms for others around this. So it's great business, and going forward, that's certainly a business that'll continue to grow.
Exactly. Yeah, I think tech has such an important role to play here in kind of leading the charge when it comes to creating new low carbon products. Of course, there's so many other sectors as well that are doing this. Unfortunately, we are out of time. I feel like we kind of just scraped the surface of what we can talk about in this area. But Jim, Xavier, thank you so much for your time today, and thank you everyone for listening in. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Deloe, an energy and environmental policy reporter for Bloomberg News, and I am delighted today to be speaking with White House National Climate Advisor Gina McCarthy. Gina, thank you for joining us.
It's great to be here. Thanks for asking me, Jennifer.
We should jump right in. The focus of much of what we're going to be talking about over the next 2 days is corporate sustainability. And we have seen tremendous action and movement by companies to set sustainability goals and to pledge toward net zero targets. What is the federal government's role in fostering that private sector shift and ensuring that there is some accountability, that these private sector efforts are meaningful and can be measured?
Yeah, it's a really good question. One of the things we decided to do not too long ago, really, only a couple of months ago, is to work with Janet Yellen and the National Economic Team here with Brian Deese and others to take a look at how we could start really working ourselves to make sure that where we had some leverage to get businesses to start accounting for their emissions, including the business of the federal government, and start reporting it in a transparent way, that it would give people a better idea of where their risk and vulnerability lies as they're choosing who to have a business relationship with. And so we issued an executive order We laid that out a few months ago. And it was basically to indicate that we're going to look at our own investments through the eyes of an investor to see what we should be investing in, how we're doing our purchasing and procurement here in the federal government, so that we're looking to put our resources into companies that do disclose, that look at the risk profiles that they're managing in their investment portfolios and in their businesses. And then we'll working with the SEC and the FSOC and others as basically independent groups that we work with, but nevertheless feel like we could do a much better job at pushing them to routinize disclosure of climate risks, because it really makes sense from everybody's perspective, whether you're an individual consumer in your own home, or you're a large investor, or you're a large business. Getting that done in a way that's consistent and you're able to compare and contrast gives you an ability to lower your risk and invest where your values are.
You know, one of the things that's interesting to me about your role, your new role, is that you really are trying to spearhead this whole of government action and on climate change, really coordinating a lot of disparate agencies. I'm curious, you know, what's the most concrete example of how that whole of government approach is working and is a substantial break from the past?
Oh, Lord, there's a lot of them. I think the one I just mentioned is clearly different. And that took across the entire NEC to be delivering and beyond, frankly. And so we were excited about that. We're excited about the reaction to it because the private sector really reacted well to it. There were many that were already doing these disclosures, but this whole of government approach is really unique. I'll give you a couple of examples. We get together with something called it's a White House Climate Task Force. And so basically, we interact with 36 agencies and independent entities, and we get them together on routine calls to talk about what we see happening, what's not happening, issues that we may want to align on. And it's been very interesting of late to look at how we can use this, not just as a mitigation strategy. For example, when we did the federal procurement, every agency had to engage in that because we all buy things or sell things, right? We do stuff that's worth money and resources. And we had to figure out how, if we're going to buy an electric vehicle fleet, who has the capacity to do that? How much do we have? How do we transition? We had to relocate our infrastructure investments for charging stations. And then you go to something, and so that was an all across the board effort. But then we got to things like, look at the heat that's happening in the Northwest, but in particular in Oregon and Washington, you know, places that you don't expect 117 degrees. You know, when that happens, that people will die from exposure to that heat. Mostly it's seniors, sometimes it's outdoor laborers. So we immediately brought together a small resilience task force focused on heat. Now HHS, Health and Human Services, is going to spearhead that effort. We went to HUD to put a notice out to everybody who actually is in public housing about where they could locate cooling centers. We had folks looking at how we could get access to federal buildings to see if they could be used as cooling centers in certain areas. We put out information on how LIHEAP, which is an energy program, you could use those dollars to actually buy an air conditioner and move forward with it. So that happened within the space of 3 days' time, when you could get all these agencies that almost never intersect with one another to be able to talk to each other and sort of rally around some of these issues which are systemically impacting everybody, and can use really unique tools of the federal system to address them. Now, that doesn't mean we had all the answers, but it does mean now we have a broad resiliency group that is now across the federal family. We just had a big meeting with President Biden and the vice president and many of the cabinet members got together to look at how we could address the wildfires better. They brought the Western governors to the table. We had a broad range of discussion about how we could work together. We identified additional resources to be brought to the table right away. FEMA was at the table because for the first time ever, FEMA is now not just responding, but they have a $1 billion fund that can be used to give grants to communities for resilience efforts. So these are the things that are sprouting out. And frankly, it's by convenience and foresight that we have everybody together, but it's really by necessity that we do these things because we are in a new normal. And if we can't figure out how to work together, then it's going to be, an impact on lives and property. And so we have to move quickly.
Well, so while you are convening all of this federal activity and getting the agencies together, of course, you're focusing a lot of time and attention on Congress. You and the president have both talked a great deal about the importance of a clean energy standard to meeting the climate crisis. Do you see that as an absolutely essential red line item for the budget reconciliation package?
Well, I don't want to say that anything is a red line, because frankly, a lot of the work that went into the bipartisan infrastructure plan was really built a tremendous foundation for us to grow on. And as you know, Jennifer, we have lots of regulatory authority that we intend to use regardless, and we'll move forward with those efforts to try to tackle the climate crisis. But you're right, some of the work that wasn't handled yet in the bipartisan infrastructure framework is now the focus of intense discussion. It will be a budgetary process. And so there is a real opportunity in that process that the president has identified to do some more investments in clean energy and climate that we think are going to be essential. The clean electricity standard is important. It's important because, well, let me put it this way. The clean tax credits are really fundamental because they send businesses a long-term signal about where we're going to invest, where we think the world needs to head. The investments in electric cars are the same. Those are sound business investment strategies where we're listening to who the winners are and looking at the benefits they bring for climate and making the right investments there. So we do expect that tax credits will be there and that they will be designed to be more effective than the last and that they'll be lasting for longer periods of time. But that sort of just means we have businesses ready. What the clean electricity standard says is go. Don't wait, go, because we are going to put you on a schedule that says you get out of the gate and run and you keep running. And without that, there's going to have to be a regulatory strategy to move that forward. And I think we all can agree that a clean electricity standard can actually be that motivator out of the gate that will allow us to get the kind of impacts at scale that we really need to have now.
Well, you can fall back on regulation if you don't get a CES through Congress. How might you also fall back on states to green things up if federal law gets bogged down?
Well, we've been relying on them for a while, and I think it's great as we're continuing to work with the states and local communities. We are definitely seeing states embracing the advantages that renewable energy brings, understanding that we need to make grid investments moving forward so that we don't have the kind of insecure system that isn't able to handle the kind of temperature extremes that we're seeing. So I have great faith in states moving forward. They see that this is money-saving opportunities. I think the energy, generation themselves, the generators, see that this is the future. We're not fighting with Edison Electric Institute or anybody. We're just looking at what's reasonable and how do we move forward. But local communities are really, I think, been playing a larger and larger role as we move forward. Because we do have distributed energy, we do have energy efficiency. They're the best group to tackle some of the buildings and the housing. And if we invest in that and we're clever with that as well, and we invest in this new civilian climate corps, which I'm really excited about, I think you get everybody seeing that this is, not a punishment to address this. This is actually an investment in our future. And if we can move it forward with that more hopeful stance, which I think it deserves, I think you'll get the private sector seeing where their investments ought to be made, what the winners and losers are going to be. And in the end, Jennifer, I love being on this program because I get to explain that I think government's great, but government was not intended to do it all. It was intended, I think, to do the innovations like DOE is going to have the resources to do, to innovate for the future, to do the demonstrations of new technologies we need. But in the end, it's going to all be about how did we show the private sector where money could be made? And if we can do that, then it's just going to climb, and the momentum is going to be the kind of high bar that we need it to be in order to address the climate crisis in a timely way.
You're talking very convincingly about how industry needs to be part of this and really buy into all of this change, but the federal policy change too. 11 years ago, President Obama enacted his signature legislative achievement, the Affordable Care Act, after numerous failed attempts. Plenty of naysayers said it couldn't be done, and yet they succeeded in large part because they got early buy-in from stakeholder industries, hospitals and pharmaceutical companies. So I wonder, what are you doing on climate now to bring in emitting industries, and not just automakers and EEI and the utilities, but also oil and gas companies?
Yeah, well, we're trying to be as creative as we can, Jennifer. There's no question that the fossil fuel companies recognize that there's a shift. I don't think they're denying that. Are they coming to the table with a full-throated response to that? No. But the president, I think, one of the reasons he really, in his campaign and in his executive orders now that he is the president, is making it very clear that we have a time-limited opportunity here to make this transition. And so we have an all-of-the-above strategy. We're not taking things off the table. I just attended a meeting this morning and did a little back and forth with Ernie Moniz, the past DOE secretary, who has the Energy Futures Initiative, and with President Trumka from the AFL-CIO, and Senator Manchin spoke at it, Senator Sherrod Brown spoke at it, because we're all looking at opportunities to actually use demonstrations of both CCUS and clean hydrogen in the Ohio River Valley, because there's an opportunity to get manufacturing humming again. We are not just going to be delivering electric vehicle charging stations. We are here to fundamentally reinvigorate the economy in a way that's going to make sense from a climate perspective, but make sense from a people perspective, really create jobs. The president was thrilled with the number of jobs that was created last month. I think it was 850,000 new jobs. So he's up over 3 million jobs in a shorter period of time than any president has been able to muster. And I think if you look at the popularity of what he's proposing, it feels like people are getting the fact that we're investing in America again. We want to win the future. We want to grab back the supply chains. And we're going to do that in a way that's growing millions of jobs. It's a hugely popular proposal moving forward. like staggeringly popular. And you can understand why. You know, people are tired and they're afraid and they need work and they need a home to live in and they need a shot at living in the middle class. You know, they need it. And I think this is the best way to deliver it is, yes, it's about clean energy. Yes, it's about climate. But more importantly, it's about people and making this a kitchen table issue in terms of how do we bounce out of this pandemic into winning the 21st century economy. That's what this is all about.
You talk about Senator Manchin, and of course, a lot of people are talking about Senator Manchin these days. You've got to keep Democrats united, and that includes Senator Manchin, folks from coal country. I mean, he literally shot the cap and trade bill with a gun in 2009, right? So how do you win him over for something that would dramatically reduce the use of coal?
I think we're already doing that, and I think we're doing it by recognizing that life has changed since then. You know, clearly the climate crisis is front and center, but also coal has lost a considerable amount of jobs, regardless of what got shot down. With the transition is there. And part of what we wanted to do early on, and we found significant resources, like almost $500 million, to actually support job transition. I think it's been really important for Senator Manchin to both see that there is a future being built here that he can support to reinvigorate manufacturing and to bring economic development to his communities. But it's also about jobs. I mean, the plan, the bipartisan infrastructure framework included significant amount of dollars just for cleanups of contaminated spaces, brownfields redevelopment to get the economic development going. It talks about, you know, investments in putting coal miners and others back to work in closing old coal mines. Folks that are in the oil and gas production sector can find a home, closing thousands, if not millions, of abandoned mines. And the resources are on the table in this plan to get this done. So there is nothing here other than opportunity investment here for communities like West Virginia and some places in Pennsylvania, where we're all going to be visiting, because it's time that they saw that they were part of the future, and a future that this government is going to invest in. And so I think there's every opportunity in the world to keep Senator Manchin not just communicating and talking, but feeling good about the investments that are being made. His state needs it as much as any other, if not more.
One of the opportunities for the future economically, but also in terms of reducing emissions, is clearly is the auto sector, the transportation sector, the biggest source of U.S. greenhouse gas emissions. And obviously EPA, your former agency, is rewriting the fuel economy and tailpipe standards. Environmental groups, including the one you previously led, said the administration needs to set clean car standards that will achieve a 60% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030. Will you do that?
What did I know? I mean, really. We are going to look really hard at doing a couple of things. And one is to recognize that we've lost an awful lot of time during the Trump administration and beyond. So we've been working with California really closely to look at how we can make up for lost time at a pace that's reasonable, but also one that's going to allow us to be sort of meeting some of the objectives that President Biden's put out there. On the power sector, we're talking about clean by 2035. It's not unreasonable to think that we can achieve close to 100%, if not 100% of vehicles, but that's going to be up to the car companies and further steps forward to see how that can all lay out. So we are going to be looking at developing a rule that does catch up, developing a rule that goes further out, and we are going to continue to talk to the car companies who themselves, some have mentioned 60%. And a vast majority of them now, I'm sorry, that's an overstatement. You can't say a vast majority of 3. because it's the big three that we're paying the most attention to. But they have said everywhere from 40 to 60%. And they're looking at, like if you talk to Mary Barrett, GM, it's 100% by 2035. So we'll see how these roll out, but we have to make sure that we're continuing to push. But frankly, we're working really hard with the UAW to make sure that they can see a path ahead for more union jobs on this. Because what we don't want to do is make sure that we're failing to pay attention to the manufacturing in the US and car manufacturing and battery manufacturing and increasing the amount of manufacturing we have of cars is the balance that the UAW is going to be looking for. And it's also going to be the way in which we drive demand forward. So I'm pretty excited about the opportunities there as well. So maybe I was smarter than I thought I was at NRDC, but then again, we're going to be looking at this and I'm not going to give any helpful hints at this point.
Well, you obviously talk with great passion, you and the president, about EVs and the opportunity to win the EV race. Right now, there are states such as California and other countries such as China that are putting mandates in place to phase out the sale of conventional gasoline-powered cars. Should and how will the U.S. get firm targets in place for EV penetration so we don't forfeit, this remarkable opportunity for EV jobs and investment?
Yeah, I think that what you're seeing right now is that the companies themselves are gearing up to make that transition. And what you see in California is they have this authority to set a zero emission vehicle standard. We don't enjoy that same authority. So we have to look at it through EPA regulations, which is really looking at what we expect to get for fleet averages. So we'll be looking, obviously, at what we think is reasonable in terms of EV penetration between now and the next couple of rounds of light-duty vehicle rulemaking that we're going to be moving forward on. But it's very clear, regardless, Jennifer, there's no secret. We're not instigating the car companies saying all of the stuff they're saying about electric vehicles. They're saying it because they want their investors to know that they're going to invest in electric vehicles because that's where it's at. And so I think the bigger effort is to make sure that we grab the supply chain back here in the United States. So we're manufacturing the parts, we're manufacturing the batteries, and we're bringing the jobs back home that were offshored. Same with solar, same with wind. That's where all of the really interesting job growth opportunities are and where we can begin to really lay a foundation for clean energy that's going to be lasting.
Let me just follow up on that. I mean, when we talk about sustainable supply chains, so much of the clean energy future depends on lithium. And yet there's just one large-scale lithium plant, operating in the U.S. today. And of course, there's significant opposition from environmental interests, from Native Americans to some proposed mines in Nevada. What will the administration do to ensure the U.S. is producing more of that essential lithium domestically, that in the transition to EVs, we don't trade a reliance on, a volatile oil market for a reliance on China and other countries for lithium and other components?
Yeah, you're right. There is a need for us to look at how we can make sure that we're not just not standing in the way, but encouraging the innovation in this area. And there's a couple of things that are going on. We actually have identified opportunities for lithium mining in a number of states. There's more of it than we ever thought was going to be available. And there's also investment in technologies in this area. The Department of Energy is heavily investing in a number of technologies where the lithium mined can be basically transformed into the quality lithium that you need for those batteries. And as a matter of fact, Mary Barrett, GM, just announced another multi-billion-dollar, investment and partnership she has in one of these technologies for General Motors. So there's a lot going on, and you're right. These areas have to be carefully handled. There's a need for governance structures, but there's also a need for us to understand that these vital materials are necessary and can be managed well so that they don't pose an environmental hazard, but they do open up the kind of opportunities for a clean energy future that we all want.
I appreciate that. I know our time is short. I'd love to ask you just one more question. You know,
Sure.
Looking back at this weekend, the G20 finance ministers, they just recognized carbon pricing as a potential tool to combat climate change in Saturday's communique. Of course, the European Union this week is about to unveil its plan for a carbon border adjustment. Given that a carbon border adjustment seems to tick a lot of boxes for this administration, I mean, it really aligns with the president's goals for, spurring other countries to cut emissions, improving U.S. competitiveness. Where is the administration on this issue? Does this administration support a border adjustment?
Well, it's not off the table, certainly in any of the discussions. That's the most I can tell you.
I mean, am I right? Do you see it as a tool to help U.S. competitiveness, our steelmaking industry, for example?
There are many ways in which you could look at a carbon border adjustment as an opportunity here. And I don't disagree with folks that are pushing on carbon pricing as a whole. But I do think there are other strategies that may be more beneficial, both in terms of putting an immediate boost into the system for the kind of clean energy investments that we're looking for, and also ensure the president's commitment to equity and justice. You know, just a plain carbon price could end up landing on consumers, and we simply don't want that. The president wouldn't tolerate that. All the pay-fors for this is going to come from somebody other than folks who earn $400,000 or less. And so we have to be cautious about how you would design these strategies. And I know they're being discussed, and I know there's a lot of ideas on the table about how we can ensure that this is done fairly and equitably, but that's going to be one of the president's major considerations, because he has a passion to ensure that we are investing in the communities left behind sufficiently that folks who are living in poverty get that opportunity to actually make it to the middle class. That's the only way that we're going to have a robust system over time that I think everybody can enjoy.
Gina McCarthy, National Climate Advisor, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Jennifer. It was my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
ESG isn't only about windmills and clear streams. It's a powerful investment analysis tool. It's about seeking to reduce risk and uncovering opportunities, meeting mandates, reaching financial goals. It's time to turn blue sky thinking into solutions-based investing, because after all, ESG means business.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lauren Keel, and I'm the General Manager for Bloomberg Green. I'm pleased to be joined today by Ed Farrington, who is the EVP for Institutional and Retirement for Natixis Investment Managers, and Harold Wolcate, the Head of ESG for Natixis Investment Managers. Ed and Harold, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
We're going to begin the Natixis Investment Managers Advisory Board Spotlight by talking about the World Economic Forum's Global Risks Report, which said that climate action failure has been deemed the second most likely global risk behind extreme weather for the last 3 years. Harold, with the number of net zero and other climate-related pledges that we've seen recently, leaders of government and business stepping up, are they right to be this concerned?
Yes, I certainly believe so. And and I think it's interesting that we're talking about these two topics, climate policy action and extreme weather events. I think these things are clearly linked. And I think the World Economic Forum is right to have this at the top of the list of risks. I'm not a climate scientist myself, but I've done a fair amount of reading about climate science, talking to climate scientists, and I think they're in agreement that this is posing an existential threat to society and also obviously to business and therefore also to investors. And we don't actually have that much time to tackle it. And, so the moment is really now to do something about it.
If we are to avoid climate action failure, what role should investors play and what role should governments play?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think both governments and investors or the private sector have very important roles to play. I think on the investor side, one of the most important things I believe is to take their active ownership roles seriously. So obviously, as investors, especially active investors, we have a responsibility to play a role in the governance of companies. Clearly, many industries and many companies are going to be affected by either the direct impacts of climate change or by government policies to address climate change. And this is going to be a topic of conversation for management and investors. And so obviously investors have a role in holding management to account, making sure that their long-term plans are sort of aligned with reality, are feasible. And so to the extent that climate change or climate policy is going to impact what happens in their industries and impacts their plans, that's something that investors will have a view on and will need to challenge corporate management on. So I think that's the number one thing. The other thing that's very important is investors should do work to understand the risks involved. The best tool for this, we believe, is scenario analysis. Then there's been plenty of discussion about scenario analysis, but a lot of it has focused on the quantitative kind of scenario analysis. We believe that it's important that investors don't forget about the qualitative kind, which is really understanding the bigger picture, trying to figure out what the potential scenarios are going forward, especially looking at what kind of government action is likely, and then trying to figure out what would happen to business and investments in those different scenarios and how to be positioned for those developments. So that's 2. 3, also very important, is investing in green technologies, new technologies, which is actually something that's not as easy as many people would think, because many of the new technologies that are needed to shift to sort of a green economy are in their infancy or actually not yet existent. And so it's very hard to invest in these things that are subscale, often very risky, generally don't meet the investment criteria of our clients. But there are ways to make those investments and activities investable, for example, using blended finance tools and working with governments. And so the fourth thing, and then that's bringing me also to the government side, is recognizing that government policy is really crucial in addressing climate change. I think investors have an obligation to see how they can support government policy. And so then to your question, what can governments do? I think I'll try to keep this a little bit briefer, but so it's 3 things really. One thing, I think pretty much everyone is agreed on, climate scientists, economists, and so forth, investors, is some form of carbon tax. In addition, there will need to be sort of industry-specific policies. And then finally, also governments will need to invest in new technologies, just as they've done recently, investing in vaccine development for corona. I think we should see very similar kinds of cooperations between governments and the private sector, including investors, to scale up the technologies that we need.
Ed, Harold mentioned the role of government policy in this. We've seen the emergence of increasing regulatory scrutiny on sustainable investing practices. What impact do you think these will have on the investment landscape?
Yeah, so certainly there's a role for asset owners, for asset managers, and for policymakers in addressing these rather large problems that we have globally. When it comes to policymakers, what we're seeing throughout the world now is with the emergence of so many sustainably themed investment strategies, whether it be a mutual fund or an institutional investor in a separate account, regulators are really pushing to ensure that when something is labeled sustainable or responsible or ESG, that it actually adheres to that mandate, or to say it in a more simple way, that we have truth in labeling. So we're certainly seeing that in Europe. We're hearing a lot of talk about that in the US with the SEC beginning to have conversations to ensure that when someone actually invests their money thinking it's in a sustainable strategy, that there are actually some metrics behind that and there are some measurements behind that. But I'll take you in another direction as well, because something I think material is happening here in the US, which is we're seeing a change in tone from the current administration versus the previous administration when it comes to ESG investments being made available in corporate retirement plans, in workplace savings plans. And the reason I want to highlight that is in the US, the workplace savings marketplace is a $10 trillion marketplace, and it's growing at 6% a year. And as we sit here today, only 1% of assets, or actually less than one, but let's just use 1% of all of those 10 trillion in assets are in sustainably themed investment strategies. As we see regulation change and make it easier for plan sponsors to make ESG strategies or sustainable strategies available in plans, I think we'll see a material shift in the amount of assets that are going into funds of these types. And this could have a dramatic effect on the amount of capital moving toward responsible, sustainable, climate-themed investment strategies, and could really begin to shape the investment universe here in the US. And I think that will have a ripple effect throughout the world.
And could you also tell us specifically what Natixis are doing to help guide investors through what we know is a complex landscape, help them achieve these sustainability objectives?
Yeah, sure. So Harold and I are in a pretty fortunate position in that we have 20 plus investment managers throughout the world that are independent and autonomous, and all of them bring some unique capability to the ESG conversation. Some are very much focused on active ownership. Some are focused on ESG integration. Some are pure impact investors. And because we have all of these capabilities and expertise, we can actually have a conversation with clients to understand what it is they're trying to solve. One of the things that Harold and I often talk about is you first need to understand what an investor, whether it's an institution or an individual, what are they trying to accomplish? Are they trying to improve their investment process, or are they trying to improve the world? Or are they trying to do both? And this starts a conversation that allows us to align the right expertise and capability with the problem that an investor is seeking to solve. So we really start with this as a conversation, not as a product, or we don't start with a solution in mind. We actually start with a conversation and align the appropriate capability.
I think a problem-solving approach is a great way to leave this. So Ed and Harold, thank you so much for joining me, and thank you again to Natixis Investment Managers.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Well, hi, everyone. I'm Francine Lacquan. We're delighted. Good afternoon and good morning to you. We're delighted that you're joining us for this next conversation, Getting to Net Zero, Mobilizing Capital. And I could not be more delighted than to be joined by our two panelists, Matt Christensen, Managing Director, Global Head Sustainable and Impact Investing at Allianz Global Investors, and Hervé Dutheil, he's Chief Sustainability Officer, America's BNP Paribas. So, gentlemen, thank you both for joining us. Of course, finance, we know, is a very critical part or enabler for solving some of these climate change issues, but also how to speed up the transition to low carbon emissions. What's the best way, we're in 2021, July 2021, to align policy and private capital, Matt?
I'd say if we take this sort of short-term window of the 12 months ahead, we're still working through the SFDR regulation, those of us in Europe, so I'm not going to bother those of you outside the European zone. But what I can tell you is that this regulatory push, which is really about how to mainstream net zero ways of thinking around climate, I'd like to think that in 12 months' time, that regulatory push will have helped us to do a better job of getting data sources that we can use with a bit more of a robust confidence in how they could be tapped in around, for example, a warming temperature, which I think we really need to get towards over time for a net zero perspective. And the other part would be around mobilizing more capital, both from, let's say, private investors and public investors, and how we can think about that there's really need to work together, whether it be developing economies or the emerging economies. And that this 12-month cycle to me is, we're trying to make this push that's moving from a linear to more exponential basis, but we need some more confidence to be able to get off the sidelines and do more.
Actually, how much progress do you see actually in the next 12 months? We're hopefully out of COVID-19. So is this really the time to accelerate this?
The time frame of the next 12 months is short, but unfortunately, we don't have much time left to make the right decisions. And I would say three things come to mind. The first one is for those who haven't to take a net zero commitment. We already have a critical mass of financial institutions, which I think are going to be a catalyst for change. So for those, especially in the corporate world, who haven't made a net zero commitment, it's really to wake up that this is what is required now. So I think that's the first thing. The second, I know there's a lot of talk about this, but we really need to shift from voluntary to mandatory disclosures, and I would say quickly. Maybe that's the key word. We know the rest is happening, but we don't have time to get it perfect. So we cannot spend 3 to 5 years trying to figure out what it should be. We need it now, even as imperfect as it can be.
But Hervé, how likely is it that actually this becomes mandatory?
Oh, it is likely. I mean, it is more than likely. In the US, as you know, the SEC has launched a consultation on this, and they've made it very, very clear that that they will move on this. Certainly with proposed rulings, and then may take some more time in terms of to work with the standard setters for the details. But we're definitely moving to mandatory disclosure. What is key is that it gets overall aligned internationally quickly, and secondly that again that we agree on some core metrics. I don't think it can remain qualitative. There are some basic metrics. I would launch, I would say, scope 3 measures in particular, as crude as there can be. But this would be the impetus for change, and we don't have 5 years to figure out what a scope 3 metric should be.
Matt, do you think it'll be mandatory?
Yeah, on that point, I think the good news is that in spite of the sort of sclerotic way that, let's just take the US, the way that can bounce back and forth, and you have the federal, the state, and we also know how much it can go between a on-off culture on climate change in terms of the regulatory environment. I do think that the EU's position on having played the role of the activist regulator, I think we can say that that's what they're trying to do to influence the shaping of this topic around the world, that we do have a chance that the US, and if we take just sort of the 3 years, so I'm moving past the 12-month cycle, Francine, forgive me, but that they have a chance to actually mainstream this in a way that might make it, and also just the timing of other influences happening in the United States, into an environment that is more palatable than it was in the past. And I think that the similar type of things and discussions are happening in Japan and other parts, even in other parts of Asia. So will it happen? I think that forms of the mandatory approach will start to play themselves out over the next 3 years. And I think the voluntary pieces of others following the EU approach, I believe that that's starting to happen already.
And
Matt,
if I may add
example,
something,
go ahead,
Francine, on that point is investors, you can see over the last 2-3 years in the proxy battles in particular that investors are launching, that there is a whole slate of topics and issues way beyond financial materiality that do matter to investors. And I think the regulatory agencies that cater to securities and provide getting the information that investors need recognize through, especially the recent wins as well, that investors do pay attention to much more than financial materiality, from climate change to emissions to diversity, equity and inclusion issues.
So I just want to remind everyone watching and listening that you can also write questions. So please don't be shy at all. Just write as many questions as you want, and I'll make sure that our two wonderful panelists will answer them. Matt, if we just take stock of how much, private capital has been able to be mobilized so far, and if you look at the target of net zero, is it working? What's working, and what can we actually do better, Matt?
So is it working? I think all of us would probably say it's not enough, right? So the idea that, in terms of the IEA report, right, it was about the need to go from, say, 150 billion to 1 trillion by 2030 over time. So these are big numbers, but the point is it's not working enough, but it has started. And I think that that's the good news. Part of what needs to happen is this alignment. I think that's where the standard setting gets a bit in there as well as this alignment of the goals that we might have around the data to more of a temperature and not just emissions. And so everybody spoke about scope 3. This is a part of the whole picture that's a bit missing right now to influence the entire shape of the sector in terms of the way we think about net zero and how we invest. I'd say some areas of what's working are starting to gain traction. More companies aligning to the SBTE, that is the Science-Based Targets initiative. I think that those standards are at least helpful as a starting point for a discussion if we think about investor engagement that we might do with companies around how are they positioning towards a net zero, and that would be one proxy to see what they're doing. But I would say that if we think about where we are today and let's say the Paris standards, if I just use one example, I know that I've looked at the sort of property sector and that the highest building standards that we have at the moment still align around a +3 degree scenario, right? So this is sort of the information that we have today. And when you think about where we need to go, no, it's not working enough, but it's a start. And that's why it is a bit of this J curve that we have to enter now.
Hervé, so do you also believe it's slow? I mean, a lot of people will say, look, there's progress, but it's at glacial pace. And how does it get accelerated?
Yes, in a way. But the way I look at it is, first of all, we've come a long way. When I started on this over 7.5 years ago, we were nowhere. No one was looking at it. No one was talking about it. And I truly believe that if sustainability and ESG is on everyone's radars, from CNN to CNBC to the supermarket nowadays,
Bloomberg.
Of course, Bloomberg. But I didn't want to put you as a newcomer to the field, so that's why I didn't name you. I think finance is really responsible for it. We've mainstreamed it before. Sustainable SRI did exist for a long time, but that was niche. What investment banking has done over the last 7 years is to mainstream this, and now it's a topic of conversation. Administrations, regulatory bodies, and so on. So we've really come a long way. Now, the second thing is you have humongous investor interest. And that also has grown tremendously from the niche investors, the impact investors, the responsible investors, to now the passive investors even have want to tilt their passive investment to include ESG. So you have huge money is waiting on the sidelines. Now, what's not working is it's all new. And financing Fortune 500 companies to do better ESG, that's easy. We've developed the tools. But in emerging markets, the problems to be solved are complicated. We work on blended capital solutions and so on, but that is slow. We haven't found ways to replicate quickly. And yes, it will take the time it will take.
I don't know whether you want to jump in, and then I have a lot of audience questions.
I just want to say something that what Hervé mentioned made me think about this idea of the change and the rapid pace. So the mobilization of capital, let's say we need the J-curve effect from where we are today. But on Hervé's point about the attention it's receiving in the media and around many stakeholders, I'd say one of the interesting things that's happened over the last 18 months is the conversation has shifted a bit from what it used to be in this topic. Let's take the wider topic, which is, can you make money doing it? That was a lot of the topic. It's still out there, but it was really a primary question that you would receive, which was, let's look at the returns and risk return profile, et cetera. The conversation has now moved on to, well, and this goes back to the point about passive capital that Hervé mentioned, which is, do you have any proof it actually does anything? And that's a newer conversation, which is more about everyone's saying they're doing net zero or they're doing new ways of investing, but what's the proof point that something changed? I'd say that's actually a healthy dialogue that we're moving towards, which is more about a let's accept that we can do this and put this into the capitalist system and make money doing it, but let's now monitor and make sure it makes a difference.
But Matt, to that, so I'm getting a lot of questions actually on reporting and disclosure. So, I mean, what kind of standardized disclosure requirements for public and private companies do we need, and how much progress has the G20 done?
So I'll kick that one off. I think that on the reporting, the challenge has been, if you think about financial reporting, have 50 to 100 years over time of arriving at points of agreement, which is reporting that might be good enough. Risk, what's risk, or standard deviation ideas, volatility. These are agreed norms. We don't have the same agreed norms, and we don't have the time. That's something that I think was mentioned by Hervé earlier, and I agree with that one, is we do need to get to enough of a norming to agree to move forward. And so the areas on reporting that I would see that become more mainstream, the fastest one is going to be on your carbon disclosure, some sort of form of a footprint, the intensity of your exposure to carbon as one proxy for climate change. Not perfect, but available. The one that I think will be a complement is the one I mentioned earlier, which is not as mature, about how do we get this idea of a temperature gauge, so that if we just think about a person who is looking at the return risk profile and impact profile of their investment strategy, that they could see at a fund basis what is the warming temperature of their portfolio, or if we just take an institutional investor, that they could see the warming temperature of their aggregated assets across asset classes and be able to say, are they currently at a 3-degree scenario, and are they able to show over time they're moving from a 3 to a 2 degree to a 1.5 degree? That is still immature. But to those questions about reporting and disclosure, that's, I believe, about where we need to move to create more of a standardization and common understanding about what to look at.
How fast do you think we need to get there?
Again, look, we have to be net zero by 2050, which means we need to have everything set by 2030, which means we need to make the decisions in the next 5 years. So we have less than, I think the 3 year time frame that was mentioned by Matt is more or less the right one. I just wanted to add, it will kind of answer that question to an example. I know a very well-known pension fund, and I was very impressed by what they told me a few years ago. They asked all their portfolio managers, they gave them a strong incentive to reduce carbon footprint by 25% in their portfolio. And they took one single metric from one single provider, and they decided to stick to it, not argue, not do an average. They know it's not correct, but they say it doesn't matter. We just pick a standard, and we're measuring the entire portfolio against that standard, and on a relative basis, if you wish, it will put us more or less in the direction we want to be. And this was to illustrate the fact that we don't have the time to be perfect. And the point is not to be perfect. The point is just to get a benchmark that we then get a clear direction and targets from there.
I was looking at some numbers, Matt, and I think, I read that we need a 5-fold increase in extra net zero investments if we're going to shift and actually reach some of the targets. Again, where is that coming from, and how then do those investments translate into the real economy? I mean, at the end of the day, it's about building bridges and transport and industry that is going to be greener.
So I'd say that if we think about the types of asset classes to get there, we do need to see that this is across the entire chain. And so I would think about alternatives, and you mentioned bridges and roads. So one of the things that we've been doing a lot of work on just internally, and I think this is the kind of stuff that's happening across the field, is how to embed more of this way of thinking into the actual preset of information that we're doing through a due diligence, but also with this notion of having some targets about where we want to get to over time. I think that target setting, whether it be the 20% reduction that was a pension fund example, or the fact that I think the profession of asset management right now is looking at how to start embedding target setting across the base of third-party assets over time. We're not there yet, but we're in the middle of those conversations. And what you can expect to see is, if I just give a few examples, you'll see that infrastructure, debt investing is going to include a lot more around how to measure net zero in the forms of investment towards looking at, is an investment going to also shift over time away from, let's say, traditional areas? We just highlighted, maybe you saw this last week, that we have no more investments in coal. So that's an example of what's going away from the set of investments that would be considered more on the dirtier side. But also it's about this emerging market idea that you guys were mentioning, and the idea of public-private partnerships. So we have indeed a blended finance whole area that we're putting together. And one of the strategies that we've launched is a Paris-aligned strategy. And we're looking at how to best measure that with donor capital complemented with private investor capital. And that's the kind of product innovation we also need. We need innovation that's going to be in alternatives, but we also need it between private market and public market. So there's a lot of innovation, Francine, that we're going to need to see happening around anything from the classic green bonds as a starting point to SDG-linked bonds to then things around alternatives. I believe that's what you'll start to see in the next 3 to 5 years.
I'm getting quite a lot of questions actually on KPIs, and then you can also go back to a little bit of what Matt was saying. But what kind of key performance indicators are people looking at to really improve results?
So that's in the mainstream, in mainstream finance, I would say, and the KPIs are primarily, there's a big variety of KPIs, but of course for carbon-intensive sectors, environmental KPIs, which are linked to greenhouse gas emission, whether in absolute terms or in intensity terms, are the core basis. Then it gets tailored sector by sector. If it's in the cement space, you're going to look at the clinker factor. If it's in the mining space or power utilities, you may look at water intensity and so on. You also have social KPIs, of course, but one needs to make sure that for environmentally sensitive sectors, the social doesn't hide what needs to be achieved on the net zero target. What I wanted to add to the previous topic was that capital is there. And will increasingly be there. First of all, if you look at the level of oversubscription in green bonds and actually the pricing, so-called greenium that you get because of this higher demand, shows that there is capital just awaiting to get invested. The second and last thing I wanted to add is that why capital is going to be increasingly there. It's because the last 7 years we've really focused on the opportunity side of sustainability and ESG, because we were starting the topic and we of course focused on the best in class and showed them that if you were best in class in ESG, you had greater opportunities. But I think what is becoming really apparent to all, and it's going to be increasingly so over the next 10 years, is that in fact the transition risk is real. and it is a real threat for any incumbent in carbon-intensive sectors, as well as dependent of those carbon-intensive sectors. And so capital will increasingly chase best-in-class and green assets, because they will realize that those who are not transitioning represent an increasingly risk of becoming stranded assets someday.
Okay, on KPIs, and then I have many questions from the audience, which we'll have to whiz through. So the question on KPIs was, what would you be looking at?
Yeah, on the KPIs, I think what we want is to start with the basics as a standard for the entire market. And so I've mentioned the idea of some sort of carbon disclosure, a climate type of KPI that would measure intensity, and then the idea of this temperature gauge. I think from there, we're quickly going to go, and everybody mentioned a bit at sector level. So you'll start to get different KPIs depending on the sector. But I'll give you some examples of what I think will become the next area of research for KPIs that might go across many sectors. Biodiversity is going to be a huge topic. It's certainly going to be coming up at the COP26 in Glasgow as one of the key next areas of, call that the next wave of climate change, will be biodiversity. And there are now initiatives about how to establish what could be a KPI that would do a better job of assessing those kind of natural capital risks or even water risks. So you're going to start to see KPIs developed around waste, water, biodiversity. And I do think that this idea of the social impact cannot be neglected, because it's very easy all of a sudden to really chase the idea of net zero, which can be in a way one that is agreed upon as a planetary need to go after, but that the idea of social risks that are caught up in that are not measured appropriately or not tackled because they're political risks as well as social. I think we have to keep in mind that that's going to be a piece that will cause some controversy as we go forward, which is that it's not just to do environmentally led KPIs, it's how do you ensure that there's a social underpinning to it at the same time.
I'm getting a lot of questions on greenwashing. So there's a growing concern around greenwashing in the financial sector. How are you both addressing this risk, Hervé?
So the KPIs can be key, actually. One way to address, I totally agree with you. It's more than a risk, quite honestly, because, and the reason is how fast we've evolved over the last 12 months. Now everyone wants to do sustainable finance, and obviously, if you can, it has to be with high ambitions. So one way is actually to standardize KPIs. Of course, you lower the level of ambitions, but at least you establish a minimum standards, sector by sector, saying, if you're in the steel industry, you should put 3 to 5 KPIs out of this list of 15, let's say, or if you're an agri trader and so on. So standardization of the KPIs might be a way to tackle this. Of course, it's a bit deceiving because you can have a minimum standard, but then borrowers will have an opportunity to differentiate themselves by moving from those standard KPIs by adding more ambitious ones or more diversified ones.
Matt, very quickly, final thoughts on greenwashing. How do we avoid it?
I think that what you will see over time, and that the investors and clients will demand, is that when you have a KPI, it will be about, okay, what does it mean? And how do we measure it against what would be a benchmark of some sort? So in the same way we do benchmarking on financial performance, we will eventually get to a better playing field on this measurement of a KPI against benchmark, which is still also not mature, but a starting point so that the base of clients can get a better sense of what was different across peers when they think about climate net zero. So it's not just a standard KPI with no reference point.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. We could have talked for another 4 hours. Yeah, hopefully there's progress, and progress will come soon. Matt Christensen, Managing Director, Global Head Sustainability and Impact Investing at Allianz Global Investors, and Hervé Dutheil, Chief Sustainability Officer, America's BNP Paribas. So thank you both, and thank you also to everyone listening and watching us.
Thank you.
I'm Haslinda Amina, Bloomberg Television. The global push to electrify transport is gathering momentum. Every major automaker now has at least one EV in production, with some pledging to sell only EVs by the end of the decade. But the transition to EVs is still faced with major roadblocks. Let's get insights. Makoto Uchida is CEO and president of Nissan, which is supercharging its carbon zero drive with a £1 billion EV manufacturing hub. Uchida-san, thank you so much for your time today.
Well, thank you for inviting me, Haslinda. I'm glad to be a part of these conversations.
Now, back in 2010, when Nissan released the Leaf for the mass market, it said back then that the world and the EV infrastructure in general were not developed enough to accommodate the car. How different is it today?
Well, today, if you look at the all the infrastructure in Japan, it's totally different from when we started to introduce the Leaf 10 years ago. And I think today we don't find so much problem in terms of charging infrastructure. But however, I would say overall the electrification, the pandemic has made more conscious about the situation in the future. And there's an increased focus on the climate change and the quality of the life. Same thing here in Japan. While electrification has been a significant trend in automotive industry, the pace of the adoption has been accelerated recently. So at Nissan, we set our carbon neutrality goal by 2050 across the product life cycle and operation. For us, the vehicle electrification is a key step to making carbon neutrality a reality. And we do have a 10 years of expertise, and we would like to make this expertise to be everywhere in the world. And that is what we are doing today.
The EV push has gained momentum, but one of the key issues for that transition is battery technology, storing large amounts of energy in a small battery economically. Where are we in the pursuit of, a rapidly chargeable, safe, compact, efficient, cost-effective battery?
Yeah, I think you're getting to the right point, because battery technology is very evolving rapidly. The key will be energy density, efficiency, and cost competitiveness. So Nissan continues to work on battery innovation, including development of the cobalt-free battery and also solid-state battery. As everybody knows, regulation and the local contents in vehicle needs to be managed by all brands. Hence, we are exploring option, and a good example is our announcement with Envision AESC. We are building the UK's first gigafactory close to the Nissan plant in Sunderland. It would allow rapidly increase production and provide battery to power up to 100,000 Nissan EVs a year. It will increase the cost competitiveness of EV battery, including through a new Gen 5 battery cell with 30% more energy density, which improves range and efficiency itself.
Talk to us about the innovation, the breakthroughs that can be expected in the near future when it comes to those batteries. So much innovation in batteries already seen right now, but so much more is needed to make EVs a viable alternative.
Yeah, I think when we talk about that, I think we need to understand the battery recycling. So over their lifetime, electric vehicles have a significantly similar carbon footprint than traditional cars. But for the sustainability, we must give batteries a second life. And Nissan has a clear vision for battery circular economy and had made significant progress with our rich experience of 10 years. For example, our 4R business model, reuse, resell, refabricate, and recycle the battery. And we are improving durability of our battery year on year with very precise battery energy control. This minimizes deterioration. We may resell of the repurposes them in other EVs for backup power supply. So we are developing and preparing equipment and technology for battery recycling, from threading properly to classifying and taking out high purity raw materials. So our knowledge of how a manufacturer use and recycle battery is something we believe is unique at Nissan. And this is something that we really need to move in terms of the electrified vehicle strategy that we have in our company.
You talk about giving batteries a second life and how perhaps one way to do that, is by removing cobalt in the battery production to make it more environmentally friendly. But some say that perhaps by removing cobalt, it removes the incentive to recycle EV batteries further. Your take on that?
Yeah, I think the cobalt-less is one of the ways that we are doing, but at the end we need to aim for the solid-state battery. But moreover, what we are trying to see is we focus offering more value beyond the mobility, and our customer can draw energy out to power their home and minimize energy cost, support the adoption of the renewable energy, and balance the demand on the grid. So for example, we do have the project in Japan called Namiya project, where we are collaborating with the town of realization of sustainable future, including post-disaster reconstruction, build mobility service as a new means of transportation, achieving of a low carbon environment by leveraging renewable energy. The more we expand EVs, the better we can realize a circular and sustainable economy. For me, this is not an experiment or pilot. This is us, we, Nissan, learning and defining the value we offer.
Uchida-san, one issue is batteries. The other issue is also cost. I mean, EVs pretty much at a nascent stage. Most EVs, though, retail at the higher end of the market, prices of up to $150,000. How do EVs compete with conventional cars on price? Is it realistic that car makers can produce $25,000 EVs in 3 years? I think that was the target that Tesla came up with.
Yeah, it's a very good question. I would say that, of course, there are timing where once more have the scale merit, definitely the cost of the battery would go down, which we are making that such roadmap. But at the end, we should not measure only by the total cost of the ownership by price, but what we provide as the service beyond the vehicle, as I mentioned earlier. Of course, we are continuing to study how we can lower the cost of the EVs, looking at the cost of the system components, such as a battery, motor, inverter, as well as the materials. For example, by commonizing more parts between battery EVs and e-power, which we have models, we will be able to achieve further economical scale. And we are working under the alliance, how we can make the same specification on the battery like a core part, and to enjoy the economical scale of the merit. A lower cost will encourage an increase in sales, and higher sales volume lead to further cost reduction, encouraging a positive spiral effect. For us, what is important is the value we deliver to the customer, from excitement, safety to connectivity. So these are the things that we are focusing on and we are trying to do.
So if I were to get you to look into the crystal ball, when do you think EVs will go mainstream in the US, in Europe, in Asia? What will it take for that faster adoption?
It's a very good question. That is what we are trying to define by ourselves as well. But what I can tell is I think the speed of each market is different. For instance, Europe went ahead. Now you see the China, Japan is also declaring, and now US administration are changing. And how we can match our technology to the customer needs. For instance, your question was in US. So US market still have a lot of customers who are interested in a big size car, and how we can make sure the performance of the EV could satisfy the customer from the total cost of the ownership. So these are the areas, as I answered earlier, how we can make our competitiveness that can give the value to the customer. And this is what we are concentrating today. And we need to draw our, I would say, the strategy, but which meet to the market demand or customer demand, and how we can design our value to the customer in US or time to the market. If you ask me when, of course, we would like to offer the value to make that our vehicle of the strategy to be met with the customer. I cannot really define by when, but this is what we're trying to do.
You talked about how Nissan has a 10-year advantage. So what kind of advantages have you seen for Nissan as the world makes that transition to electric?
Well, we started as a pioneer, and there was a lot of experience we went through with the customer, and we know the battery behavior. And these are the area we can further add to our value or service to the customer. This is what we are doing. And this is, we would like to further to enhance to the customer so that we will be probably, well, our customer will be able to understand what we are trying to give as a service. So this, I would say, definitely our advantage, our expertise. And we have been doing that 10 years at the beginning. So I really think this would is our asset and how we can make that asset to the value that to meet the customer. This is what we are concentrating today.
We can't talk about cars and automakers without talking about the chip shortage, because even for Nissan, it's encountered some problems. Your flagship Ariya EV appears to be delayed because of that chip shortage. I mean, what's Nissan's plan to ensure that, you know, going forward, the impact of a chip shortage does not persist?
Well, I think semiconductor issue, we continue to face challenge due to the shortage of this semiconductor today. We have been managing our inventory level and production schedule to minimize impact to the customer, of course. We share the production impact of the approximately 500,000 units in this year, but we anticipate that we'll be able to recover, I would say, half and more in the second half of the year. Definitely, this is a good lesson learned by our industry and how we can make that further strong supply chain together, knowing that these kind of things may happen in the future. So we are in a work with our partners to make what will be the best scenario moving forward to avoid such sudden uncertainty situation.
Has it impacted your electrification strategies at all?
The semiconductor?
The chip shortage, yes.
Definitely, chip shortage has impacted for our own vehicle. As you may be aware, the chip shortage one is for those vehicles using the high technology has a lot of the needs of this chip semiconductor. As a result, we are being impacted. And again, we are trying to manage it well to make sure that we'll be able to provide a vehicle at the right time to the customer at the best we can do under the given circumstances.
You're investing $1 billion to expand EV production in the UK. Can we expect similar EV-related investments in other regions in, say, the next 5 years?
Yeah, again, I would say that we would have to carefully look at the readiness of the market and our asset and how are we going to make our value to be invested on each core market.
Any markets looking viable right now for that investment?
Yeah, today I cannot tell you yet, but we started with the UK, and definitely that is a starting of our electrification strategy and providing the value to the customer. And we will continue to do so, not only the UK, but look into the other core market and how we're going to do it. So please wait. This is going to be, I think, some good news that we will be able to deliver again and again. I would say that one of our future way is to go through the strategy of the electrified vehicle, which is an EV one side and the e-power. And again, this is the purpose is how we can give this value to the customer.
Uchida-san, when you take a look at the future of mobility, what excites you the most?
Well, I would say many things. No, the customer needs towards the vehicle is changing very rapidly. And I think this pandemic situation has kind of exaggerated the situation. So what we are doing is we would like to provide our Nissan value and expertise beyond the mobility. So beyond the mobility has many meanings. So the car itself is totally different needs when I was still at the high school and today at the customer. So I think this is something that we really looking forward to do. And this is an area that we would have to give our service. Maybe that would go along with our focusing, offering the value beyond the mobility, as I repeating say so. Our customer can draw the energy out to the power their home and minimize the energy cost, support adoption of the renewable energy and balance. So this kind of about the entire ecosystem that we will be able to give as a customer to the customer.
One of the controversial issues right now is the self-driving cars. Car makers say the autopilot function makes cars safer, but the crash victims say it kills. I mean, what's the future of self-driving cars in your view?
Well, I would say this is autonomous drive is one of also our technology that we have. And we are providing something, the value and excitement for the customer for the safety, first of all, and how reliable vehicles through our technology. So these are something that we would like to offer. At the same time, of course, the regulation of each country and the speed and the timing, we would like to further to coordinate and how we can make sure to give the better life to the customer in terms of the safety, from the social. I think this is all the good discussion that we have to go move forward.
Uchida-san, thank you so much for your insights. It's been an interesting conversation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lauren Keel. I'm the General Manager for Bloomberg Green. And I'm pleased to be joined today by Lise Rodionov, the Director of Sustainability for Schlumberger's Advisory Board Spotlight, which is about committing to climate action in the oil and gas space and beyond. Lise, thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
So let's start by talking about Schlumberger's overall climate strategy. How would you describe that to me?
I would say there's three pillars to the strategy. One is about getting to net zero by 2050. The second is expanding or growing our business outside of oil and gas. And then the third is really managing the risk that both climate change and energy transition represent. And just to unpack each of them briefly, for getting to net zero, we're looking at all three scopes, emissions across the whole value chain with interim targets, and what I would call really a technology-centric approach. So in operations, that's electric vehicles and renewables. But the big piece of our footprint is actually related to the use of our technology by customers. So customer emissions accounts for about 75% of our footprint. So we have a portfolio of technology called transition technology to help with that. In terms of investing beyond oil and gas, we believe that many forms of energy are going to be needed to meet demand, and oil and gas is going to be core for us for a while, but we have launched a business called Schlumberger New Energy in early 2020, and that's really about this opportunity that energy transition represents for us. In New Energy, we have businesses in renewables, geothermal and geoenergy, in energy carriers, hydrogen and lithium, and in carbon capture. And for the last one, for managing risk, climate change and energy transition are both enterprise level risk for us. And like others, it's really about understanding really what those risks materialize as, not just a list of them, but sensitivities to those risks. And we think that climate strategy is really tightly linked to corporate strategy. So the risks in an industry aren't going to be very different across that industry. And companies that manage those well, that ends up to be a competitive advantage. So we've added a role called the Chief Strategy and Sustainability Officer in June, Dr. Katarina Bummelberg, and her role is really to navigate that link between the climate strategy and the overall corporate strategy.
You mentioned transition technology. Can you explain to me more about what that term means?
Sure. We have a sustainable technology portfolio. It has more than 150 technologies, as many as that in the pipeline. And we've mapped those technologies to United Nations Sustainable Development Goals so that we can engage with customers in a very targeted way. Certainly, emissions reductions is a customer priority right now, SDG 13. And we see a number of customer commitments around getting to net zero, eliminating flaring, methane intensity reduction, et cetera. So this subset of sustainable tech portfolio we have called transition technology. And it's technology that it's scope 3 use phase emissions for us. As I said, it's a significant piece of our footprint, but it's customer scope 1 and 2. So it's technology that is related to reducing flaring or venting, fugitive emissions, and reduced power consumption during operations. And we're really proud because we've taken a lot of effort around quantifying what the impact of the technology is. We didn't really see a consistent way of doing that before. So as customers start to look at their value chain emissions and life cycle emissions, being more precise about the impact of the technology, I think, is going to be increasingly important.
Especially given the nature of your business, what does it mean to you to try to become a low carbon business?
Well, I would say it's not completely new for us. We're in carbon capture more than 15 years ago. We've been in geothermal since 2010. And over the last few years, we've been exploring technology in energy transition, I would say. But we really pulled all of that together in early 2020 in a division called Schlumberger New Energy. I would say the approach is really around technology-driven partnerships. So where we find best-in-class partners where we leverage our strengths and they leverage theirs. So between us, we preserve CapEx and hopefully accelerate innovation. And using innovative technology that is really looking at that intersection of efficiency and sustainability. So just a couple of examples. We announced Neolith in June last month, and this is a partnership with Panasonic Energy, which is a pioneer in EV battery technology. And it's a collaboration looking at lithium production in Nevada that uses less groundwater, smaller footprint, and takes weeks rather than the a year or more that traditional evaporative techniques might take. Another example is with Holcim, which is a global leader in building materials. So we're looking at a study with them to study the feasibility of capturing carbon from 2 cement plants, one in Europe and one in North America. So technology-centric and really partnering to leverage strengths. The other thing I would say is we're taking a portfolio approach. Given the uncertainty that energy transition represents, this allows us to mitigate that a little bit as well as maintain a broad access to a number of addressable markets.
And as you think about the future, what do you think your main risks are to your climate strategy?
Well, probably not unique to us. As I said, within an industry, they're probably similar across the companies. Certainly uncertainty in general, which is why a scenario-based approach is the way to go. And we feel that, as I said, that new Chief Strategy and Sustainability Officer will help us navigate that also. There's some uncertainty associated with Schlumberger New Energy. It's new businesses for us. And again, that scenario-based approach will help, but also those best-in-class partnerships, it is a way to mitigate too, because we're partnering with best-in-class companies. We both come to the table understanding the risks associated with the strength of the expertise that we're bringing. In terms of transition risk, I would say cost to decarbonize, the cost of innovation and conversion, and who's going to pay for that. And then how carbon economics evolve, both in terms of pace and footprint. When you overlay the increasing regionalization that we expect in energy markets, I think those two together are going to influence customer investment in terms of geography as well as type of operation. So there's some risk in how that materializes. On the physical side, this isn't just about risk to climate strategy. It's really overall business continuity. We've done an assessment of our exposure or risk to global sea level rise by looking at all of our facilities within 10 kilometers of water. And the good news is we only have 15 with some level of exposure out of 1,200 facilities, and really only one with high level risk. So we have long-term mitigation plans for those. And extreme weather, we've taken the approach to do country level scenario-based analysis so that we can understand, as I mentioned, those sensitivities around future cost impacts associated with the extreme weather. And it varies by country. We've done studies in countries that represent about half of our revenue globally. But what we're looking for are commonalities that we can take at the global level to drive action and strategy. So in Norway, it's excessive rain impacting logistics and road and rail. In Saudi, it's extreme heat impacting both operational safety-related stoppages as well as There's data that supports, human productivity goes down in excessive heat. So like I said, country level assessment, but trying to draw global conclusions on what that risk means.
You've mentioned the new businesses. Do you think that this is something that is or is going to make up a significant piece of your total portfolio?
Certainly we hope so. It isn't yet, but we do see that this division is going to be the fastest growing division in Schlumberger in the next decade, in the coming decades. We have announced 6 new businesses since we launched Schlumberger New Energy early last year. And for the businesses that we've launched, I would say the total addressable market is in the neighborhood of 50 to 75 billion. I guess maybe to summarize, I would say that we're very excited because we think our strategy positions us with respect to energy transition for opportunity both in the near term as well as in the long term.
Thank you so much for joining me, Leif, and thanks again to Schlumberger for this advisory board spotlight.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Leslie Kaufman. I'm a senior climate change reporter with Bloomberg Green. Today, we're assembled to talk about a very important issue for the environment, which is aviation and its carbon imprint. Everyone loves to fly, or at least they need to fly to get to work or business, and yet aviation has a very large carbon footprint, and it's been one of the most stubborn carbon footprints around. As electricity, the carbon footprint around electricity and buildings comes down, aviation remains stubbornly high. During the pandemic, a lot of people flew a lot less, but now with the pandemic ending, we're expecting aviation once again to be a huge carbon factor. Today, we've got a panel who's thought deeply about this issue and is going to talk to us about some of the options for moving forward. I'm going to introduce them now and then ask them a few questions. With us today is Kelly Kisler. She's the Vice President of Global Climate for the Environmental Defense Fund. Also with us is Brian DiMarino. He's Head of Operational Sustainability at JP Morgan Chase. And finally, Jimmy Samartzis. He's with LanzaJet, an engineering company that produces renewable fuels for jet and diesel. Thank you so much, first of all, for all of you for being here on this very important subject. Kelly, I thought we'd start with you. Can you talk a little bit about this issue? I know that EDF decided that tackling aviation fuel was a priority and brought together a group. Can you talk a little bit about the group you brought together, what it's called, and why it needed to be brought together?
Sure, and thanks for having me today. We need to make massive strides in the low carbon transition of aviation because planes can't rely over long distances on electricity for power. So we need zero emissions alternative fuels available at scale and at the right price. And this is why EDF, the Environmental Defense Fund, have been working on the intersection of climate and aviation for decades. To address the problem, we need all the tools in the box. So we need well-designed subsidies and criteria to ensure that sustainable aviation fuels are of the highest quality. And we need to make sure that leading companies are putting forward demand. So this year we launched the Sustainable Aviation Buyers Alliance, we call it SABA, with our partners, the Rocky Mountain Institute and Engie Impact, and several major companies, including JP Morgan Chase, who I'm delighted to say we have with us today. So in SABA, we're working with our company partners, and we'll be working with airlines and fuel producers to drive investment in high-quality sustainable aviation fuels, and to provide our partners with an environmentally sound way to address their own aviation emissions. In this way, SABA can be an integral part of putting air travel on a trajectory to net zero climate impact by 2050.
So, Brian, just for a second, you're not an airline company. I'm wondering what you're doing as part of this partnership.
Yeah, we're not. So it's sort of interesting how we got involved, I suppose, and it sort of is taken Kelly's track and then it intersects with ours in that, we've publicly committed to operational carbon neutrality, and we achieved it in 2020. But as we move forward, we're looking for solutions that align with our operational footprint, right? So If you look at our footprint, it's about 3/4 real estate related, about 1/4 related to business travel, and most of that is aviation. On the real estate side, we have a ton of solutions. We have solar panels, we have wind farms, and we're tackling that piece with all of those tools. But on the travel side, we really didn't have anything. And then along came Sava, and EDF called us and said, hey, we have this consortium we're pulling together with JP Morgan, want to be involved. And just very quickly got excited about it. Honestly, I mean, the word excitement is not something maybe we typically use around these types of things to start, because they're sort of fledgling and you've got a lot of work to do to get them where they need to be. But it was exciting because people wanted to come together and tackle something that is real and global and interesting. And so we jumped right in, got a lot of senior support for it across the bank, and are excited to be a founding member along with the other founding member companies, Deloitte, BCG, Netflix, Salesforce, Microsoft, Boeing, Bank of America. Kelly, if I missed anyone, let me know. But yeah, it's exciting for us to be able to sort of tackle that other big chunk of our greenhouse gas footprint with a real solution that's aligned to the emissions.
Well, Jimmy, maybe you could talk a little bit about where we stand right now in terms of renewable fuels and aviation, because from where I sit, it looks like there have been real progress in other industries, but not really in aviation. So I thought you could maybe bring us up to date on where we are and why there hasn't been more progress.
Thanks, Leslie. And first of all, thanks for having me on today. I would characterize it as the airline industry and the renewable fuel sector has actually made really good progress. If you think about what we're trying to do, it's not an easy feat. We're trying to replicate what the quality characteristics of fossil-based jet fuel in fuels that are made from renewable sources and from waste-based sources. So this has been partially a technology challenge. And for the last 10 years, there have been companies, including ours, that have been working very diligently to develop technology that produces safe, renewable jet fuel, sustainable aviation fuel as we call it in the industry, that also can be a drop-in fuel, meaning we want airlines and airports to not have to make any changes whatsoever to their infrastructures and to the aircraft themselves. So we're at a point now where I think globally last year, we probably consumed right around 30 million gallons of sustainable aviation fuel. In the US alone, we consumed about 5 million gallons of sustainable aviation fuel. That is a drop in the bucket. At the end of the day, on a global basis, commercial aviation consumes more than 96 billion gallons pre-COVID on an annual basis. So there is a lot of work to do still in terms of getting technologies, including ours, commercially scaled and deployed across the globe, which we're there. And I think from my perspective and from the industry's perspective, we're somewhat at an inflection point. You have technologies that are ready and that are scaling and that are deploying on a global basis. You have companies like JP Morgan Chase and others who are sending really strong signals that they're interested in flying on sustainable products. You have airlines that are making bold commitments to get to net zero soon, and much sooner than previously anticipated. You have governments that are stepping up, including ours here in the US and others in the UK, EU, and other places. So we have a lot of the right factors, if you will, that are coming together to truly scale up this industry. As I said in my remarks, we're starting. We started from scratch 13 plus years ago. We're at a point now where we are scaling, and it's a very bright future as far as I'm concerned in terms of getting to significant quantities to enable aviation to fly more sustainably.
Thank you. Kelly, when you look at it from your perspective, what do you see the biggest obstacles that you need to tackle? Like, what are you mentioned bringing governments aboard. What needs to happen to make this really go strong?
Thanks. I'll just go back and name our founding partners really quick in case any of them were left out. So I think you got most of them, but we have Boeing, BCG, Deloitte, JP Morgan Chase, Microsoft, Netflix, Salesforce, and Bank of America so far, and a couple other joining. I think right now, as with any new technology, this is what we've seen with renewables over the years. One of the biggest challenges is the price differential between sustainable aviation fuel and traditional polluting fossil fuels. So we really need to see the production of SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, at scale to close that gap. And there are many, many tools that we can use, that we have used, over history to close that gap. Another big challenge is the feedstock. So right now, most SAF is advanced biofuel, and we need to start using different technologies to produce sustainable aviation fuel. Unfortunately, those technologies are even further out in terms of the price gap. So we need to just keep cutting away at this problem to make sure that we can drive investment and uptake of SAF at scale.
So is that by lobbying airlines? Is that by just improving the technology? Is the number one way forward to improve the technology and lower the costs? Or what are the best way to lower the costs?
I mean, we need to work on both the supply and the demand side, right? To get the production up. We need government tools like subsidies and regulatory measures. We need to make sure that the SAF produced is of the highest quality. So we need criteria and regulatory measures to make sure that the story of SAF is not a story of unintended consequences, as it has been with some alternative fuels in the past. Like I said, we need all the tools in the box, and there are a great and broad range of them that we can use. And SABA is one way to get company demand, so that companies can directly demand this and use this as a way to reach their own sustainability goals, to reach their own net zero goals.
So Brian, what does it really mean when you say you're a partner and JP Morgan has a partner of this? What does this mean? Does this mean you give money in? Does it mean you won't fly with airlines that don't make certain commitments? How do you as a corporation leverage your position, and what exactly does it mean? Does it mean you'll fly less and start, for instance, using teleconferencing more?
Yeah, look, I think you mentioned it at the beginning. Through the pandemic, we learned that we can continue to drive growth, gain market share, meet with clients, do business virtually. However, it's not something we truly believe is sort of a forever thing. We're going to get back on planes and travel. And there's a reason for that. Our business is based on relationships, and we know that the best relationships are built in person. And so while we know we're going to fly, that's the entire intent of our commitment to SABA, is to say we want to fly the best way possible. We want to have a reduced or net zero carbon footprint from our business travel. Getting on airplanes is a part of doing business, and I'm not sure that that's going away anytime soon. And so while people are going to vacation, people are also going to travel for business, and our goal is that we do that, like I said, the best way possible. So our commitment to SABA is to be committed to SABA. We're engaged. I've learned a lot. We get involved in technical conversations. We learn a little bit about the chemistry. We're trying to make decisions about how to drive policy. And so sort of ultimately shape the end product. And it's one of the exciting things about being a founding member, is getting to sort of be a part of all of that and sort of create the vision for what SABA and the certificate system can look like at the end.
I see, but we're not at the point, right, where there's a policy yet. We're just at the point where we're beginning to think about how it's shaped up. So it doesn't yet affect how you fly. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we still, we book a flight, we get on the plane, we do our business, we come home. What we're doing is, so the way that I sort of think about this is, you have to understand the way that we measure our carbon footprint, right? So JP Morgan has a major scope 3 carbon footprint, indirect carbon footprint that is based on business travel, where the direct footprint is from the airlines. And so the airlines are not necessarily incented, other than by wanting to be green, to go out and buy SAF. It's double the price in most markets of jet fuel. And by the way, that's only going to get passed on the consumer. So what this does is it gives us the ability. So while they have a ton of carbon related to travel and we have a ton of carbon related to their travel, we can now bear the burden of the emissions and also the burden of cost of the more expensive fuel. And so by bringing the JP Morgans and the Netflixes and the others of the world into this conversation, we now can help drive that demand signal and say, no, we all want to do better in this space. We're all trying to up the game here, so let us get involved.
And by involved, this is my last question, I'm just trying to understand what that would mean. Would you someday be willing to pay a little bit more to fly with like a lower carb fuel? carbon fuel?
Yeah, no, I think we definitely would, right? And actually, I'll give a really good example that we don't talk too much about, but we do have our own flight operations, and we did bring SAF to that flight. It was the first delivery of SAF fuel to a major New York metro airport. It was one truckload. It was an experiment, effectively. We put it on a biodiesel tractor trailer. It came from Houston, Texas, but we wanted to prove that we could do it, and we were willing to pay a premium for that. And so it's a small example, but it's a real example of what we're willing to do, and that is the game here. We'd like to develop through SABA the SAF industry to a point where no one has to pay a premium for the fuel in order to travel in a more sustainable way. But it's certainly a part of the equation.
So I'm getting a question from the audience, and I'm fine with anyone taking it because I think it speaks to some of the larger issues, which is why we're focused on renewable fuels as opposed to some of the other options. And here's the question for the audience. What is the cause of the focus on combustion compared to some of the wider developments in energy storage and real world, I cannot quite read this word, real world, I'm not sure, I can't see what that is, long-term flight abilities, renewable, rechargeable, swappable electronic drones. I would add, for my own sake, hydrogen and some of the other options that are out there. Who feels like they want to take that question? Does that seem like you, Jimmy?
Hop in. Sure. So, listen, I think to fly long-haul flights, right, internationally, the only solution right now that is available is to fly on high-energy fuels, right? Sustainable aviation fuel does that. Electric aircraft are developing. You see that in smaller aircraft, shorter distance sort of routes. You even have one of the major airlines in the U.S. today made an announcement on a new deal for them on buying electric aircraft for their regional flying. All that is great, and all of that is needed. Hydrogen as well is a long-term solution. I think Airbus and Boeing have both come forward and said, you're looking at 2035, 2040 to 2050 before hydrogen planes become real and sort of pragmatic. The only solution available today and for the next 15 to 20 years is SAF. And you need that energy density to fly the longer distances. Storage isn't quite where it needs to be. It's awfully heavy to put on a plane as well. So there are constraints in terms of electric aircraft and certainly on hydrogen. Think about the changes to aircraft that will be required to operate those systems. Think about the infrastructure at airports and the transport of hydrogen to airports. Those are significant investments that will impact infrastructure and aircraft over the long term. Airlines that buy aircraft and hold on to them for 15, 20 years, in some cases 30 plus years, right? There's a long life to these aircraft. So using sustainable aviation fuel is really the only solution. And just to piggyback on what Adam was saying earlier, it's not just that consumers are asking for it, right? Airlines do want to fly more sustainably. There's a strong push in different parts of the world. Airlines have a strong interest in getting to net zero. And you have policy, right, that is coming into play. Governments across the globe are putting in place mandates that are going to force airlines and to force the energy companies to produce SAF and to produce sustainable fuels in general. And above and beyond that, aviation, international aviation is regulated globally by the United Nations and the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO. ICAO has a program called CORSIA, which is the carbon offsetting reduction scheme for international aviation that has been in place. And that mandates that aviation is required to reduce its carbon footprint. So airlines are getting the pressure, if you will, from the global governance community, if you will, through UN, from countries and regions of the world, whether it's an individual country or a region like the European Union, consumers, and so on. So there's a lot of factors that are influencing airlines to need to reduce their carbon footprint. And SAF is the best solution for a significant reduction. Airlines are also buying new aircraft, which helps to reduce their carbon footprint. They're flying the aircraft differently in flight, which helps create fuel efficiencies. But again, SAF is really the only near-term and midterm solution that is practical.
Yeah, I'll add one thing to that if I can.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, Kelly.
We all talked about Brian,
so I
Kelly.
want to add one thing to it, which is that it takes a long time to develop the actual aircraft. So if you think about the time it takes to bring a new aircraft to market on existing technology, imagine the approvals and the time. By the way, we've all seen the Boeing 737 MAX saga play out over the past 3 to 5 years. It takes a long time. And so even if those technologies were available and scalable and the infrastructure was in place, to actually produce an airplane that airlines could buy today to work on those technologies, it will take 15, 20 plus years to get those to market. So I think, again, to the point already made, this is the solution available now for this problem.
Yeah, and all I wanted to add was, these aren't mutually exclusive. Like I said, we need to be working on all avenues. This is the most, I think both Brian and Jim have said it, this is the most promising now. And there's been a lot of modeling about the decarbonization pathway of aviation. So that, the investment in SAF is not based on nothing. This is the most promising avenue to get aviation on a pathway consistent with 1.5 degrees, on a pathway consistent with net zero emissions by around mid-century. And that's why the focus on this now. But it's not excluding all pathways. And, these targets that we're seeing the UN set, the domestic targets that we're seeing countries set, that's bringing us all along on the ride. And what Saba does is add the powerful business customer voice to that drumbeat.
So I'm also getting a question right now for Brian. It says, does JP Morgan have a 2030 net zero target? And how much reduction in travel emissions is part of that target?
Yeah, so we don't have a travel reduction target as part of our commitment. We have a 2030 commitment to reduce our greenhouse gas inventory by 40%, scope 1 and 2. So it's mostly around our real estate footprint. I do think that we're going to see a long-term reduction in the amount of business travel that we do because of what we learned through the pandemic. But we want to learn more about that. We want to see ourselves come out of the pandemic and be successful in the way that we travel. And our focus on business travel is more on these new technologies and SAF and making sure that when we do travel, we're doing it in the most environmentally friendly way possible. So at this point, no reduction target related to travel, but definitely focus on reducing our overall greenhouse gas footprint.
Jimmy, I was hoping you could tell us exactly what is in this sustainable fuel, like what makes it sustainable? And you mentioned a risk that a risk that it could backfire. In other words, that you could get the wrong kind of grow the wrong kind of things, and it wouldn't work. So can you just say exactly what is in this?
Yeah, so sustainable aviation fuel can be produced from any number of sources. The prevailing focus is on waste-based feedstocks. Our technology in particular uses ethanol as the starting point, and we chemically convert that ethanol into sustainable aviation fuel. That ethanol can come from any number of sources, and we have a focus on waste-based sources. What that means for us is we were spun out of a company called LanzaTech, and LanzaTech has built a strong reputation over the last 16 years on its carbon recycling technology. So LanzaTech takes carbon waste streams, converts them to ethanol, and then we take that ethanol and can make it into sustainable aviation fuel and renewable diesel. Those carbon waste streams can be a wide range. They've proven at commercial scale, and they have 2 plants operational in China that take waste gases from steel mills and take those waste gases, capture them, and convert them into clean ethanol, and then we can use that as the feedstock for sustainable aviation fuel. They can also use municipal solid waste. They can also use direct air capture in terms of capturing CO2 from the environment, adding some green hydrogen to it, and then taking that through the same process, producing ethanol, and then from ethanol to sustainable aviation fuel. So that is the core of our technology. And if you think about ethanol as a feedstock, you also have ethanol widely available across the globe. We can use LanzaTech's waste-based ethanol. We can use ethanol from Brazil that is, waste from sugarcane crops. That is the source. At the end of the day, no matter what type of ethanol we end up using, the quality of the fuel that we produce is exactly the same as fossil-based jet fuel. It has all the right properties from a environmental perspective. So, 70 to 80+% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, no sulfur, no particulates, and also has a significant reduction in contrails. So those are great characteristics, and we also produce a fuel that is a bit higher energy density than fossil-based jet fuel. So you have all the right things that you need, and all pathways today for producing SAF have to be blended up to a 50% maximum with fossil-based jet fuel. We're not quite yet at being able to use the fuel at 100%. That is coming. There are tests being done with the engine manufacturers and the aircraft manufacturers to get to 100% SAF use. It's just a matter of time as it works its way through the process for getting that approval.
If it was the same price as fossil fuel, would it be more prevalent? How much could it scale up?
As I said earlier, it's been a matter of getting the technology to work well, right? And we are at that point now where we're at that tipping point where technology is going to start to scale pretty dramatically across the globe. Other feedstocks, by the way, that can be used in this process are used cooking oil and other waste products from oilseed crops. So you have, there's three major pathways that can be used today to produce sustainable aviation fuel. More have been approved. They haven't quite yet been tested and demonstrated at scale, but there are several options. My expectation is that you're going to see a lot more production in the coming years. The way we've even set up our company, LanzaJet, with a great group of investors, by the way, right? We have British Airways as an investor. You have Shell, Suncor out of Canada, Mitsui out of Japan. We've had financial support from Al Nippon Airways in Japan. We've got a great group of investors, including LanzaTech, to help us accelerate the commercialization of our technology. We're developing projects with each one of those investors across the globe. And our first project is here in the United States in Georgia. One more point that I wanted to piggyback on just really quickly is, the importance of corporate aviation. Brian made the reference to the JP Morgan sort of fleet and flight operations. We recently had a meeting in Atlanta, Georgia, where 30 corporations that were headquartered in Georgia got together, and we were there to speak to them about using SAF. So if the executives at the top are focusing on it and using SAF in their corporate fleets, and that is now sort of passing on to their supply chains, those are important factors in consideration here in terms of generating the acceleration that's needed for adoption.
That's great. So guys, we're running out of time. We're almost in our last few minutes. Any last points? And if not, just sort of where do you think we'll be quickly, 1 minute piece, in 5 years from now? Brian, why don't we start with you?
Last thoughts. I mean, I think for JP Morgan, this is a really interesting sort of tie-in to what we're trying to do broadly. And, things like Jim's talking about LanzaJet sort of building this from the ground up and now getting to scale, right? So we're a bank, and banks are meant to help finance these types of initiatives and get involved and hopefully shift investor sentiment and thought into these types of technologies. And so we're excited for what's to come there, right? We have a $2.5 trillion commitment to finance and drive these types of sustainable developments, $1 trillion specifically for green initiatives. And so this is exactly what we want. The thing that we've actually struggled with more than anything is the technologies being available to invest in broadly around greenness. And so this is an exciting topic for us to see something coming to market that's going to be available at scale, that's being used today, that we can sort of is tangible to us. And so, I think that's the most important thing. And then I guess 5 years from now, look, I hope we're well above 50% blend ratios. I hope that we're putting it into our planes on a regular basis because it's available on the East Coast. And I hope that we're buying SAF certificates as developed by Saba for the majority, if not all, of our carbon footprint related to business travel. Like I said at the beginning, this is exciting.
Yeah, it is exciting. We're down to almost a minute. So Jimmy, you want to say something quickly?
Yeah,
Any
I'm
thoughts
excited,
on
as I mentioned. Yeah, sure. I think we're going to get to significant quantities by the middle of this decade. I think for us, we'll have our technology deployed across the globe. We'll have at least 5 or 6 projects in production by 2025. And I think we're doing all the right things. We have a ways to go to get to the 96 billion gallon mark that's required for commercial aviation, but we're doing all the right things.
And Kelly, any last thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, we need to be deploying all of our efforts, right, to get this done. I really hope that by 2025, we've seen a massive change in the amount of uptake of SAF. And I would say SAF that meets really robust environmental criteria. What we're working on in Saba is building that criteria based on what was already developed at the International Civil Aviation Organization, and really driving investment in the right kind of SAF, which I think ICAO has already really put forward that demand signal. We're working on that here with our customer partners, and I think with these kind of initiatives and many of them, we're going to get there.
We're coming to the end. Thank you all for being with us. It was a terrific panel. I certainly learned a lot. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much to Bloomberg for hosting this amazing summit. And thanks so much to my brilliant panel, who we're going to be talking to in a minute, about what are some are calling the holy grail of carbon disclosure. Let me just talk a little bit about why this is so important. So I'm Claire O'Neill. I head up the Climate and Energy Programme at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. And I'm joined today by Rebecca Marmont, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer of Unilever, one of the world's biggest fast-moving consumer goods companies, and one who is absolutely committed to the net zero target by 2039 or sooner. I've also got Dickon Pinner, who heads up McKinsey's global sustainability practice, and Jules Kostenhorst, who is the CEO of the Rocky Mountain Institute, a very venerable thought-leading institution that focuses on the how of the energy transition. But you saw some of those numbers pop up just now on the screen. CO2 at 4.5 million year highs, impacts already starting to happen well ahead of forecasts in terms of the climate. And we know now what we have to do. The scientists have told us about the importance of this net zero landing zone and the levers we have to pull. But when we developed the greenhouse gas protocol back at the World Business Council a few years ago, we came up with 3 buckets of emissions. Scope 1, the bit that are relatively easy to measure, your company's responsible for them. Scope 2, your energy purchases, again, relatively easy to track. And then this Scope 3 emissions that run all the way up and down the business value chain. And for some sectors like oil and gas, for example, 80% plus of their emissions are outside the company's direct control and yet hugely impactful in the decarbonisation journey. So how do you track them? How do you add all of those emissions up and aggregate them and assign responsibility for their reduction? Something we've been talking about for years, but we finally have a collaborative solution coming together. And I'm delighted to, as I say, bring the panel together to talk about something we are working on together, which is something we've called the Carbon Transparency Partnership, real-time aggregation of real data into one data lake so we can actually work out what Scope 3 emissions are and ascribe responsibility and measure it. Because, of course, if you can't measure things, you can't manage them. So thanks for tuning into this, hugely important. Rebecca, I'm going to start with you with the question is, can you tell us why Scope 3 emissions calculations are so important to Unilever?
Well, hi, Claire. Thanks very much for the invitation and good afternoon, everyone. I mean, a lot of this conversation today is about data and about measurement, but obviously to get to that point, just to remind everyone, the big challenge for us is even getting to net zero. We're completely rethinking how we source, how we manufacture, how people use our products. So portfolio shifts, focus things like plant-based, thinking about changing packaging, working on systems, infrastructure, etc. So really thinking, how do you come to a point where you've got absolute emissions reduction, really driving innovation and changing all of that. So not just about offsetting. So of course, then when you come to the measurement of that, very obviously, very complicated supply chains with multiple actors makes it very difficult just to track scope 3 emissions upstream and downstream. If you think, for example, at Unilever, the entire life cycle of our products, from the sourcing of those crops and the commodities all the way through the manufacturing process and then out into sales. And of course, as we move now and shift into a circular economy, there are many different variables at all those different points along the value chain. So I think that lack of data and the business systems needed to communicate info has been really challenging. And I say that with the multiple endpoint being, we know that consumers want to better understand the carbon footprint of their products. People want to make the right kind of choices and to try and improve their purchasing. But when the data is so complicated, it's been very difficult. And as you know, and Claire, you've talked about it, companies typically reporting on different scopes, some 1 and 2, some including 3. So what we found is, and what we were really looking for, is information and an agreed way of deciding at a product level, so what's actually bought and sold, the data behind that. So there's been such a general lack of GHG data at a relevant level of specificity. So this kind of project, which is going to help us to agree standards, benchmarks, and enable all of us to have much greater data, I think is hugely important, A, towards enabling us to reach the target, and B, in being able to communicate and offer much more transparency to our consumers.
And just to pick up on that point, Rebecca, so in theory, you could put data on your products on the shelf and say, we can certify that the carbon footprint of this particular product is X because we've got the reliable data behind it. Is that the end game really for Unilever?
Exactly. Well, I think it's twofold. So I think part of it is ensuring we can reach our absolute emissions reductions target. So we need to know in order to be able to measure ourselves. But the consumer part is massive. I mean, Deloitte released something at the end of last year about the change and the shift in consumers. And I think nearly half of people now said they want to choose brands that have environmental and wider sustainability values attached to them. And people are making active choices already and choosing, for example, to eat less meat, moving to plant-based. 20% of people swapping to low carbon emissions transports and so on and so forth. So I think where we can help consumers to make much more informed purchasing decisions and empowering them to be part of that solution, it's really important. Plus as well, I think when you think about the external environment, carbon taxes are coming. There could be a time when we see carbon border taxes, individual countries putting that into play. Investors, hugely important area for them. We launched our own climate transition action plan at our AGM in May, so just a couple of months ago, really detailing how we plan to get to net zero and putting in place interim targets, because 2039 it will come all of a sudden, but it's a long time away. And so actually it's important for us to be able to detail, this is our plan, this is what we're doing over the next 3 years. I think that helps to bring a level of confidence, and again also transparency, hugely important.
Thank you so much. Dickon, you are the leading person at McKinsey focused on the sustainability agenda. McKinsey will need no introduction. You're representing or working with hundreds of companies across multiple sectors. Does this Scope 3 challenge apply to multiple sectors and multiple supply chains? Give us your sense of how important it is to the McKinsey client base.
Oh, I think it's tremendously important, and thanks for hosting us, Claire. And just building on the comments from Rebecca, the hard-nosed version of this for every client is that it's sort of in many cases not your fault, but it is your problem, and there's a hidden form of currency that's in your supply chain that has a different exchange rate in every geography and trade implications. And so what happens in every industry is, if you think about a commodity cost curve, oil, steel, soybeans, every cost curve, effectively the pieces on that cost curve get reordered. You end up in a different spot, and the cost curve gets steeper. So if you're on the left side of that, you potentially make more profit. And if you're on the right side of that, you may not have a business. So this changes the fundamental basis of competition. It's literally like, Danish kroner or Deutschmark or some other currency showed up in your supply chain. So I think that's the biggest point. And based on that, it will change capital allocation. So this, when it gets in the hands of CFOs, will define where capital gets allocated. It will define how products get developed. It will define how suppliers get chosen. So I think it's enormously important as the kind of table stakes. And then just building on what Rebecca said, I think to do that, you need common methodologies and standards, and you need incredible collaboration across supply chains. And that doesn't matter whether you're in a car supply chain or a consumer supply chain, food, etc. So tremendously important, I think, to all of our clients.
And one of the things we found with apartheid is, of course, many supply chains go all the way back to extractive industries. And then you end up with these multiple webs, and actually involving companies at all stages of the value chain is sort of crucial to getting this reliable data. But Jules, you and RMI have this very long and venerable history of really working to solve this challenge of decarbonisation, particularly of energy, in a very sort of data-driven and market-based way. Give us your perception on this Scope 3 challenge, because again, it's something where we're really happy to be working together on this.
Yeah, Claire, I often start my comments by reminding everyone that we're facing a planetary emergency. And if you are facing a challenge of that magnitude, then you want to be measuring so that you can manage. And it is really quite striking that until recently, we all of us together, hadn't sort of thought through how are we going to measure this across supply chains, not for an individual company each on their own, but across supply chains, so that comparable data is available for the consumer to make decisions, for the investor to make decisions, as Dickon was just saying, for procurements to make decisions on what to buy from their supply chains. So Scope 3 is not something nice for some bureaucrat somewhere who's come up with yet another reporting requirement. It's something critically important for managers that want to drive the effectiveness, cost effectiveness also, of their own supply chains. And if you don't get your hands around Scope 3 emissions and the cost associated with those, you can't manage your business. So it is in many ways for us quite striking and quite obvious that this is now a top priority. The good news is, as you were saying, because people are coming together to realize, okay, we need to get this done quickly, collaboration is emerging. That is really critical. Dickon's teams and our teams are working together on this. We're partnering with you guys at WBCSD. Companies are piling in left, right, and center. The accounting firms are realizing the importance of this. We're gonna get this done. The critical question is, can we get it done fast enough? Can we get this sorted, not over the next 5 years, but over the next 18 months, so that everybody can start to say, okay, I know quite accurately what my Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions are, and therefore how I make my investment decisions to get to net zero. And you mentioned net zero. Critically important in all of this is, yes, net zero by 2050-ish, but 50% emission reductions over the next critical decade.
Yes.
And that's putting that time pressure on it, right? That's why we have to work together.
Jules, thank you for that. I mean, drawing from what you're saying, so what we're building essentially is a carbon accounting system, it sounds like, to go alongside the cash accounting system that has for so long determined profit measures, investment signals, compensation, and we're basically building out a carbon accounting system with a degree of granularity that we haven't had before. But I think what's fascinating is that it seems to be being led by the private sector. And I, as a former politician, Jules used to spend some time in politics. We don't want to go too hard on bashing the policy framework, but I guess I'd like to perhaps pose a question back to you, Jules, which is, it feels like in this case that the collaborative companies who really get this, like Unilever, are driving this charge. Do you think the policy framework is helping? And are there things, for example, that could assist this transition that perhaps we should be lobbying for at big moments like the G20 or COP later this year?
Look, there are definitely pushes coming out of the policy sector that lead companies like Unilever and others to say, yeah, we need to focus on this. But you're right. The front runners at the moment is the private sector. And that is good, because I think we'll get this done much more rapidly if it is led by, conceived by, thought through by people who actually have to put it in practice. Now, companies like Unilever, and there are many others who are at the front of this, will want to make sure that others join as well, that it's not just the usual suspects, the companies that have always been at the leading edge. Unilever's procurement capabilities, Amazon's or Walmart's procurement muscle will help with that. But at some point, there comes a really important role for policymakers to bless what we're coming up with in the private sector and to say, okay, now that the framework has been established by the collaboration of people around this table or elsewhere, now we're going to make this the mandatory way in which we do business. So it's not just a license to operate, but it's actually also standard reporting formats and so on. But right now, I'm actually quite pleased that the front runners, the leaders of all of this, come from the private sector, because it happens a little bit more snappily.
It does. And Rebecca, could you comment on that? Because you didn't do this because some national or global climate policy or regulator said that you had to do this. You essentially were one of the founders of this particular project and said, we need this in order to meet our ambitions. What's missing, though? Are there things that the policymakers could be doing that could make this go smoother or faster?
So I think there's a couple of things. I mean, you're right, Claire, we did it, and I talked a bit in the first question about the importance for us in giving consumers transparency. We talked a little bit about investors. Of course, there's a role for government as well. I mean, one of the things that we learned over the past 10 years with what we called our Unilever Sustainable Living Plan. So we had in place a plan from 2010 to 2020 that covered a whole range of different sustainability metrics. And we spent a lot of time and effort and energy on behaviour change programmes, so trying to encourage people to wash their hands 5 times a day, to clean their teeth twice a day. Lots of time and energy on trying to encourage consumers to adopt different ways of decarbonising their own lifestyles. And I think actually what we found is we can spend a lot of time, and we will continue to do so, on encouraging, for example, if you're using a washing machine, to wash at a lower temperature, or if you're having a shower, to think about low volume shower heads and things like that. But actually, sometimes it's quite difficult for all of us to think, well, at an individual level, does it really make a difference if I do this one thing? So actually, instead, we looked at, well, if we really focused our efforts and energies on trying to come up with a green energy network, it's not going to matter so much exactly how long someone's using a washing machine for. So I think that systems change part is really, really important. And so, for example, really pushing for green energy solutions makes a huge difference. And to do that, you need private sector and government in a multi-stakeholder approach. It isn't just something that either stakeholder can lead on their own. So, you know, I think that's a really important part. And I think the other thing, we talked a little bit about it, there's obviously already a shared vision and buy-in for the need for everybody to come up with much more standardized methodologies and measurement. So that, of course, requires as well a lot of pre-competitive collaboration. So I think that's really important that, you know, that's put out there. This isn't about Unilever or anybody else gaining competitive advantage from this. Everybody needs to be involved, and, you know, we need to be all in right the way across the ecosystem.
Thank you. And that issue of trust, Dick, and I'm just going to come to you to pick up on this and whether you see this sense again of the companies leading and I guess trusting each other. And obviously the World Business Council for Sustainable Development is a place for 26 years now that has been one of these pre-collaborative solution spaces. But how do you get companies together to kind of trust each other in this very important piece of work?
Well, I do think actually the role that you play, Claire, at the WBCSD as a platform that has history and provenance in setting protocols and standards is enormously important. I mean, we see 3 or 4 things. I think one, we need a unified methodology for sharing primary emission data across the value chain players. 2, I think we need standardized methodologies for verified calculation of the emissions in those industries. I think we need data exchange platforms. And then there's a willingness to collaborate and exchange, including data security mechanisms, et cetera. And I think there's a concern here, and Rebecca, you alluded it to, that there's a sense that companies may be worried that by revealing this in some way, it allows customers or competitors to re-engineer their cost structures. And they may be right. So I think thinking through those collaborative mechanisms is super important. You know, another area that RMI are leading, we're happy to participate, is things like the Mission Possible partnership. These, across the 7 hard-to-abate sectors: steel, cement, aluminum, trucking, aviation, steel, petrochemicals. This kind of cross-collaborative approach across supply chains. But that I do think you need a platform such as yours, where you can be a repository for that data that can be trusted and goes on. And if you can form that, then you've got the basis for, carbon markets to scale, capital allocation, offset management, avoidance, all these things then become possible. But getting that together, and that's why we're so excited also about the Carbon Transparency Pathfinder work that you're leading. So those are a few thoughts.
Thank you. There's a great question from the audience. Yes, please, Jules.
Dickon just mentioned something really important, right? In the end, we all know that markets will move when we start putting a price on attributes, and in this case, the carbon attribute of products. But in order to do that, you either can have governments and policymakers negotiate, and that's been tried now for about 15 years and hasn't gotten any further. And Article 6 under the Paris Agreement, which intended to establish that, is still up for discussion. In the meantime, if we're successful with what we're talking about here, namely creating these open source standards and data sets that allow us to assess the carbon attribute of every product and service, then we can start pricing carbon in a voluntary market setup. Exactly. And we're already starting to see that emerge. Dickon was referring to the work we're doing in the Mission Possible partnership, for example, under aviation, where companies are saying, we want to fly carbon neutral. We therefore have to understand precisely the carbon attribute associated with this flight, with this ticket, and then we'll secure a robust, verifiable, certifiable offset that addresses that emission. So that's the beginning of the emergence of pricing carbon attributes. If Unilever starts to say, for our next plant, the steel that we buy needs to be certified green steel made in a low carbon fashion, then that starts to put a value on that carbon attribute. That is, I think, the most powerful way in which we're going to drive impact. So I think it's an important point you made, Dickon.
Thank you, Jules. And just to amplify that, and thank you for bringing in the sort of, the intergovernmental negotiation process, which has achieved many things, but is fiendishly difficult given the complexity and the sort of the vested interest. And I think what perhaps isn't always realised is that the voluntary efforts are in many ways pathfinders for what could come later in terms of compliance markets. They're solving problems. They're actually creating, as you say, carbon prices that are tangible and real time and based on real data rather than estimates. And that's essentially what we need for those markets to develop. There's a great question from the audience, which is why are so many companies avoiding putting Scope 3 emissions in their own net zero targets? Why are these being treated as optional? And perhaps, Rebecca, I could kick off again with you, because I know you have been quite forward-leaning in including Scope 3 emissions in Unilever's targets. But tell us why it's difficult.
I think if it was easy, we'd all be doing it already. I think part of it is the lack of data, which we've talked about, and really being able to understand, how do you decarbonize your value chains? I think part of it is, the scale of the work that needs to be done, is absolutely huge. I think we talked about Pathfinder and some of the advantages. I think having the tech providers on board is really, really helpful and important, because that's helping to standardize and improve access to data. I think there is, and we've talked about it a little bit already, there is, I think, some trepidation that some of this information is very commercially sensitive, and how will that be used in other decision-making instances? Again, we've very much taken the view, we've got to do this, we've got to do it properly. That's why we set out the Climate Transition Action Plan, and we hope by doing that we will start to see more and more others joining us, and indeed they are. But I think there's a lot that we can do at an industry level as well to try and encourage others to get on board. When I look at the way that we approach sustainability at Unilever, it's always get your own house in order, work across your value chain, bring the work you're doing to life, your brand. So we've launched €1 billion Climate and Nature Fund to talk about this kind of work, but in a very consumer friendly way. So putting it front and center. And then the last part of that is the influence that you can have on wider society. So, for example, what can we do through some of the groups like Transform to Net Zero, obviously WBCSD and the Pathfinder project? What can we do through advocacy programs, working together with WEF, looking at how business can get behind COP26, and come up with a much more unified approach? I think disclose climate policy positions. I think that's something really important. Disclosing principal trade associations that companies are part of, really making sure that everything that you're doing and the way that the company is oriented through those 4 stages, your own operations, your value chain, your brands, and what you're doing in wider society, is all oriented around net zero. But I think this, that's why we are really such believers in things like Pathfinder, because I think what it's enabling us to do is to try and solve some of these problems at scale. And there's no point if you just get the same sort of more progressive companies involved. You need to get everybody on board. And I'm much more of a believer in trying to help address some of these issues. I appreciate as well for some SMEs, it's this minefield of where to start. It's not easy. It's really, really complicated. So I think the more that there are these inter-industry collaborations, and the more that we can extend things like the Pathfinder work to others, for me, the better. Because if you don't do this at scale, it won't have the impact that we all need it to have.
Thank you. And Dickon, the point that Rebecca just made about SMEs, because I'm sure there are people watching thinking, yeah, this is all really interesting, but I'm trying to make payroll and deal with reopening my business premises, and this is all great, but this is just really difficult. How do you kind of broaden this out so this becomes business as usual for all companies and all parts of the value chain?
Yeah, I think it's a really tricky one, and ultimately it's quite a network problem. I think it may be some of the really big companies who realize that they have to go back into tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of their supply chain, and that's where they'll bump into a lot of these SMEs, and I think they'll have to help them. Over time, I think we will end up with, and Rebecca, you mentioned the sort of tech players. A lot of this stuff will end up in the cloud, and it will be part of some standard offerings, but it could take 3 to 5 years. And I think that therefore, getting back to the importance of things like the Pathfinder is so important to try and find those areas to prove that it works across different industries. But it could also be, we all know that collaboration is the key to so much of getting to net zero. This could be a bit of a Trojan horse for collaboration, because I think if people really realize that this becomes a source of competitive advantage, in some ways it must trigger greater collaboration if we can find the right platforms and trusted parties to work through. But it's a tricky problem.
And just,
getting the way back.
Just to pick up on that, But I mean, because we talk about this, and when I had to have my experts explain it to me. So the work we're basically doing is to define a reporting protocol, a bit like a sort of internet protocol for emissions. So there is one shared way of reporting in your particular own company Scope 1 emissions. We're then creating essentially a shared data lake, which is secure because obviously there's lots of competitive information in there that can be managed effectively and is ideally a public good. I mean, what could go wrong? That sounds perfect. Why is this difficult? Why can't we just solve for this very quickly? Dickon, you're part of this architecture.
Well, I think it's the level of trust to put that data in there. Although I think now I know a number of companies across many of the hard to abate sectors that are looking for places to own and house that data, because the danger right now is that some companies will be managed at the aggregate level. And the financial community is ahead of the real economy, but they look at things at an aggregated level. And what's now important are natural endowments owned by, it turns out that, mining region A is better or more fundamentally advantaged. And I think those folks that have those assets and begin to realize that they have them will want to disclose that at the asset level. So I think there will be a push to get it done. But you've got to overcome those barriers of collaboration and trust. But you've got to find those first beachheads to start, which I think is a little bit what you're trying to do.
We're storming the beachheads. Jules, I'm going to come to you. We've got just over a minute left, but you started with something I wanted to try and finish on, which is this sort of global imperative. We're at 4.5 million year highs for CO2. We're seeing these effects. It feels like we're running out of time, and it feels like there are some who would rather us sit round and debate perfect rather than get on with good. With this very business focused group and audience, how would you kind of get people to realize that this is not optional? This is what we all have to do. It's the imperative.
Yeah, I don't think you can run a business today and not be fully informed about the science of climate change. Because if you understand the science, you then have to come to grips with both the physical asset risk and the transition risk that your business is facing. And those risks at this point are truly daunting. You only have to look what is happening around the world every day in, day out, to come to grips with those risks. And McKinsey has written a big report around this. It's staring us in the face. So this is no longer a story of naive optimism that says, yeah, we'll fix this. That's no problem. Of course, we have plenty of time. No, we are truly facing a planetary emergency. And if you master a bit of the science, you will quickly come to understand that. Now, we all learn to manage risk. So if we have come to grips with the risks, then we know what to do about it. And that's where the hope emerges, because then the private sector can actually get their act together. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, I saw a video on the internet of Peter Terkove, one of your colleagues, talking about how Unilever is going to take fossil fuel feedstocks out of their home care products. Very exciting. It is a company that is realizing that it has a responsibility and a risk, and that it can move fast enough and do something that were unimaginable 5-10 years ago. So when we unleash that innovation and that creativity and that drive in businesses, we still have a chance. We've got to get our act together.
Master the science, measure to manage, and move fast. Great messages. Thank you all so much. That was a really fantastic discussion. Thanks for your participation.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world. I'm Jason Kelly here in New York. I am super excited about this panel because it's about sustainability. It's really about fast cars at the end of the day, and the role that a key motorsport is playing in the broader conversation around sustainability, around climate, but also the future of sports. So I'm delighted to have with me Julia Pillay. She is the Sustainability Director for Formula E. Dilbag Gill, he is the CEO of Mahindra Racing, and Theodore Swedmark, he is the Chief Communications and Sustainability Officer for ABB. Their name, of course, is on this series. And it's such a timely conversation, guys. First of all, happy to have you with me because we were just seeing Formula E right here in New York City over the weekend. A lot of action, to say the least. Julia, I want to start with you. Tell us about Formula E because people have heard of it, I'm sure. Many people in New York probably saw it going on here, but this is a relatively new effort. Tell us what it is, where we are as we try and understand this in the broader conversation.
Sure. Thanks, Jason. And first of all, thanks for having me. It's great to be here. So, Formula E is an international car racing championship. The big difference is that we race electric cars, single seaters, and we race in the heart of cities. So, we've been going around the world, and very, very lucky to have just been in New York last weekend. And the point of Formula E, of course, is very much to promote electric vehicle. Motorsport is a classic platform to advance technology, and in that case, electric vehicle technology. But quite innovatively, Formula E was really created to push electrification and help the mass adoption of electric cars, and very much use this car racing championship, which is fun and exciting, as a tool to switch perception around electric cars. Because we're 7 years old, so 10 years ago the idea was kind of like conceived. 10 years ago, obviously, we could see that there was kind of like a huge trend towards electrification, but obviously that kind of like from the consumer point of view, there was not really kind of like the pickup, and also then from the car options point of view, the type of choices in the shops. We were kind of like lacking a bit of kind of like diversity and options. So that's been what the championship has been, pushing and doing over the last few seasons.
Right. And I am fascinated by this intersection of kind of business culture and sports. We spend a lot of time thinking about how this advances broader goals. So Theodore, come on in here, because I want to understand the investment literally here that you guys are making, putting your name on this series. How did this come about, and how does it feather into the broader goals there at ABB?
Well, thanks, Jason, also first for inviting me here to join my friends, both Julia and Dilbar. Of course, we know each other very well. And for ABB, this is really the perfect platform and it's the first time in FIA history that somebody gets to also attach their name to an international racing series like that. And the reason is very simple. The purposes of these two organizations are perfectly aligned. And we really see our engagement in Formula E as both an opportunity to really drive and create excitement around electric mobility, which we believe is really the future. But also, of course, in terms of profile ourselves as a company, as I mentioned, it's directly related to the heart and to the soul of what we do to drive sustainable progress with a clearly purpose-driven approach.
All right, so Dilbag, at the end of the day, we're talking about really fast cars, and we're also talking about a transition, as Julia mentioned. Mahindra is incredibly well known. You guys are, like ABB, investing literally and figuratively in this. Your chairman, Anand Mahindra, who is well known to many in this audience, was here in New York. So clearly this is something that is top of mind for him and for the entire company. Help us understand the context for Mahindra as well, and maybe tell us a little bit about the race over the weekend.
Well, I think for us, essentially, this is going to be the showcase of innovation and technology for the group. We are basically trying to work towards introducing a brand to emerging markets. And at the end of the day, also, I think what we're trying to do is to see the impact of climate change and pledge to a greater ROCE. When you talk about ROCE, what we talk about is return on climate and environment. And Mahindra Racing essentially is the greenest team in motorsport, and we take this credentials pretty seriously. Having spoken about that, I was just hoping you didn't ask me about the results from last weekend, because we didn't do too well in New York. We qualified well, but we didn't race too well. I think just the temperature of New York got to us, and we sort of started consuming the car slightly more than what we anticipated. But overall, I think the event in New York was fantastic. I've seen it grow over the last couple of years. I've been in this championship since inception. And I think we've been like coming to New York City and just to see the enthusiasm coming behind the event and what we are able to put down in Brooklyn and looking at Manhattan in the background and trying to see, okay, wow, we are literally at the capital of the world where we are racing into something amazing.
And so, Julia, I want to dig in, if we can, to this sort of cultural economic nexus that we're seeing, because part of, and you alluded to this earlier in the conversation, this notion that, 7 years ago, 10 years ago, this was a nice idea. It has, pardon the figure of speech, it has really accelerated, it feels like, over the last couple of years in terms of the visibility with the consumer of electric vehicles. Help me understand how that figures into the plan for Formula E and what you've seen that's especially taken hold here.
Well, certainly, the objective of the championship is to reach out to new audiences, and we are very much working, especially focusing on the new generation. And certainly, the sustainability strategy, and then from the strategy, all the narrative that goes around it is a very powerful tool, because we know, especially Gen Z, is very attentive and very focused on, this sustainability angle and the credential that is brought inherently by the championship. Again, just to mention, we were the first sport to achieve net zero carbon certification from inception last September 2020, and that's something that resonates massively to the B2C audience. So we are very much using this technological platform, but also all these things that surrounds the event to really, pass on the message. And I'm really glad to be with Theo and with Dilba today, because the involvement of our teams and partners is absolutely essential. And we really try, the way we say it is creating value through values, from the sustainability angle and commitment of the championship, because we are not only working with experts in their field in terms of sustainability, but they are in turn enriching and bringing something more that enables us to grow the scope of the sustainability credential of what we do on our events, and on the many aspects of our championship, really.
And so, Theodore, let's talk about that a little bit, because, the sponsorship element here is really important, and all of us have worked around sports for a long time and understood the commercial aspects of it. The ecosystem, the sponsorship ecosystem here, the sponsor ecosystem and the commercial ecosystem is fascinating to me, because there's obviously some endemic players, but you're also trying to reach out a little more broadly. How have you seen that develop, as you guys have been involved in this for the past few years?
Well, there's been quite a lot of partners. There's been some shifts in the whole thing. Of course, since we came in, I would say the overall level of engagement has increased. And for us, we are a big company. We put technology at the heart of what we do. We're smack into electrification and automation. So many of the big OEMs, for example, Mahindra included, they're also partners and customers of ABB outside of this partnership. But I think we really see a positive direction. We see more and more people who want to get engaged and jump on the bandwagon, so to say, of this platform, because all what it brings. And it's really, as you said, it's a great collaboration and group of different types of partners who engage, which brings a lot of different benefits to everyone.
All right, so Dilba, let's get to, I'm just full of bad puns here. Let's get to where the rubber meets the road, as it were. How does this work? For someone who's used to car racing, first of all, it's loud. We've seen, Formula One for years and how popular that is. What's different about this, and how does it sort of manifest as a different sort of sport?
Well, I think at the end of the day, it's very similar. It's motorsport. We see racing. We see quick racing. We see very good professional drivers, professional teams going against each other. And we are here to compete. So from that perspective, it's similar to anything else. But at the same time, it's so dissimilar to everything else, because we've sort of gone ahead and broken literally every norm there is in sport. We've gone towards newer technologies, adopted it at a much faster rate than people expected us to adopt it. And thereafter, we've sort of said, you don't need to come to a race. We will bring the race to you. So we've gone to city centers, downtown Brooklyn, downtown Hong Kong, Paris, and those cities. Like when we said, okay, you open your window and you can literally see a race going down on the streets below you. And I think that's something which is totally amazing. End of the day, I think what we've also done is we've opened up the sport to a much wider demographic. Because earlier motorsport was very cliched to a older male who was there. And I think right now we've sort of opened it up to the whole family. It's just not a thing because we have children coming down there. And I think one of the best things I enjoy in a race weekend, including the weekend just recently in New York, was when a parent brings a child because they know, okay, there's not loud sound. They're not being exposed to those sounds. It is safe to bring a child in there. And then I can see the father talking to the son or the father talking to the daughter and trying to explain a little bit about motorsport because they can have a conversation over the race. And I think that's something for me which is just totally phenomenal. We see a lot of these things going on. And at the end of the day, also, with the conversations I had, and we had a few college students who came down for the race at New York. And in fact, there were some neighbors of ours in Boston who came down. And questions they've been asking and how they get into it, it's just amazing because at the end of the day, I think they do realize, okay, this is the next step of mobility and we are accelerating the development for them, which they're going to be using. So I think, yeah, it's quite nice to have this responsibility of bringing racing and having enjoyment. But at the same time, trust me, the competition on track is intense and we do feel gutted when we don't do too well, like as we did last weekend.
Yeah, no, it is very intense, and anybody who has interacted with or seen any of the drivers and the teams knows that certainly is the case. You hit on something that I want to go back to Theodore on if we can, which is this notion of technology, and this is a good question that's actually coming into the audience right now. What types of innovations, Theodore, are you seeing across Formula E that you are sort of pulling back into the broader kind of mass consumption or mass production level? For those of us who, and I count myself among those who have bought an electric car in the past few years, we're very interested in seeing how this technology develops. What are you seeing and how does that work in terms of the broader commercialization?
I mean, really, it's one of the, also again, I forgot to mention that actually in my opening, but of course, the technology development and the fact that this is a test bed for technology is one of the key reasons why we're involved. We are the global world leader in EV fast charging by far, with 400,000 EV fast chargers installed worldwide in more than 85 countries. As of season 9, we will also become the official charging partner of the partnership. So definitely you will see then as that evolves also over time, as the race product evolves and you will have charging during the course of the race, you will see further advancements in this stage. But of course, also a lot of the vehicle manufacturers already today, we know, are using this as a test bed to test software and type of battery management and all kinds of different power electronics. Dilba, we know we've had some discussions on some topics in the past where you will see things coming in. And of course, the technology is to a large extent different than a traditional car. So, it's really an opportunity to test things like software, of course, the whole drivetrain, but also things like power electronics, which will become in the future really key components of any electric car.
And so, Julia, help us understand, as you work across all of these different teams, I think about and the partnerships here, especially on the racing side. I mean, these are some of the best known car manufacturers in the world. And, in addition to Mahindra, you have the likes of BMW, which, Dilbag, I will mention, I believe had the winning car over this last weekend. The partnership with Andretti and Michael Andretti, I got to speak with last week ahead of the race. I mean, these are both from a motorsports perspective, but also a manufacturing perspective, some of the best known names. How has that developed over the past few years, and how do you keep that momentum going?
Yeah, so I mean, certainly we've reached a phase where Formula E is having actually kind of like the biggest lineup of car manufacturers in the world. So we have currently 9 car manufacturers, global car manufacturers that are racing within the championship, which is unseen in any other kind of like global motorsport series. And that is basically kind of like the best testimony to showcase the interest for electric vehicle and the interest for the push around this technology and the messaging to your potential customers so that they will buy electric vehicles. And if you take also in parallel all the legislation that kind of like country by country are progressively kind of like banning the sale of kind of like non-electric cars, you understand why, I mean, Formula E is a highly relevant platform for all car manufacturers in the world. And I mean, we are extremely lucky, obviously, to have all these kind of like top manufacturers, and we work really closely with them. We made sure, for example, that all teams would be certified for an environmental management system, which is the one of our international federation, so that each team would really have their own sustainability story to tell and be able to, support their kind of like, discussions with sponsors and so on, because it's not only important to make sure that they kind of like they work with a minimum, which is a high standard in terms of sustainability for us, but also it's really interesting, and I'll call to Dilba to comment on that, because Mahindra has been extremely involved since the very beginning on this approach. It's also very important for them because that's also a source of potential revenue.
Right. All right. So you went exactly where I was going to go to. I want to hear from Dilbag on this as well, because Mahindra is a massive manufacturer across the world. You mentioned, Dilbag, emerging markets before. How, when you talk to Anand and others across the management group, how do you balance the sort of the current needs with the future needs in terms of EVs, and how does your work fit into that?
Well, I think at Mahindra, we have a pretty robust Race to Road program. And our Race to Road program is sort of divided, I would say, to three milestones that you're looking at. The first one, which we have already implemented, is having a large EV, what we call the last mile delivery vehicle. So it's like small 3-wheelers and small 4-wheelers, which we are using in India right now for last mile delivery. And I think that's really important because in India, 85% of the vehicles sold are either 2-wheelers or 3-wheelers. And that's the first market we are sort of targeting right now, is the 2-wheeler and the 3-wheeler market. And we've seen that for last mile delivery. So we've sort of, for example, tied up with some of the biggest logistics organizations, including Amazon, etc., for their delivery of their products using electric vehicles in India. And that's been pretty successful. The second phase, which we are undertaking right now, is converting a lot of our existing models into electric. So essentially, when you go into a dealership, you can have the same vehicle, an SUV. You can say, I want on petrol, I want on diesel, or I want on electric. So you're going to have the three options out there of that. And the last, which we've just sort of embarked on right now, and you would see the results in the next maybe 36 months, is what we call born electric vehicles. So electric vehicles which are going to be designed ground up as electric. And that's starting within our own premises in England, where the race team is based. So the Race to Road program is being integrated to be in the same campus. Having said that, we also like to have some fun. So what we went and did is we went and launched a sustainable luxury company called Automobili Pininfarina a couple of years ago. In fact, it happened at a Formula E race in 2018 when we launched the company. And within 3 years, we've gone from, pardon me saying this, from making the slowest electric car in the world to making the world's fastest electric car. And I think that's the rate of technology transfer which happens from Formula E back to road cars. Is that, okay, we had what we call the E2O in India, which was a fun and a lovely vehicle for the Indian roads, but it sort of didn't excite you when you were driving. And now we have the Batista, which was in Goodwood last weekend demonstrating, and the first customers are going to be having it end of this year, which is 1,900 horsepower. And I think that's something which is amazing, and where we sort of contribute is to accelerate development and taking on this product. I'd just like to share a small case out here, Jason. While we talk about 3-wheelers and things and tuk-tuks, etc., one of the things which we learned in Formula E was how to drive more efficiently. Because as you started driving, we all started when we were much younger, was what we call a 3-pedal car, which were the manuals. Okay, you have the throttle, brake, and the clutch. Later in life, we moved on to 2-pedal cars when it became automatic, just the throttle and the brakes. And now we're literally going on to 1 pedal. And we have to sort of rethink our minds of driving because it's just the throttle and electric which you're working on. And the moment you can start driving your car a bit more efficiently in electric, which we have learned from our race car drivers on track, as you can see, trying to be efficient, is we've seen that, okay, the income earning capacity of the driver, because he can do those extra miles, goes up. And as soon as people start realizing that, like, for example, the three-wheeler drivers who are delivering goods, that they can go 15% maybe more on the battery charge by just driving a bit more efficiently, it sort of earns the thing. And that's where the race team, that was the first contribution, was taking the learning of driving efficiently back to the market.
That's such an interesting point. And Theodore, I'd love for you to pick up on that, because it seems to me, looking at this from the outside in, is that there's a cultural conversation around the acceptability and the availability, but there's also a technology conversation. Where are we in that, in your estimation? It feels like the technology is coming faster and faster and faster, and you guys have given some good examples of that. The acceptability is coming in faster and faster. But help me understand kind of where we are and what happens next from your perspective, both from a public perception, but also from a sort of product quality, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, Dilba, I'm still looking forward to trying this Battista one day, but that's not the mass kind of EV. But I think we're kind of starting to reach some type of an inflection point where it's just going to accelerate now, and you see car manufacturers from all over the world, whether it's in Asia, Europe, or the US. New models are coming out. I think the charging technology, where we are, part and key player, it's already very developed. So today, our most powerful charger, I mean, in less than 8 minutes, you can put 200 kilometers into a car if you have enough power behind it, so to say, available. So I think we've really reached a point where culturally people are starting. More and more people have had the chance to try and experience the great feeling, what it means to drive an electric car. And myself, I actually couldn't go back to driving a normal car anymore. I do it, on and off when you go somewhere, and it feels honestly a bit odd because the power delivery is not as direct, it's not as smooth, it's loud. You have gears making, necessarily not very comfortable movement. So I think that's coming fast. And even, the typical old, very petrol heavy head funky people, they're still also now they see there are today, I mean, the Battista is one example where you 1,900 horsepower in the car. And, that's electric horsepower. So it will go like a rocket, literally. So I think really, depending on where you look in the world, I think Asia is, of course, you have many different countries in Asia, but for example, China, they're pretty well developed. Europe, you see really taking off. I was now being in New York, also in connection with the race. We hosted a virtual event where also Jamie was participating. We had the U.S. Energy Secretary Granholm with us, one of the race drivers, Buemi, etc. And you can really feel the excitement also in the U.S. now coming in, and it's a full focus on this topic also from the presidential administration. So I think overall we have now all the kind of technological and cultural key components with the wind in the sail for this to hopefully take off fast, because it's needed if we're going to meet our climate goals.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it does feel like we're at a critical but fast-moving moment. So really good question from the audience that I want to bring to you, Julia, which is, in terms of sustainability practices across the sport and the circuit, are there practices that you guys are using at Formula E that other large sporting events should be thinking about? Because at the end of the day, in addition to the race, you're putting on a mass event for fans and spectators.
Yeah, absolutely. So actually, one of the first things that we started on our journey for sustainability, we certified our event sustainable event. There's an international standard called ISO 20121 that was, very important, again, to align very much kind of like the ethos and the vision and the mission of the championship with the product, making sure that kind of like you would get kind of like as sustainable as you could be. And basically this certification as kind of like meant that we would put in place kind of like a very thorough sustainability approach for our event, from the classic kind of like waste management, phasing out of single-use plastic to, more kind of like, cutting edge project, very innovative and kind of like a leadership type of project, such as the net zero carbon, for example, which, it took us literally 6 years to measure, reduce all the impact of our events, and then get to a phase where we would offset and actually achieve kind of like net zero carbon. So, I mean, I certainly think that there's kind of like a lot in common with kind of like other big sports events. And I've always seen Formula E as a platform to test and pilot some of these initiatives, and then obviously kind of like make them public and really accessible. Formula E actually contributed to draft and to sign United Nations Sports for Climate Action. So we were kind of like part of the founding partners. And obviously we are kind of like in constant discussions and conversation with these key stakeholders in the sports industry, big event organizers such as IOC and so on, where we share our best practices. Sometimes we even kind of like trial these practices for other sports, such as the next Paris Olympics 2024. We are doing some common work on renewable energy power for our event. Because our site in Paris is going to be actually an Olympic site for the Games. And they are using us really as kind of like a sort of guinea pig to see if they can actually kind of like scale this up for the Olympics. So yeah, I mean, absolutely, this is all about collaboration. The thing we need to do is to really be kind of like working in the same direction, because we have 10 years to radically change the way we work and we live.
Yeah, it's such an interesting point too, and Dilbag, I feel like you are uniquely qualified to take this this exact point a step further, because as I understand it, you previous to this managed the relationship for Mahindra with FIFA, if I'm not mistaken. So you understand sort of the power of sport, I believe, both in terms of its use as a tool for gathering large amounts of people, but also the power of sport, I think, to influence people's behavior. How have you seen that, and how does that play into what you're doing now?
Well, I think many times we underestimate our power, because I think like sport and technology has a huge influence on people, and what we're seeing tremendously through Formula E right now in terms of adoption of what we're trying to do. I think the main thing what we try and we've tried to do at Formula E is that to prove electric vehicles are a genuine option. Because when you start considering your mobility options, that this wasn't, and we have to look back. Okay, we started 7 years ago, and electric mobility was very, very early in its stages of development. And where we have reached in the last 7 years is something which is amazing in terms of like people. Like today, it's become a genuine alternate. Like when you and I consider like looking at an automobile option going forward, electric is top of mind. It's no longer a consideration which is lot below. Like today, whichever segment you're looking at, depending on your needs, there is an electric choice there. And I think that's just something which is really amazing, is that today you want a car for long distance, there are options. You want luxury electric, there are. I think that's something which is increasingly something which we like to do. And what Theo and team are doing at ABB is amazing, because one of the big problems was charging. And we have started to reduce some of that fear in terms of range anxiety and charging capacity. Because I think in the end of the day, if the batteries actually become slightly smaller and you have better charging, it makes it even more efficient, because you can have lighter cars. Because many times we are carrying a heavier battery than what we need. It's for that one day we need to drive 250 miles. We're carrying a battery for the whole year, which has a range of 250 miles, when we typically might just need a battery which is really of 100 miles. But if I get the confidence I can charge that in 10 minutes, then I would be buying a smaller, lighter, more practical vehicle, which actually has a much bigger and a much more positive impact on the world.
Yeah, it is fascinating to think about, how these things do translate back and forth. Theodore, we've only got about 30 seconds left. I'm going to leave it with you. How quickly will we get to, and this is based on a question from the audience, how quickly are we going to get to a sort of power supply and an infrastructure that can really charge the world, as it will?
I think it can be relatively quick. I think the key point here, and to make this fully sustainable, we really also need to use renewable energy as the source of power behind the cars. We look at this as again, creating excitement among people will help push this forward, which will help drive also the investment into the infrastructure which is needed, which to a large extent is also the energy generation sources, whether it's wind, solar, hydrogen or hydro, etc. So I think the answer is really, again, the sport is there to create excitement, and that's key.
Well, I love talking about sports, especially in the context of saving the world, so I appreciate it. All of you, Dilbag, Julia, and Theodore, great to see you. Congrats on a great kickoff last weekend here in New York. Can't wait to see the next race. Thank you so much.
Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote, "Coal is civilization and power."
From the early 1900 to World War II, coal powered America.
We're still quite dependent on coal, but coal was a 19th century source of fuel. And we're in the 21st century.
The town is completely shut down.
It's just empty building after empty building after empty building.
We knew it was coming. We just didn't know how hard it was going to be. We're losing everything.
Show of hands, how many of you believe there's a war on coal? Yeah.
We hope to make our voices heard. We want coal energy. We like coal energy.
The thing about coal, somebody's taking a paycheck home on Friday night, putting shoes on the baby.
What's happening is not a war on coal. It's coal's war on our health.
Burning coal kills. You get asthma, you get lung disease, you get cancer.
It's the biggest contributor to climate change.
Climate change is real. It's happening.
It's the biggest source of toxic water pollution.
This is United States of America here, and we're fearing our water.
With Donald J. Trump as president, our miners are going back to work again.
Why are we trying to win a war that even if we win, we're dead last?
We need real jobs and real community, and coal isn't it.
There's plenty of coal still can be mined, and coal can still power America.
Coal is a wonderful thing, but it comes at a pretty expensive cost.
The market is going to drive coal away. That is an inevitability.
It's just going to get worse. Something has to change. You got to do something different.
If we're sitting waiting for coal to come in and be our savior again, we're fooling ourselves.
People have to stand up and speak out for their rights.
This is the pivot point. Either do something about it or leave it for future generations.
Thank you, everybody, so much for joining us at the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit. My name is Jillian Goodman. I'm an editor on Bloomberg Green, our climate change-focused publication. And today we're talking about building a just transition. With me, I have Brandon Dennison, the founder and CEO of Coalfield Development, Suzanne DiBianca, the Chief Impact Officer, and the Executive Vice President of Corporate Relations at Salesforce, and Peggy Shepard, co-founder and Executive Director of We Act for Environmental Justice. Thank you so much for joining us. I wanted to start this panel by devoting a little bit of time to the idea, the definition of a just transition, because it's a little bit of it's a weird term. It's not a term that, many, I think, outside this conversation are necessarily super familiar with. So I think the transition piece of this is pretty obvious in that we're talking about transitioning to a zero carbon, zero greenhouse gas global economy. But how justice plays into that is much more complicated. I mean, obviously, transitioning to a zero carbon economy will render entire job categories, entire industries useless, invalid. And there are people associated with that, people with lives who drive their livelihoods from those industries. And so the idea of a just transition is making sure that we can move the economy forward into a future without these sort of harmful emissions in a way that doesn't leave a lot of people in the dust. And so, I know that you each have very different perspectives on, what a just transition looks like and just sort of what a just transition is. So I wanted to give you each to talk about that. Brandon, why don't we start with you?
Absolutely. I appreciate the opportunity. I think for me, it's about justice. It's justice, the root of the word justice. So these are the communities that have really powered the development of this country. Most anybody who's turned on a light switch was able to do that because of coal. The steel that has gone to build bridges and buildings You don't have steel without coal. Much of that, mined right here in Appalachia. I'm based in West Virginia. So for me, it's not just about helping people to survive, sort of sharing, some of the breadcrumbs, but really putting these communities in the lead, and making sure that people and communities are whole. And the theory of change for me and my organization, which is called Coalfield Development, is that actually a lot of the skills that are going to be needed to remediate and reclaim and retool our national economy, people in energy communities have those skills. And so my vision is actually that the communities that are going to be hurt by this transition could actually garner the investment needed to take the lead in the transition.
Mm-hmm. Peggy, what about you?
Yeah, I believe that a just transition refers to shifting from an economy run on fossil fuels, which are the cause of climate change, to one that's powered by renewable energy. And it really needs to be a transformative economic development strategy that works for all communities and diverse workers. And to make this transition just, we need to ensure that workers in the fossil fuel industry are retrained for a pipeline to clean energy jobs that are family sustaining, and that communities of color are prioritized for renewable energy projects and infrastructure, for decarbonization and electrification, energy and sustainability measures, and are really available for the new clean jobs that will be created.
Mm-hmm. And now, Susanna, you come at this from a very different perspective, I think, from your position at Salesforce. When you are thinking about the idea of a just transition, like, where does that take you?
Yeah, thank you. It's COVID has been such a crazy year. I think it's pulled the curtain up on so many issues around inequality, around climate, around leadership, around public health. And, as I think about what does a just transition mean, there's two things that I'll just sort of underline. One is I was very surprised when I started to work in climate a few years ago at Salesforce that it looks a lot like tech. It shocked me, actually. It looks almost identical to all the meetings that I'm in when I'm in a girl who grew up in technology. It's a very similar makeup. So I'm not seeing really a tapestry of people working on these issues in a way that I think needs to be there. So we've been working with the World Economic Forum on a program called Uplink, and really focusing on ecopreneurs. We're seeing this rise of ecopreneurs, but we're really focused on underrepresented minorities, young people, and making sure that the people working on these issues actually represent the society that we live in and that will be impacted in. And then the second thing I'll just underscore is, we launched an initiative called ATrillionTrees.org, where we know that nature-based solutions are going to be critical in the climate crisis. And we partnered with American Forests, an incredible organization out of Washington, D.C., who's just launched something called a tree equity score. In other words, if you look at urban landscapes, you'll see deserts. There is no nature in many underserved communities. And not only is it going to deal with the climate crisis, it also cools those cities. It cleans the air. So when we think about where should a trillion trees go, in addition to big swaths of land, for example, in Canada and Brazil that we need to frankly conserve, we're very focused on tree equity in urban neighborhoods for a number of reasons.
Well, and Peggy, you also brought up the diversity aspect and the racial justice aspect of this. And you are obviously someone who's been working in this space and addressing that question for a long time at We Act for Environmental Justice. I'm just pulling up your bio because I'm trying to remember the name of the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council. You are currently the co-chair of that. And so, I wanted to talk a bit about, the work you're doing there. And kind of the moment we're in generally, not just in the U.S., where, we're in the middle of this large conversation about what the federal government can do for infrastructure, but also globally, you see the EU tomorrow planning to release a huge slate of environmental regulations aimed at getting us towards a net zero economy. That also includes a just transition fund. And so, Peggy, I'm wondering, what do you think we need to do in the U.S. to make sure, what can we do, I suppose, with the levers that we have in the U.S. to make sure that that happens, that just transition happens here?
Well, we've got to pass the American Jobs Act, a really, really robust infrastructure bill that's being debated right now. And of course, the Justice 40 commitment by the Biden administration would ensure that 40% of the benefits of energy investments flow to frontline communities that have been disinvested in over the last decades. So really beginning to make those kinds of investments in the infrastructure that this country needs and that our communities need. We also have to invest in reducing legacy pollution that's currently exacerbated by the extreme weather events from climate change. So we've really got to reinvest in community resilience, sustainability, and community infrastructure. And really understand that there is a real interdisciplinary nature of these issues, whether it's the impact of transportation access, food quality access. All of these issues really combine together to determine whether we have sustainable and resilient communities or not. So that kind of investment is so critical because our communities are in such dire need. And as we see more wildfires, flooding, extreme heat, we've got to make those investments in order to begin to address these issues and assure that we have a healthy population that is resilient and that we can get back to a working economy after this COVID pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Well, and speaking of the interconnected nature of all of the changes we're going to need to make, that reminds me of something, Brandon, you said when we actually were chatting before this panel, talking about the complexity of needing to not just retrain workers, but also develop new businesses, invest in new businesses at the same time. And that, the one can't really happen without the other because, either we have workers without jobs or businesses without workers. So can you, I guess, tell us a little bit more about your work in that regard, to make sure both of those things are actually happening? And what kind of support do you feel like you need in order to help that process along?
Yeah, the transition it's urgent that it does happen because I agree. I mean, obviously, it's right in front of our faces how urgent the climate crisis is. And yet this just transition, I think, is easier said than done. I think a lot of times in conversations about just transition, we underestimate just how difficult this is. Coal communities here in West Virginia, the entire economy has been built around this industry for several generations. The financing system, the transportation systems, the education and workforce systems built around this one massive industry. And so to just turn that on a dime, that's what we need to do. And yet it's tough to do, and it should not be underestimated. A lot of times conversations about just transition center on retraining programs. And retraining is critical, but we're seeing there's a lot of pessimism about retraining here in West Virginia because the problem is you can get the best training in the world, but it doesn't matter if there's not actually a job at the end of that training process that can pay you a decent wage, give you pride and dignity, and help you feed your family and pay your mortgage. And so what we do at Coalfield Development, it is training and retraining, but we also start the new businesses themselves. We call them social enterprises, so that the training and the actual paid employment can happen together at the same time. That starts to develop new markets and gain some economic traction. It's a more expensive way, frankly, to do job retraining, but it's also a much more effective way. And so when we look at this infrastructure bill and we say, how can that truly be helpful to Appalachia? There needs to be money, not just for retraining, but for the actual new businesses that are going to need to replace the coal industry and actually finally diversify our economy here.
Mm-hmm. Well, and, Suzanne, this is also, I know that Salesforce has a workforce development program and is trying to bring new people in. You spoke about the similarities you were seeing between like tech industry conversations and climate conversations. Obviously, the tech industry has struggled with diversity, struggled to bring in different populations. And now, as Brandon said, there are people who worry basically that this transition away from coal, from oil, means a transition away from the kind of economy where they can work. And so I was hoping you could tell us a little bit about, what you've learned from this workforce development program, and also, how you see the scale of the transition that's necessary and how businesses can respond to it.
Absolutely. First of all, I agree with Peggy on the Green Jobs or on the Jobs Act that we have to get passed. And I just connect the dots to something that Brandon said, working in the coal industry. We have a platform called Trailhead, which is our free online learning platform. And one of my favorite stories, there's been so many, 3 million people have gone through this free online training program. And more than half have found a new job, starting wages at about $100,000 a year. One of my favorite stories is a guy named Zach, who's 3 generations in the coal industry, who reskilled on Trailhead. I'd actually love to have him maybe come talk to some of the folks that you work with, Brandon. Just an incredibly powerful story of this transition out of that industry into the tech industry and what that took for him. And so we're seeing it all over, and I believe that it's not only a living wage is possible, but a good salary is possible. And, one area of focus for us has been on military veterans. And during the pandemic, twice the amount of military veterans or their spouses lost their jobs. And so what we've learned is you can train people all day long, but if you don't have that first job experience, it's very hard to get employed. So we worked with Hiring Our Heroes, great organization, and we paid for fellowships, 3-month fellowships that actually gave people job experience. 100% of them were hired at the end of their tenure. And now we have this incredible ecosystem of partners. So we've now broadened it out to over 400 of our partners who are paying directly for fellowships, and they're often taking on these trained tech men and women right after their fellowship ends because they're desperate for talent. So we're kind of looking at, where can we pilot things and then scale out through our ecosystem. And the last shout out I'll do, because I just love this program, is Year Up. It's an incredible program founded out of Boston, working with underserved youth, 18 to 25, training them up in all kinds of skills. We've brought in thousands now. It's really helped with our diversity goals at Salesforce. They are very high performing talent, and they stay almost twice as long as our general population. So I think there's a lot of places to look that you can get diverse talent, but you got to stay committed to not only doing the training but supporting the work experience.
We have a question from the audience that I think is really interesting that I'm hoping actually both Brandon and Suzanne can speak to. Someone asks, do you find that older employees can adapt and develop new skills? Because I think this speaks to a very particular anxiety that a lot of people have who are in the middle or later stages of their career when they say, I've been building internal combustion engines for 40 years. Like, how am I going to adapt? So I don't, whichever of you wants to go first, but.
It certainly is possible. We've seen it happen. So of the different businesses we've started, we helped start the first solar company in our community, sustainable agriculture company, green manufacturing, green collar construction. And we use what we call our 33, 6, and 3 model. This is how we organize the work week. 33 hours of paid work, 6 hours of higher education, and 3 hours of personal development. So for that higher ed, we had a 53-year-old coal miner who became the first person in his family to earn a degree of higher education. And I remember, a conversation with him in our high tunnel about some of the readings that he was doing and how inspiring that was. So it is possible. I will say, I mean, we do see a bit of a generational divide, though, that, someone who's had the same career for 20, 30 years, that is asking a lot to totally retool the work that you do, quite possibly, for less money in too many instances that it has been less money. Whereas a lot of our enrollment is larger among younger, sort of 35 and below than 35 and above, but it is possible.
Mm-hmm. And Suzanne, have you had many older students come through these programs?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think the question is, can you teach an old dog a new trick? I think you can. I'm learning about venture capital. I don't have a finance background. I'm not, I'm sort of experimenting with I didn't know anything about climate 4 years ago. And so I think that I agree with Brandon that many of these programs are targeted at a younger population. We don't find that so much in the veteran community. So I really like working in that community because you get people of all ages, all backgrounds, all, genders, races. And so, I've definitely seen success in an older population, particularly with that group. I think we have to just be very careful as employers to not be biased in any way. And people think bias means race or gender, but age is really critical. And so we really hold that as important, as dear. And so when we look at our own hiring and we look at placement within the ecosystem, we try to filter for all bias, including age. So I believe you can teach an old dog a new trick. I think that, there should be more programs that are focused on older adults looking for career transitions. And I'm certainly happy to support any of those as we see them come about.
Well, so Peggy, we've been talking about coal country. I brought up manufacturing, but your organization is headquartered in Manhattan. So we're talking about a whole other population that will also be affected by these changes. Earlier, you brought up communities that are also victims of pollution, victims of some of the, polluting practices that we've seen in the last, 100 years. And so I'm hoping you can talk about how this just transition can help communities who maybe aren't seeing quite the level of job transition, or maybe they are, but how that what the ripple effects will be across other populations that maybe aren't quite so directly affected.
Yeah, a transition from a fossil fuel community, fossil fuel economy is going to have so many ripples. It's a comprehensive change in all aspects of our culture and society. Just as technology has transformed the way we do our work. When I first started as a reporter, I used a typewriter. A lot of people on this call probably have never used a typewriter. I would telegram people when we did our first campaign. We telegrammed the governor to ask him about a key issue. Right now, during COVID, if we didn't have access to broadband, our economy would be in shambles. So this transition from a fossil fuel economy is going to be as transformative as our new technology has been. And so we can't leave people behind. In many of the frontline communities, we're not even talking about a job transition. Many of those folks don't have a job. And so we've really got to think about new types of worker cooperatives and worker associations. We don't have unions all around this country. And in some cities, some of our folks who are Black and brown have a hard time getting into a union. So how do we really think about new kinds of worker associations? How do we think about microgrids that will begin to protect communities from blackouts as we begin to move towards electrification? How do we think more about solar energy jobs as a way to keep housing affordable? In a city like New York City, where probably 80% of folks are renters, we've really got to think about how we keep housing affordable, and reducing energy costs is a way to do that. So solar, wind energy, we've really got to be much more innovative. when we think about how we're going to ensure that this new energy transition does not increase energy insecurity, because we already know that there are 30 million households in this country that are already energy insecure, cannot pay that energy bill. Instead of, they might need to pay rent or medical bills. So the energy insecurity is already here. And as we transition, we may see an increase in those costs. And how do we begin to address that for the most vulnerable communities? And so I think when we think about the priorities of the new White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council, a lot of the recommendations that have already been made, and there have been over 100 pages of those recommendations, so you can go on the EPA website and find them. But they're really recommendations looking at what kinds of investments do we need to make, and in what kinds of areas to really create resilient communities. And so that's really what we're going to be focused on. How do we create more resilient communities? How do we bring everybody into a strong new economy future?
Oh, go ahead. I think you're muted, Suzanne. Sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to add a quick thing to what Peggy was saying and give a couple examples just quickly. One is a great organization out of New York called Block Power, run by a friend. They're doing great. They're transitioning urban housing, a lot of public housing, into they're enabling the transition into being powered by solar, wind, et cetera, renewable in urban neighborhoods, public housing in particular. And they're using local residents to do that. So I just love the connection between the transition from buildings and using local workforces. And the second thing is I was talking to former Secretary of the Navy, Ray Mabus, fantastic guy, doing a lot of work on green jobs as well. We were brainstorming on the job categories he was working on, and I said, "What about carbon accountants?" Like, I sit in the corporate sector. We have 1,000 companies that have taken net zero commitments in the last year, and very few people know how to do carbon accounting. It's gonna be an exploding field. So, and the digital transformation that's going to be required for energy companies, manufacturers, retailers. I think there's just thinking about it. Habitat's doing great work installing solar. Danelle's doing great work in creating communities that are transitioning in their own buildings. But we also have to step up and think a little bigger and broader about there's all kinds of digital skills that I'm seeing from my vantage point that are really, really needed. And we just have a real lack of training programs and talent there. So excited to do more there.
And, I totally agree. Block Power is a wonderful organization. And at WEACT in Harlem, we are also doing solar installations on public housing and on low-income tenant-owned cooperatives, because, again, that's a way to reduce those energy bills and keep housing affordable. And then, again, training underemployed folks in our community to do those solar installations in their own community and being part of that solution. We've even had some of our trainees come together and form their own worker association, and they're now bidding on jobs and beginning to be independent and being able to share in those profits. So there's so many ways we can begin to think about access to this new economy and how workers can really share in it.
Well, and I think that solar installation is actually quite an interesting example of what we're talking about here, because it's a job growth category, it's a retraining opportunity, but it's also a real opportunity for the government at all levels to support the development of this new economy by offering incentives for installation to homeowners, incentives for companies that are retraining workers. And so, Brandon, I'm just kind of curious, like, in your community, what is the rate of solar penetration like, and what do you think would help that along?
It's a lot lower than it needs to be. Our regulatory environment is not good right now. We do have net metering, so for homeowners, it's fairly viable. But we have.
Can you just define net metering real quickly for people?
Oh gosh, I'm probably not the best. Basically, you can generate extra power and put it back into the system, and the utility will recognize that on your bill. So you can tie it into the existing system. Our existing power system, it's a state-backed monopoly, and it largely, it's controlled. It ties into the coal system. It's a state monopoly built on coal and power generated by coal. Utility scale solar, commercial solar, it's not. Environmentally, it's possible. Our former mountaintop removal sites, these are flat areas up high. They're rural, but a lot of times they are near utilities because they used to be an active mine land. It could be a phenomenal source of solar energy to put solar farms on these former mine lands, but our regulatory environment currently does not really allow utility scale solar because we have a monopoly system. So there are very large scale policy changes that are going to happen to truly unleash the solar industry here in our state. What's amazing, despite a tough regulatory environment, we have started a new solar company in West Virginia. It's run by a fellow named Dan Conant. It's called Solar Holler. It employs more than 50 people. These are union jobs with the Electrical Brotherhood of Electricians, and rooftop solar for homeowners it's grown. It's more than doubled the size of its business year over year for the last 3 to 4 years. So the demand is there, but we've got to loosen up the regulations to truly unleash the power of the solar sector.
Well, this has been such a fantastic conversation. I thank you all so much for joining us, and to you in the audience, thank you so much for joining us at Bloomberg at the Sustainable Business Summit. Any concluding comments? We have about 40 seconds left on the clock, so I don't want to run on too long.
Well, I would just say that Jennifer Granholm, the Secretary of Energy, came and did a visit to a number of communities, but also in Harlem, and she really wanted to understand the challenges and regulatory obstacles to really addressing solar and other kinds of energy changes. So I think the administration is beginning to really look at that. What are those challenges and obstacles that we need to overcome in terms of regulation to ensure that we can have the energy future we all need?
The worst thing we could do here in West Virginia is lie to ourselves and convince ourselves the coal industry is going to come back, because it's not, and we need to start building for the future.
And I'll just end by saying thank you. Thank you to Bloomberg for putting this on. Thank you for Jillian and my fellow panelists for all the incredible work that you're doing. It's been an honor and pleasure to be here.
Yes. And it's been a treat for me as well. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for joining our panel today, A Spotlight, Putting Purpose into Practice. My name is Lee Ballin, and I'm the head of business development for sustainability at Bloomberg NEF, a strategic research group at Bloomberg helping customers, companies, and investors navigate the transition to a low-carbon economy. Today, I'm joined by Melanie Adams, Vice President and Head Corporate Governance and Responsible Investment at RBC Global Asset Management, along with Lindsay Patrick, Managing Director and Strategic Initiatives and ESG at RBC Capital Markets for RBC's Advisory Board. It's so great to see both of you again. Lindsay, I think the last time I saw you, we met on the trading floor as you were integrating ESG into that side of the business. Tell me how you're trying to drive sustainable outcomes and integrate ESG factors today.
Thanks, Lee, and thank you to Bloomberg for having us here today. It's true, the last time we met, my team, the Sustainable Finance Group, was on the trading floor. We were at the epicenter of all the activity across RBC Capital Markets, and that was really how we set up this group, to integrate ESG factors holistically across all of our businesses. Now, however, given all the true investment banking transactions we're working on, we are sitting upstairs on our investment banking floor, working with our front office sales coverage, really integrating ESG and across the advice and the perspectives that we provide our clients, and also providing them with sustainable finance solutions. That is really core to how we approach ESG and sustainability at RBC. It's true to our purpose of helping clients thrive and communities prosper. And we really think that is the role that a financial institution has to play. We don't have a significant carbon footprint, but we do have a significant impact through the financing and access to markets we provide to our clients. And therefore, we continue to be set up to deliver on this holistic strategic approach to ESG.
Great, thanks. Melanie, anything going on from a global asset management perspective?
Yeah, thanks very much, Lee. Absolutely. At RBC Global Asset Management, we believe that integrating ESG factors as part of the investment process can help enhance long-term portfolio returns. And because this is our philosophy, all of our investment teams globally integrate material ESG factors into their processes. In addition to that, in our investment teams incorporating that, we do have a dedicated corporate governance and responsible investment team that I lead that oversees our ESG strategy, supports our investment teams with ESG integration, and ensures that we have the right tools, data, and expertise on ESG issues.
So there's been a lot of focus on what companies can do to support a sustainable future, and you started talking about a couple of those, Lindsay. What advice do you provide them, and where should they start? Melanie, you want to kick it off?
Yeah, absolutely. This really is no longer a world when companies can separate ESG factors and sustainability from their strategy, their growth, and their risk management. And so when we meet with our companies that we're invested in, we meet with the boards and we meet with senior management, and we talk about these ESG factors, and we're interested in learning how companies are managing these risks and opportunities. In 2020 alone, we met with over 1,200 different companies to talk about their approach to these kinds of things. So where do you start as a company? ESG, there's a number of different ESG factors. As investors, we're not interested in a check-the-box exercise or companies looking at every single one. What really matters is materiality. What is material for your business? What impact do your products, services, and your business have on your stakeholders in the community in which you operate? That's what we're asking companies to really look at and assess and think about it from as a strategic growth driver and doing that particular type of impact analysis. So you really need to have a clear understanding of what your sustainability growth plan is as a corporation.
1,200 engagements, it's certainly an active strategy that you guys have over there. Lindsay, anything to add on that from a company perspective?
Yeah, we're seeing companies really take control of their own ESG narrative. So instead of being told by investors or by rating agencies what the material factors are, they're doing a deeper dive into their own strategy and taking a better view of these factors themselves, an articulation of what those factors are, and then setting targets for themselves and communicating that to the broader market so that the broader market and all their stakeholders can understand that strategy. And once they do that, they're able to access a variety of sustainable finance tools and toolkits, products and solutions, which is really where our team comes in to help them access that type of the market.
It really does open up opportunities to raise capital if you're a company that has a commitment to sustainability. Let's talk about the data set a little bit. And I know E is always top of mind, climate, et cetera. But the S has recently risen in importance. And so, Lindsay, why do you think that is? And what are your respective businesses doing to adapt to the increased focus on social issues?
Yeah, great question. I think, Lee, it's first important to step back and say one of the reasons why ESG has been so much in focus for the capital markets is we are able to quantify these issues. There has been a sophistication around ESG data, around what companies are reporting, around what investors are analyzing. That did first start with environmental factors, which rightly or wrongly were perceived to be more quantitative in that nature. And we've seen that now extend to social factors. It's always been there for governance factors, I would argue. But in addition to the data component of it, the pandemic really served to shine a light on the inequalities that we see in our society today and the need for collective action across governments, companies, financial institutions, and even consumers to respond and to respond together. These are long-term complex issues that not one actor in society can address, whether it be racial inequalities, whether it be gender inequalities. And so it's been really terrific to see the S rise up in prominence, I would say, on an equal footing to the E and the G, which is where we think it should stand in order to take a holistic approach at how we should be addressing ESG. We like to think of it as a three-legged stool, and it's best when these factors are in balance together.
I agree completely. Melanie, anything to add on the S factor within global asset management over at RBC?
Yeah, well, I certainly agree with Lindsay that social factors have really risen to the forefront as a result of the pandemic. And, the factors that Lindsay mentioned are certainly the ones that as investors we're really committed to speaking to our investee companies about to understand how they're managing through these. In terms of social factors, generally speaking, even before the pandemic, we were looking at some of these. And one in particular that we saw was cybersecurity incidents and how that as an S factor was really becoming more and more prominent. We've seen a number of issues in recent months as well. Every year, RBC GAM does an ESG survey. You typically have over 800 respondents. And consistently in the last number of years, we've seen cybersecurity as one of the top concerns for investors. So I would add that to sort of the number of other ones that we're seeing: employee health and safety, of course, supply chain risks, and Lindsay's mentioned a number of others. But certainly we are seeing the S come to the forefront. But I absolutely agree with Lindsay. It is difficult to quantify it. And so sometimes it has been put on the back burner because it's just really hard to measure it. But we're getting more data and we're coming up with different ways that as investors we can look at what companies are doing. And really primarily what we're looking for is robust governance and oversight practices of both the E and the S factors.
Great, thanks. So we've touched on how much the space has evolved since the three of us sat in a room together in 2018. Let's look into that crystal ball and tell me what does ESG look like a year from now? Are there any trends, opportunities, challenges that we and those who are watching should be considering as they move forward?
Lee, it's absolutely true. Lee, it is absolutely true that ESG and sustainability are growing and moving at an exponential rate. And I do not see this slowing down anytime soon. So I think we're still going to be on the same very fast-paced trajectory next year. I think one of the big areas where we're seeing a lot of movement in this space is with respect to disclosure frameworks. So this is how companies are reporting on their ESG factors. What we need is a consistent, comparable way to compare companies against their peers. We are starting to see some movement in this. We're seeing some frameworks be embraced and utilized by companies. For example, a TCFD framework, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. RBC has a TCFD report. RBC GAM just published its very first TCFD report in April. We are continuing to see progress on this consistent disclosure, but there is so much work to be done. So I think we'll still be talking about this next year. Hopefully we'll see some more progress in some of these frameworks as they come together, but it's certainly a big area to monitor. And I would be remiss if I did not mention the regulatory requirements that are starting to evolve in various jurisdictions related to ESG reporting and disclosure by companies, asset owners, and asset managers all alike. Certainly, we are seeing some ESG factors become more and more prevalent. Climate change has been a big factor for a long time now, but we're also seeing biodiversity. We're seeing water discussed more and more often, nature-based solutions, circular economy, and we absolutely cannot forget about diversity, inclusion, and human rights. So I think these are going to be the topics we'll be talking about next year.
There's certainly no lack of topics that we could dig into on the ESG space. Lindsay, anything to add to that?
We're really excited for continued sustainable finance issuance. The clients that we work with in this regard are continuously positively surprised at the reaction they get from investors, the new investors they're able to reach, the reception they get from the broad cohort of stakeholders, their employees, their boards, their management teams, alongside their investors. And this is something that we think every company that is able to articulate their ESG strategy and set goals for themselves is able to access. So we're really excited about further acceleration and deepening of the sustainable finance market.
Well, great. It's so exciting to see RBC's commitment to these issues and leadership to move the needle forward when it comes to ESG. Lindsay, Melanie, thank you so much for your time today. Keep up the good work, and I'll see you in person very soon.
Thank you, Lee. Nice to see you.
Thanks.
You too.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us at the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit. My name is Katie Greifeld. I'm a reporter for Bloomberg News and an anchor for Bloomberg Quick Take. I'm thrilled to be joined today by Audrey Choi. She is Morgan Stanley's Chief Sustainability Officer and the CEO of the Institute for Sustainable Investing. We are also joined today by Valerie Smith. She is Managing Director and Chief Sustainability Officer at Citi. Val, Audrey, thank you both so much for joining us. And we're going to be talking about the next wave of sustainable finance. But I feel like we can't start without mentioning that we're coming out of a year-long pandemic. Obviously, we're doing this virtually. So to start, I'd love to hear both your thoughts on what the current state of sustainable finance is and how the pandemic has hindered or helped uptake. So Audrey, let's kick it off with you.
Great. Thanks, Katie. It's great to be with you and with Val. Yeah, you're right. I think that we've seen a dramatic, frankly, acceleration of interest in sustainable investing. What was really interesting is I think that initially when you had the stay-at-home orders in March of 2020, there was a few weeks where people sort of said, oh, sustainability is not the priority anymore, even though it had been starting to crest, and everyone's just focused on health and and stay-at-home orders. And within a few weeks, I think people really realized that they started to realize, oh, these are actually very much connected. This is actually making the case to us for why healthcare and climate change and economic inequality are actually very much all linked. And so what we really saw was, first of all, a real acceleration of people understanding the S in ES and G, and then really understanding the interconnection between them. So, it's just one example. One of the first actually bonds that we did that helped reopen the Italian debt market in April of 2020 was the first ever COVID response bond of €1 billion. And then, of course, $1 billion for Pfizer later, and $1 billion for the Ford Foundation to respond to racial issues as well as COVID issues made people, I think, really start to, and we've seen that just continue to accelerate. A real interest in all sustainable investing, in the S in particular, and in understanding the integration of the three.
Yeah, I think I can add to that and say that I completely agree with Audrey's comments, and that we saw something similar happen within Citi and in the broader client space. In the early days of COVID, it was such a human tragedy. It really, I think, focused all the attention on the health and safety of our families and our communities. And, as we began to adapt to that new normal, I think, many of us in the ESG space thought that we were going to have to think about this in terms of managing multiple crises at once, managing the public health crisis, managing the climate crisis, managing the racial equity crisis. And for a while, it felt like we were going to need to think about it in terms of walking and chewing gum at the same time. What has happened, and I think Audrey really underscored this, is that the ESG community, and I think really the world, has come to understand how interconnected these different crises are. And, we see the connections between climate change and human health and justice, and in fact started to see our clients respond from a financing perspective in terms of, well, not just green bonds and not just social bonds, but how do we integrate these into sustainable bonds? How are we thinking about climate change as, a human issue and not an environmental issue? So I think, contrary to many expectations, the human health crisis of COVID actually has led to, a real acceleration of ESG and an understanding that these themes are really connected.
So following up on that, I'd love to talk about what trends you see emerging from the pandemic. Audrey, you brought up that, there's been more of a focus on social, for example. I'm curious, do you see those as sustainable trends, and what are you specifically focusing on?
At the Institute for Sustainable Investing at Morgan Stanley, over the past number of years, we've actually been doing investor surveys and really focusing on what are investors interested in. And what we've seen is that right up at the top of the list is climate change, circular economy, and public health and community development, economic inequality. I do expect that these trends will continue. I think this is very much not just a sort of a cyclical flash in the pan, but really a secular. Really sort of almost the light bulb went on as to why it is that the well-being of a community, whether that be your local community where you work and live and serve, or whether it actually be the global community, why those things are actually incredibly material to business because they're material to the well-being of society, right? And I think that it really has, we are going to continue to do a lot more work looking at actually the overall ecosystem that a company operates in, and that we really think, an investor can't really make a well-informed decision without thinking about all of those things. And, I think, one of the really most interesting things is, and we started this Global Sustainable Finance Group at Morgan Stanley about 12 years ago in 2009. And when we started back then, a lot of people thought, oh, well, that's sort of interesting or lovely, but why is a Wall Street firm doing that? Because certainly that, the environmental issues and social issues aren't really core to finance. And if you're just thinking about a profitable investment or a good trade or, any sort of normal capital markets transaction, those things, were very much deemed extra financial. Right. And we've always believed that actually just because it wasn't on the balance sheet doesn't mean that it's not material to finances. Where we are today has been such an enormous sea change, right? When you have more than 75 central banks around the world acknowledging climate change as a necessary part of understanding financial stability, where you see companies and investors saying overwhelmingly that environmental issues, social issues are fundamentally material to a company's operations, to a company's profitability, and of course to a company's brand, which then of course comes back to brand value. So I think that what we're seeing now really is that the pandemic accelerated trends that have been in the works for a while, of really focusing on environmental issues and social issues as, frankly, completely core to financial value and completely core to brand value.
Well, Val, I'd like to ask you the same question. Yeah, continue.
Well, I just wanted to build on Audrey's comments around these ESG trends. And I really appreciate Audrey taking us back to 2009. I think, as many ESG watchers today look at the different commitments coming out of companies, coming out of investors, certainly coming out of banks, related to sustainable finance, related to climate change, it seems like this is a new trend and sort of a new series of headlines. And I think it's really important to view this in, the ESG historical context, as it were. I joined Citi in 2004 in the sustainability function, and I wasn't even the first generation of sustainability people here at Citi. The institutions that are deep in this, like Citi, like Morgan Stanley, have been working at this for a very long time, building that institutional knowledge around the intersection of environmental and social sustainability and finance, understanding that these aren't issues that are extra financial, they're pre-financial and increasingly financial. And so, sort of tying back to our discussion around COVID-19 as sort of an accelerant, around that time, people were talking about whether, is ESG the newest trend? Is climate the newest trend? And I think that we should be thinking about it differently in the same way that we don't think about the internet as a trend. This is sort of a fundamental thematic for business, for communities, certainly for the capital markets. And I think as you look at the adoption of, various ESG commitments, especially climate commitments, you start to see how this is not something that's being done alongside business. It is being done sort of through business and is very much integrated. And that's why I think some of the commitments that you see coming out feel different now. It is not really around sort of commitments done on the side of business, and it's about transforming our businesses and helping our clients to transform their businesses to, sustainable business models.
Yeah.
So I'd love to break apart. Yeah. No, continue, please. Go ahead.
I mean, just really quickly also, I think that historically one of the biggest obstacles to sustainable investing is this myth that if you think about environmental issues and social issues as part of investing, that means you are willing to or have to take a haircut to returns. And I think that what's been really fascinating is, we were looking at investments over the course of 2019, where you had, the pretty strong, universally strong bull markets, and then 2020, where of course we had all sorts of crazy bear markets. And we saw that in both 2019 and 2020, sustainable investing strategies actually outperformed traditional strategies with lower risk. And so I think it's kind of not an accident that this is the same time where you're suddenly seeing 95% of investors, asset owners, and asset managers all saying that they are all in on sustainable investing. So it's great that, but I think that the myth in a lot of people's minds still persists, even though the data right now has become increasingly compelling, that it very often comes with a lower volatility because you've got your antenna aware for these other kinds of factors, and that there's really great opportunities there as well.
Well, Audrey, I'm so glad you brought up returns, because part of the reason that ESG strategies are outperforming or have outperformed is because those portfolios tend to be concentrated in tech companies, which may be very good on the E side, but often come under fire for governance issues. So I'm curious, how should investors and corporations be thinking about the entire acronym about ESG? Because it feels like the G in particular often falls to the wayside.
It's interesting, and I know we were talking about this the other day a little bit, that early on, I think that there was a sort of a cadre of G investors who were like, I don't know about the E, I don't know about the S, but the G is interesting from a good governance, and of course, who doesn't want a well-governed company? I think then, a number of years later, there was a sense of, well, if the E and the S actually help, it's just because that happens to be sort of an artifact of a well-governed company that they're also thinking about these things. I think now there's become to be a much more holistic understanding that, yes, that actually thinking about environmental issues, thinking about your carbon emissions, thinking about effluence, thinking about your overall impact on communities is a factor of good governance, right? That it's similarly, if you don't have the right social compact with your employees, ultimately you will see higher costs in terms of turnover, in terms of recruiting, in terms of loyalty or productivity. And so I think increasingly now there is a real understanding that the E and the S are material parts of good governance, and that actually a truly well-governed company is also thinking about how do we integrate climate change, climate risk, climate opportunity into all of our core business processes. And it's one of the reasons why I think it's been really amazing to have, for us at Morgan Stanley, one of the most important movers in terms of helping us really permeate climate change throughout our company is the partnership with the chief risk officer, who fundamentally sees climate risk as core to core risk, not sort of a separate activity.
And Val, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, about how the G factors in and how corporations should be thinking about it, how you at Citi think about it.
Sure. So I think the key theme here is around taking a holistic view on ESG. And Audrey talked about how all of these pieces are connected, and I couldn't agree more. obviously, good governance is fundamental to good company performance. I think what's been interesting is to understand how the good governance pieces directly relate to good environmental performance, directly relate to good social performance, and how, in fact, as we think about the ESG sort of nomenclature, that ESG governance has also become, I think, something that we think a lot about and something that we are talking to our clients about. So how are you connecting all of these pieces together? How are you thinking about this in terms of, your CEO, your management team oversight? How are you thinking about this in terms of board oversight? How is ESG beginning to be factored into, discussions around executive compensation? I think that as we look forward, I expect to see investors not just focus on one or the other. I think we expect them to see, to really be focused on the E, S, and G performance altogether. There will obviously have to be certain indicators that we'll look for as we think about who's a good ESG performer. But that's going to be a pretty nuanced view, I think, as we think about our own ESG performance as institutions and as we think about what we see from clients. You started out talking about the tech sector and how, for good reason, they're viewed as, very strong ESG performers. I think as we look across any sector, you start to see the big E, S, and G and ESG risks and opportunities come out. On a climate change perspective, obviously, we've been focused on carbon intensive sectors from a supply and demand standpoint. I think as we move forward, we will all be focusing on all of the sectors and looking at their climate performance, looking at their equity, diversity and equity performance. And I expect to see, governance being sort of bundled together as one of those key areas that we're looking at in the totality.
Well, I'd love to talk to you guys about metrics, because this is something I always wonder in ESG conversations is how do you actually evaluate performance and progress? So Val, I'd love to throw that question to you because I know Citi has the net zero commitment. What KPIs are you tracking along the way as you try to achieve that?
Sure, happy to talk metrics. Any sustainability person, it's sort of our bread and butter. And So just to take a step back on net zero. So Citi announced, our new CEO, Jane Fraser, announced on her first day, March 1st, that Citi was committing to net zero financed emissions by 2050 and also net zero for our own operations by 2030. And, it's a big statement, and you have to boil that down to very specific metrics. Just sort of honing in on how we're approaching this from a financing perspective. You start to basically look at what are the most carbon intensive sectors that you do business with, that we lend to as a bank, and then drilling into that, which sectors should we prioritize? Well, for Citi, as part of our net zero announcement, we said that we would be, for the first step of our plan, releasing 2030 interim emissions targets for our energy and power portfolios. And so that takes you very quickly into some pretty specific metrics and data needs around the direct and indirect emissions associated with our clients, how we attribute those to, to us as a lending institution. And importantly, how do you understand which of your clients are best positioned to transition with you to net zero? As a global financial institution, we are very focused on transitioning our clients, transitioning our business, in partnership with these clients to net zero. It's going to be a really big lift. And it is going to require, an understanding of the metrics and data for where our clients are today, as well as where we expect them to be tomorrow and where they'll need to be tomorrow.
And so before I turn it over to audience questions, this is the next wave of sustainable finance. That's the topic of this panel. So, I want to ask you both about that. What do you think the next phase of sustainable finance will bring, and who do you think will drive it? Audrey, let's start with you.
Sure. Well, look, I think that we are definitely already seeing the next wave starting and frankly, well underway, which is that if you think about the first wave of sustainable finance being people really just frankly accepting as a mainstream concept that sustainability is a core part of investing. I think the next wave that we're really, frankly, already starting into now is people really driving for much more impact, for much more specificity and transparency, right? Whereas once it might have been seen as, great, I now have an ESG fund or some sort of ETF that has blended in some sustainability statistics. Now sophisticated investors and also next-gen investors are saying, no, that's not enough. I assume that, of course, you will do that. But in addition, I want to understand, I am specifically passionate about climate change in terms of adaptation or climate change mitigation or conservation or gender equity or social justice or income inequality or access to finance. And I want specific solutions that actually address that. And I want it backed up with data. And I think it's this fascinating moment now because, we have a generation of investors and frankly of, CEOs who have grown up with a supercomputer in their pockets, right? And the amount of transparency that they're able to demand and expect from everyone is enormous. And so I think we have this real convergence in this next wave where there will be a much more specific desire to really have transparency about what companies are saying and doing, whether they're living up to them. A huge emphasis on impact metrics. So don't just tell me that you're doing good for the community, but specifically what does that mean in terms of impact, in terms of lives changed. And I think that the accountability is just is going to be much greater. But the last thing I would say, where it kind of just ties it into some of these net zero issues, right? Because we, Morgan Stanley, we also made our net zero commitment actually last year in last September of 2020. And for us, though, it's really about not just making a commitment and what are we doing together, but how do we all do this collectively, right? Which is why Morgan Stanley, as well as Citi, think it's very important to be part of the Partnership for Carbon Accounting Financials, to be part of TCFD, and also for the Sustainability Accounting Standards, which has now been renamed the Values Reporting Foundation, where we really we think all of us need to collectively be on this journey of providing that transparency. Because we firmly believe that the more sophisticated investors become, the more they really want to understand the full impact. And we can only get there if we do it together. And so this is one of the areas where, again, as I said, Val and I love being on things together and doing things together because, especially with respect to climate change, this is an area where, of course, all of us are going to try to innovate on our own. But if we don't do this together as an industry, it's not actually providing the maximum service to investors. If we say, well, I've got my own climate standards and, figure it out on your own how to reconcile them. So transparency, accountability, and true impact, I think, will be and specificity.
And Val, got to give you the final word.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah.
So the next wave of sustainable finance. I could not agree more, Audrey, that I think not just transparency, but radical transparency is going to be needed, and a whole new level of data associated with, sustainability and climate performance is going to be essential. It's going to be, essential for companies, for banks, for asset managers to be able to demonstrate the impact that they're having, what they're doing. I think as I think about where we've been in the sustainable finance space for the last 5-10 years and where we're headed, I think you can expect to see this area really, filter through both the risk and the opportunity perspective. And specifically, what I think has been a really interesting space to watch is the connection between sustainability indicators and financing in the sustainability-linked lending space with revolvers and the sustainability-linked bond space. When you start to tie sustainability performance to financial performance, I think this is where you start to see the real integration. So I'm really excited to see how we can do even more of that in the sustainable finance world going forward.
Well, Val, Audrey, I'm so sad to say, but we're coming at the end of our time. But I so enjoyed speaking with you, and I learned a lot. So thank you both for your time today. And thank you to everyone in the audience for tuning in, and much more to come at the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit. So stay tuned.
We're in a race against time on climate change, and we have to start moving faster right now.
I think everybody now understands that urgent action is needed. We have to limit the increase of temperature to 1.5 degrees. And to do that, we have to act now, and we have to act at all levels of government.
This world is at a critical point. a point where people have waited 30 years trying to address climate change.
There is a new momentum that has come. We have what I would call the beginning of civil disobedience on climate change. That historically has always been a very important component of any major political change, and hence it is very welcome.
To overcome the current climate crisis, we need to make changes starting now.
Mayors and local leaders understand that because they see the effects of climate change firsthand.
Cities is where it happens, where the crisis strikes first, but also where the solutions are found first.
It is the momentum to act now, at the global level, at the national level, and to the local level.
Young people are standing up, so we really notice there's a lot of changes, and you have to really bring pressure to those who are not accepting that if you're not going this direction, we can't save the world.
Hi, everybody. I'm Carol Masser of Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV. We have a great duo here from AB InBev. We're talking about Fernando Tenenbaum. He's the Chief Financial Officer of AB InBev, along with the Chief Sustainability Officer and Global Vice President, Ezgi Barcenas. I'm so glad to have the two of you here with us. We have a lot to get to. But before we get into talking about the big record deal that you did earlier this year, I do want to ask you both about the environment, what it looks like. I think we're just at this interesting point in our society and our economy that we're not quite sure what's next. Fernando, let me start with you. What are you seeing in terms of the market outlook?
Thanks, Carol. Pleasure to be here with you today. It's been a very interesting period for us. Probably if you go back like March and April last year, it was a period of a lot of uncertainty, but it's fair to say since May, the business has been quite strong, a lot of momentum, very good underlying demand, and the momentum has been kept throughout the second half of last year. And so far, we continue to be excited about the prospects going forward.
So it sounds like we were drinking a lot during the pandemic and we're continuing to do that post-pandemic?
Yes, beer continued to be quite strong. So people love beer and continue to love beer before and after the pandemic.
Hear, hear. Ezgi, come on in on this, because one of the things that we talked about a lot during the pandemic is sustainability and also supply chains, right? The difficulties. How is it looking for you guys? Are you able to keep up with demand and get what you need?
Yeah, thanks for having us today, Carol. And absolutely, as Fernando said, last year, we really focused on supporting frontline workers as well as our supply chain, our communities and customers. And, we provided over 3 million bottles of hand sanitizers, 3 million face shields. We helped build 6 healthcare facilities around the world from Brazil to Mexico. And, we were able to remotely support our farmers as well and really kept the buying centers open so that we can ensure that farmer cash flow and supply security. So, we're geared for a fast recovery, and we see that around the world.
But in terms of your supply chain, what you need, Ezgi, you get what you want, you're able to access it, and maybe at a higher cost, maybe not?
Yeah, absolutely. For a global company, we're really able to leverage our local networks around the world. So the teams on the ground, our supply chain teams, procurement teams have been working nonstop throughout the pandemic. And yes, this is about resilience for us and business continuity as much as it is about our, community resilience as well. So definitely onto a fast recovery.
All right, well, it's good to hear optimism. And I got to tell you, you guys all caught our attention earlier this year when you did that record debt deal, a $10.1 billion debt facility. It was a sustainability-linked loan, the largest ever. And it's in a year where we're seeing a lot more momentum on this front. The ethical debt market now worth over $3 trillion. I'm going to cut to the chase. Whose idea was it? How did this kind of come to be at AB InBev?
Carol, it was actually a natural process, because sustainability has been part of our company kind of forever. I remember when I joined ABI 17 years ago, I was visiting the plants and I was talking to the plant manager, and he was really excited. He was reducing water consumption. And then I would talk to another person on the plant, and they were very excited. They were out of our wastes, they were using like 97%. And I would come back year after year, and these numbers were always improving. Then it became 98%, then 99%, and then we're talking 99.1%. whatever. So it kind of it's part of our DNA. Even before the word sustainability was out there, and it was really important. So it was always with us. On the other hand, after some years, we start seeing more and more noise, or more good noise on the financial markets about sustainability, but it was not very clear what it is, what it was, and what it could qualify as sustainability or not. So even though we were doing a lot of work internally, we're not necessarily comfortable to be behind some of these instruments before the market was mature enough. So at the beginning of this year, we felt the moment was right. We felt that the moment was right for us to be behind this instrument. But having said that, there is still a lot to go. The market is maturing, but there is still a lot of progress made. There is still a lot of improvements. But we definitely feel that now we have momentum, and now we felt that given our size and our scale, we need to be on the forefront of these initiatives.
Well, it definitely pushes the needle. Ezgi, come on in on this conversation. What were some of the conversations? I'm always curious about the back and forth between strategy type individuals, senior executives like yourself, and the financial side of the house, which is increasingly involved in strategy.
Yeah, it really happened very naturally, I would say. And I will even give the credit to Fernando's team, because it was them that approached us, that said, you guys are doing a lot of great work. We are looking into renewing our revolving credit facility. How do we move forward, and really understanding what the sustainable finance options are out there. So it was really the natural evolution for us. I always like to say that sustainability is the ultimate design brief, right? So that's how we design our business. These for us are really good operating practices, just to create that resilience across our business. So it was really a no-brainer to think about, here are the KPIs that we track and monitor over time. Why not really reinforce that message internally and externally as well, and continue to learn from the developments in the market. I really am encouraged as a sustainability professional to see how the pandemic has accentuated the materiality of ESG, and I think this is just the beginning. And this really will allow the companies to put on a long-term hat and really think about resilience into the future.
Tell me how it works, though, and talk to me about accountability. We do so much reporting. I know you guys put out a sustainability report. So you guys have specific metrics, a pricing mechanism, right, that incentivizes improvement in 4 areas, and that tracks with your overall sustainability goals that you've set by 2025. So either one of you, I don't know, Ezgi, you want to start? Tell me about these goals. How did you decide? How do you keep track of it and tell the world, here's what we're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. So these goals, we announced them back in 2018. There are 2025 sustainability goals. And we really wanted to look at our entire value chain and think about, what are the touch points? Where's our risk? Where does our impact really lie? And how do we build programs taking in an outward view approach in how we show up in the world, right? And our role in society as well. So, when you think about water efficiency, or you think about recycled content in packaging, or renewable electricity sourcing, these are really material to our business as we continue to build a business for the next 100+ years. So those were our sustainability goals that we were already on track to delivering this set of public commitments. What I think are the most ambitious set of public commitments that we really put out there. They allow us to remain competitive and differentiated and ambitious in the market. And, we translated those into the metrics with the Treasury team. So maybe Fernando can comment on that too. Yeah.
Fernando, come on in, because I do wonder how you keep track of it all, right? Because we talk about ESG generally, that it's sometimes a little mushy in terms of tracking.
Yes, it's a very fair point. At the end of the day, we want to be a better company, a more sustainable company, a company that is going to be here for the next 100 years, creating a lot of value. And for you to do that, you need to be sustainable. I believe whenever you look at the world outside, if you're not sustainable, you're not going to be able to survive. And then I believe the loan is the first step. And then if you have the loan, you need to have very, very hard KPIs. And we pick the ones that are closer to our business. But this is much more of a mindset. This is much more of a journey. And the more you do that, today you are getting kind of a benefit if you reach the KPIs. But the biggest benefit that you get is actually being a sustainable company. You are a less risky company, which is going to create more value in the long run. And that is going to bring lower cost of funds, lower cost of capital, and it's going to deliver a lot of value for you, for your shareholders, and for all the other stakeholders over the long run. So the KPIs are important, but the journey is even more important than the KPIs.
But the KPIs, the key performance indicators, keep you honest, right? Keep you on track. It's just like quarterly earnings. Yeah. I don't always love it because it's very short-term perspective, but it's like a little check-in with everybody about how things are going. The KPIs that you have and that the world uses, but you guys specifically, do you feel like they're transparent enough and are able to really give you a true picture of what's going on in terms of your metrics that you're trying to achieve when it comes to sustainability?
Yes,
yeah, absolutely.
We feel so, because at the end of the day, they are very correlated to our business. So they are the parts of our business that we touch the external world, that they are going to make a difference for us in the long run. So the KPIs are definitely transparent. And by the way, they are actually audited to make sure that a third-party independent source is validating that to make sure that we're really delivering on them.
Ezgi, come on in too.
Yeah, I would also add that, these KPIs, we have a T-shaped operating model in how we track and monitor and report on these KPIs. And because a lot of them really sit in different teams, right? Whether that's your supply team, which is our operations team, procurement, logistics, more broadly speaking, the ESG metrics, they sit in the people function, corporate affairs function, right? So we really organize all of these together and really look into the growing demands for transparency and disclosure and really take that into account when we put out our report and, continue to update our website as well, right? Because this is not just a once a year annual report. It needs to be more dynamic. Increasingly, we're also hearing from our investors that they are looking for that context, that qualitative examples as well. And I think the other trend we're seeing out there, which is really exciting because it's going to allow us to continue to drive the right internal actions, is not only reporting on past performance, but also looking into, forward-looking indicators, metrics, and frameworks so that we can continue to design that business model that's going to remain innovative and resilient.
I got to ask you guys, and I think, Fernando, you said something was part of another summit that we did that, your business, if you don't have clear water, you don't have a business, right? And that may be not the case for everyone, but it's a do or die thing. And as you said at the top, I mean, you know that if we mess up in terms of climate change and sustainability, there is no business for you guys.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. That's why normally we say that our business is sustainability. Because if we don't have sustainability, we don't have a business to start with. So it's water. That's definitely important. Without water, no beer. So that's the major component of beer. But without agriculture, we don't have barley. We don't have hops. And even going one step further, when you look at the S aspect, the social aspect, if you don't have kind of communities thriving, we don't do well because our business is very local. We operate in a lot of small communities. We have facilities there. We have salespeople there. We sell to the local people over there. So if they are not doing well as a community, we don't do well either. So for us, kind of this sustainable component is important. And without it, we don't have a business.
All right, so you have sustainability measures and programs. You've got that record sustainability-linked loans that you did. Tell me about the two of you go on roadshows together, and I think it's fascinating because it sounds like you talk to each other's worlds, and that's a good thing. The financial community, are they doing enough to incent companies on a financial level to be more sustainable? And first, let me start with you, Ezgi, in terms of when you go out and talk, because you're coming from it, from being the Chief Sustainability Officer. Are they doing enough?
Yeah, I think much like the companies, the investment community has also been on a journey, right? Now we're seeing that rise of ESG around the world, but this isn't really new for us. Like Fernando said, we've been doing, sustainability for decades now. And, specifically in how we engage with investors, I've been on investor roadshows and engaging with investors 6-7 years now. And back then we used to call it SRI roadshows, socially responsible investing. And now, it's broadly defined as ESG. And it really allows us to not only talk to kind of more niche investors that are maybe more sophisticated in the tools that they use and the particular outcomes that they're aiming for, to how these metrics are now becoming more mainstream and really being used by mainstream investors for their investment decision making. And I think that's really been a fascinating change. And again, a lot of this was very much focused in Europe. These conversations really started in Europe, were more sophisticated, but now you're really getting into kind of more thoughtful conversations in the US and slowly in Asia Pacific and Latin America. So I think around the world, you really are seeing that momentum and taking the learnings out of Europe as well. And it's really encouraging to see that, yes, there's the two camps of investors, right? Those that are really thoughtful, sophisticated, have done it for a long time, and they're gonna, hold you accountable and hold you true to what you need to do. And then those others that are coming with more conversations around, tell us why you do what you do, and like we want to learn with you. And I think there is really opportunities in both of those conversations for us to learn and continue to enhance our transparency and disclosure, but also our performance on this topic. So definitely great momentum, and that's kind of my point of view. And Fernando specifically has seen this change as well.
So Fernando, do you think the financial community is doing enough when it comes to kind of financially providing the tools, techniques, so that you can be more sustainable?
I will echo Ezgi in a sense that is a journey. It is doing more every day. Of course, there is more to be done. We are also trying to help, given our relevance, our size and scale. One example, we are part of the United Nations Global Compact CFO Task Force. I'm one of the founding members. It's important to see what are the KPIs, what are the metrics, reporting, and how we can do to help to expand even further ESG. But if you go back like 4 or 5 years, we were kind of pushing this agenda. We are, as Ezgi was saying, the SRI road shows, it was kind of at the forefront. Now it's very hard for you to get into an investor meeting and don't get a question on ESG. So it's still a long way to go. It's still a journey, but I feel that every day the support is growing. And at some point in time, we were talking about ESG funds or non-ESG funds. I feel that at some point in time, investors are going to realize that ESG companies are the ones they would be likely to invest because they are likely to give better returns on the long run. So it's not about ESG or non-ESG, it's about how you get a better return for your investment, and companies that are doing a good work on sustainability, on ESG, they are going to be the ones preferred by investors.
When do you feel like, Fernando, I think about on earnings calls, like the metrics that we constantly talk about, top, bottom line, growth, margins, all that good stuff, all important. But when do we have a sustainability metric? Because that does play into our climate, these play into the risk factor, right? And the risk story of a company. When does it become the norm, or should be, in your view?
In our earnings call, at least we always have at least one page about sustainability, how we are doing and the efforts that we are doing. We just published this year our sustainability report. It's become part of our day-to-day. If you look at our earnings release, it's always part of that. But probably
the street doesn't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, when does it become something where an analyst is going to say, all right, so what's that metric that's telling us about your sustainability initiatives and what it tells you about risk at the company?
I feel we still need to evolve on that. The best comparison that I tend to make is whenever you look at a credit rating agency, there are several credit rating agencies and they have different metrics, but you know that by doing certain things, you're going to improve your credit rating. It's it's more or less common among all of them. If you want sustainability, there is still no standard yet. There is still no common sense. So you see that some investors are more sophisticated and they have their own ESG teams, which are going to very, very deep detail, their own proprietary methodology. But you see other rating agencies, companies that are kind of a different methodologies, and you get sometimes very different ratings for the same company across them. So probably there is even reporting, there is no consensus. So there is an opportunity for you to get an standardization without bureaucracy. So for me, that's probably the next challenge that we have on the ESG front. But as I said, it's a journey. The investors are evolving, the companies are evolving, the regulators are evolving, and I see day by day progress is being made. So I'm very excited about the prospects going forward.
You're right, it is a journey. We've come a long way. There's a question coming from the audience, and it does relate back to the debt facility, the sustainability-linked loan that you guys did. How much does your loan interest rate change if you meet your targets?
We didn't disclose the actual amount. There is a benefit interest rate. But for me, as I told you, it's more a recognition that we are a less risky company. And then not only the rate, but the demand, the amount of people willing to invest and the quantum that you can raise makes a difference. So there is a benefit. We don't disclose exactly how much the benefit, but the benefit is not only rate, but quantum as well.
One thing I wanted to ask both of you guys, you know, your sustainability goals that you've set by 2025, water efficiency, PET recycling, we're talking about plastic, renewable electricity purchases, reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Ezgi, how hard is this, though, all to do? You have done a lot as a company, and you have for a while. It's been in your DNA, not just for the last couple of years, but for a long time. How hard is it to do?
It's not that hard, I want to say, because, you know, it takes a bit of vision and courage, right? And I always talk about this double vision, you know, seeing the world as it is today, but also imagining what it could be and like trying to get there, right? And that really allows you to think about the future of packaging, the future of logistics. And for me, you know, Fernando talked about the risk angle. I think there's another big angle as well that we haven't, you know, that the industry hasn't really, and the markets haven't really built expectations on, but it is about innovation, right? So how you take these challenges today and really innovate into the future, whether it's your business model, your supply chain, or your products. And I think that's how, if we can make that big leap, I think that's how the markets are also going to start rewarding companies as well into the future. And, you know, there's some early signs of this being possible around the world, but, you know, I think it's something that we really need to continue to drive. But yes, for us, you know, 4 years ago, we moved the sustainability function into procurement because we really wanted to establish those ways of working and relationships with our supply chain so that we can collaborate and start thinking about how do you co-design a pilot together? How do you think about that innovation that, you know, the future of packaging, for example, I gave as an example. That really allowed us to open many conversations and really work with our supply chain to think about the future, to design and innovate, really change the conversation and the dynamics from a transactional one into a more strategic one. And that was really powerful. And now, you know, with the creation of a fully dedicated chief sustainability officer role, it's going to allow us to also further integrate into the business strategy and support the business strategy and be really an enabler of that strategy into the future, and also speak to the commercial side of the business. I really think that it was a great evolution in how we started with the operational side inside our four walls and then into our supply chain, and now really thinking about the consumers as well and the value proposition for them.
You know, Fernando, too, you mentioned, you know, you're a founding member of the UN Global Compact CFO Task Force. What are the conversations that you and Ezgi have internally when Ezgi says, hey, Fernando, I want to do this. It's a great sustainability initiative. It'll get us closer to our goals. It's going to cost the company. What's that? I think for such a long time, we had the trade-off conversation. I think it's evolved in a big way. But what is that conversation? And how do you decide, you know what, this is worth it, this is smart, this is right, this is good business?
Actually, this, sometimes I call it a myth, sometimes I call it a false dilemma. These conversations, they never happen at the end of the day because sustainability makes sense for our business. So the business case is a very strong one. So it's not that Ezgi all of a sudden shows up and said, Fernando, I have a problem, I have massive investment. No, actually, the way Ezgi shows up, I have a solution. We have a huge opportunity here. Why don't we go for it? So for me, I know that there is always this discussion, but it's a false dilemma. It is not true. As I said, sustainability is our business. A sustainable company is a better company. So if we do that, we're going to be way better. So this discussion never happened.
Yeah, okay. We have a team of teams around the world. I also want to maybe highlight how we work. We have a team of teams around the world. I call them my team of teams. You know, they sit in cross-functional teams. So the budget needs or the resource allocation decisions don't really happen with sustainability. I mean, do we provide general guidance, direction, you know, strategic kind of vision? Yes, absolutely. Do we also help support fund some of the bigger partnerships and programs? Yes, out of global sustainability. But beyond that, a lot of the spend really sits within our functions, right? Whether that's logistics, supply, procurement. They are the ones that are in charge of their resources. They're the ones that are going to ask for CapEx or OpEx, depending on the needs. And again, ultimately, sustainability makes business sense. So it really never becomes this tension, because if it is good design, if it is good for the business, that's an easy conversation.
All right, we've only got about a minute or so left. So we started with this record, credit facility that you guys did, the sustainability-linked credit facility. It caught all of our attention, no doubt about it, for such a global, well-known company to make such a big move. So what's next when it comes to sustainability? If you could think out of the box, and Fernando, let me start with you. What would it be that you would love to do, whether it's regulatory changes or something, and just in about 40 seconds, if you could?
Okay, no, Carol, for me, the next step as part of the journey is probably to have more of a standard way of looking at sustainability, which is going to make investors, regulators' life easier. But that must be accomplished without bureaucracy, because then again, it goes against what companies are trying to do. So it's not an easy task. That's the one everybody is working at, but probably that would be my next dream.
I look forward to that too. Ezgi.
Yeah,
forgive me. Sorry.
I definitely agree with that. I think the next big step would be innovation. I really think that, looking into sustainability challenges and really thinking about innovation opportunities. So climate risk as an innovation opportunity is really this big idea that we're driving inside the company, and how we think about that barley seed, how we think about, the sourcing strategy, how we think about the way we engage with our farmers. And where we engage them and how we collect the data. So all of that, I think, is really going to help us drive more innovation and be more resilient and competitive.
It is pretty remarkable how out of crises. We learned this during the pandemic, that we've really learned how to maybe do things in a better way. Fernando, Ezgi, thank you so much. I know we'll be hearing a lot more from you guys. Thanks so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
Hello there, I'm Haslinda Amin of Bloomberg Television. Climate change is expected to hit Asia the hardest, given that the region has more people in coastal areas than other cities combined. So rising sea levels, along with extreme heat waves, droughts, hurricanes, and changes in water supply put Asia's growth at risk. So how prepared is Asia for climate change? Jin Chun is president of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. It's committed to being a green bank. President Jin, always good to have you with us. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to see you and answer your questions. First off, President Jin, you attended the just concluded G20 meeting. Climate was among the top of its agenda. For the first time, G20 members recognized carbon pricing as a climate tool. Is it a game changer, you think? I'm in Beijing. At this very moment, we are being hit by the very ferocious storm starting from last night. So we are really in the midst of the impact of the climate change. And over the last 3 nights, I was involved in the G20 meetings, and it's very much focused on the climate change mitigation, adaptation, and the transition to low carbon economy. As you know, there's some discussions with regard to the carbon taxation and the pricing. I also made some comments on this because, you see, this is very much important. And to mitigate the climate change by reducing the emissions and moving quickly to net zero is very much important. And in this regard, carbon taxation and carbon pricing are considered one of the measures to deal with that. So I think this is a very much important initiative. Of course, it will take some time for sovereign governments to reach consensus so that there will be very good carbon market and taxation, and also I think this would be very important to incentivize the private sector
to accelerate the process of moving the economy to net zero. So we in the MDB families are watching this very closely, and if there's international agreement on this, I do believe international financial institutions should follow.
It looks good on paper, President Jin. The thing is now it's who does what. How much global coordination is there really?
I think so far as the MDBs are concerned, I think we have, as you know, we have worked very closely together as a team. We in AIB have worked with the World Bank, ADB, particularly, and are working with other institutions to enhance investment in climate change mitigation adaptation. Last year, as you see there, in 2020, there's about $66 billion provided by the MDBs, along with the co-financing from the private sector of $85 billion, a total about over $150 billion of the resources are allocated for climate change mitigation and adaptation. So this is quite a number of a big amount, but I think it's not enough. So far as adaptation is needed, Asia, as you know, stands at the gap of $70 billion a year. So lots remains to be done. So there's cooperation among MDBs and a cooperation between MDBs and the private sector.
Like you said, it's not just about mitigation, it's also about adaptation. The pandemic has provided an opportunity to look at things differently. Resources have been reallocated from energy-intensive sectors to greener sectors like healthcare. How can we build on that?
Asian countries are faced with a dual challenge of recovery from the pandemic and also to sustain its economy, particularly to sustain economy in the countries which are highly indebted. In our view, it is very much important for many countries to deal with both. In my view, climate change mitigation adaptation and growth are not mutually exclusive. Indeed, they are mutually enhancing based on very good policies. So first of all, at this moment, it is very much important to ramp up efforts to contain the pandemic, which is still raging with the new variants. But with the vaccines rolling out, I think probably before the end of this year or early next year, we can basically bring the pandemic under control. And the next issue is how to sustain the economy, recover from the pandemic. So I think emerging from the pandemic, the human society should be well advised to pay more attention to the propitious, enabling environment to improve the ecosystem for the economic development and environmental protection. That's the key.
How should we look at developing greener sectors like renewables? I mean, that is key because of the insatiable appetite for energy. And how is AIIB looking at human capital to support such greener sectors?
Of course, it's very much important for us to improve the quality of the human resources. At this moment, our focus is on the healthcare system. Healthcare system is considered one of the productive sectors, and only a healthy nation can be productive. So I think it's appropriate to allocate a certain amount of resources for healthcare system, which I think suffers. I think which is really a big challenge for a number of countries in Asia, which suffers healthcare deficit. But education is also important. We at this moment do not allocate resources for education, but I think our resource allocation for healthcare and other productive sectors can help the government to allocate their own resources for education. And education should be catered to the new development, the high-tech and in digital era. As you know, the Industrial Revolution warmed up the planet, and technological revolution is to reverse the trend and cool the planet down to pre-industrial level. But all this involves, I think, high tech and basically education.
AIIB has said that 50% of its financing will be directed towards climate change by 2025. Where are you on this? And talk to us about some of the innovative solutions that you're looking at. How can technology and digital infrastructure be the answer to the 21st century green development?
At this moment, we have already 45% of the financing for climate change. And by 2025, at least 50% of the approved portfolio would be for climate change mitigation and adaptation. There are various ways to achieve that objective. First of all, it's very much important for us to mobilize private sector resources, because as you know, our resources are very much limited. And when we do infrastructure projects, we want to make sure that infrastructure projects investment would be done in an environmentally benign way. It will not increase emission. On the contrary, it should reduce emission. And we also have some very innovative approaches. As you know, we have invested in Lightsmith Climate Resilience Partners, which is a private equity fund to mobilize private resources to bring climate technology to the member countries. This is the way we work with the private sector. And also, we have launched 2 portfolios under the Sustainable Capital Market Initiative. One is the well-received ESG Enhanced Credit Portfolio with Amundi as our asset manager, and the other is Asia Climate Bond Portfolio with Amundi as the asset manager. And actually in the AIIB Amundi Climate Change Investment Framework, I announced our bank would not do any coal-based power plants. And we will not do any projects which are related to coal. I made that very much clear in the meeting. As you know, this AIIB Amundi CBI Climate Change Climate Bond Initiative endorsed climate change investment framework is very much important. It is to translate the key objectives of Paris Agreement into fundamental metrics to assess the issuer's level of alignment with climate change mitigation, adaptation, and transition to net zero. And all these efforts are very, very important for the climate change mitigation and adaptation. It also indicates that AIIB is very creative and innovative in doing everything possible to leverage our resources for that purpose.
You talked about the need to collaborate with the private sector to mobilize private capital. This has been the case for a very long time. Can you give us perhaps even anecdotal evidence as to how much progress has been made? I mean, to get their investment more aligned with the Paris Agreement?
You see, the progress is very obvious, as I indicated in our efforts. We find very cooperative and enthusiastic partners from the private sector to work with us. I can see, and obviously, a heightened awareness of the importance of the investment in this on the part of the climate investors. They also know a strong sense of responsibility, social responsibility, demonstrated by the private sector companies is very important for their reputation, for their ability to raise capital in the market. And nowadays, if the private sector is only focused on making money to the neglect of the climate change impact, I don't think they will be welcome. And so you see, I would say broadly speaking, the heightened awareness of promoting climate change mitigation and adaptation is really the consciousness of the private sector. So we have no difficulty working with them. And also, as you see, it is very important for all of the client members of our bank to create enabling environment for the private sector to enhance their investment. That's why I said propitious in system for investment is very much important.
The AIIB has said it will not fund any non-green projects. The G7 has said the same. It says it will end new overseas funding for coal, for instance. Is that all enough to force a shift to clean energy, you think? Or is there a chance that some of the Asian nations may pivot or look towards the likes of Korea for those fundings?
You see, the Asian countries are faced with the challenge because it's a populous region, and the successful poverty reduction programs adopted by the client countries of all those MDBs imply increased demand for energy. Because as more people are lifted out of poverty, they need a more decent life and they need more energy. So it's really a very big challenge. And while the MDBs are allocating resources for that purpose, it's still not very much sufficient. So we need to do a lot of things. Promoting renewables is important. And in our view, to improve energy efficiency is also very important. You simply cannot produce energy without looking at the efficiency side. And in this regard, mass transition systems in Asia, in many Asian metropolises, is very much important. And I would say there are lots of things the countries need to do with the support of the multilateral development banks and other institutions. So the challenge is there, but the consensus is there, right?
I'm just wondering if there's one step that needs to be taken, what would that be? Because the likes of the US, China, India, they're set to burn more coal this year than ever. There's been an unrelenting coal demand pushing prices to record levels.
The big economies, I think, certainly have a big responsibility. As I said during the G20 meeting, and when I was asked about the Chinese government's program, and I would say China is a big country with a large population, starting from a very low development point. And this ambitious objective, achieving carbon peaking by 2030 and a carbon neutrality no later than 2060 is certainly very much ambitious. But given the track record of China, you can believe if the government is committed to do something, they will do it. But more important, it's not simply what China is going to do, what India or US is going to do. It is, I think, important in terms of the demonstration effect. When countries like China and India, with lots of challenges facing them, can still try to achieve the objective, that should be a huge I think, incentive to other countries to do the same.
President Jin Liqun, always good to have you with us. Thank you so much for your insights today.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
That brings us to the end of day one of the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global. Thank you to our speakers for their insights, to our moderators for their time, and most of all to you for being such an engaged audience. I'd also like to thank our global advisor, Natixis Investment Managers, our summit advisors, PwC, RBC, Schlumberger, and Wipro, and our supporting sponsor, Principal Financial Group. If you'd like more information on our advisors and sponsor, please visit the resources tab on your screen. We're back tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Time for day 2 of the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit Global. We've got tons of great speakers, so I hope you'll join us then. Thank you so much for watching.